Good evening. It is 6 o'clock and we are beginning the July 8th City Council meeting. And we will start with the roll call. And by a visual roll call, we're all here, but I will do a verbal roll call. Councilmember McCormick.
Present.
Councilmember Andori.
Present.
Councilmember Candell.
Present.
Vice Mayor Kwok.
Present.
We are all here. And I will now look for the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That is unanimous. The agenda for today is adopted, and we will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we'll call for public comments that are for items not on the agenda and under the jurisdiction of the city.
Mayor, just to clarify, I think this public comment is for items on closed session only.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank
That's
you for
okay.
that.
And we do have a closed session next. It's conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to government code section
Thank you.
54956.9.
Thank you. Are there any public comments for the closed session item?
So if I don't believe there's anybody in the hall, if there's anybody online who wishes to comment on this item, please raise your hand. I do not see any hands raised. And I believe, Mr. Hayes, your comment is probably just general. It's for the closed session? No. Okay, probably not. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the clarification again. In that case, with no public comment, we will adjourn for the closed session and return at 7 o'clock for the regular city council meeting.
Mayor, I don't think, just let me double check. I don't think we put a 7 o'clock date. I know we have in the past. I just wanted to clarify. Oh, we are going to start at 7. Okay. So if there is a gap, we'll just take a break until 7.
Yeah, so we will come back at 7 o'clock. Welcome back. The council has returned from closed session and there is no action to report. So we will move on to the land acknowledgement statement, as this is the first meeting of the month of July. We acknowledge that Lafayette is part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved to this place for thousands of years. They stewarded and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with the indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and next 7 generations. Okay, public comments. So we are now open to public comments for items that are not on this agenda and that are under the jurisdiction of the city council.
Okay, we'll start with public comments for people who are in the room. First comment is Mike Hayes. Mike? He's listening. Can you? Yeah. Public comment.
Oh, crap. Sorry. Well, I'll make it quick. Hi, buddy. Good evening, council members especially. My name is Mike Hayes. I'm a longtime stakeholder and citizen of Lafayette. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to address the need for AI media literacy. I've been extensively researching AI media literacy by interviewing AI experts from institutions such as Google, Oxford University, and UC Berkeley. The consensus is clear. AI media literacy is profoundly needed today, ASAP. Now, as a business person, I understand the importance of identifying a need and addressing it. So I propose an AI committee. Lafayette has numerous committees addressing various aspects of our community, but we currently lack an AI committee. I propose the formation of an AI committee dedicated to studying and promoting AI media literacy. The committee would not only explore the educational aspects, but also consider the broader implications of AI in our community and economy. A commitment to community, not business. To be clear, I'm not here to promote my business. I'm here to advocate for the importance of AI media literacy for our community's future. I have established the free AI Super Campus for media literacy. I am willing to bring my network of AI and media marketing connections into this committee for further development. The benefits are AI is a powerful form of media that offers new opportunity for communication between stakeholders and city leaders. By forming an AI committee, we can ensure that Lafayette stays ahead of the curve, leveraging AI to empower our community's communication, education, and economic growth. I urge the council to consider forming this committee and allow us to explore the benefits and challenges of AI together. Thank you very much. And I apologize for my.
Mike, can you hold on? The question from.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, yes.
Hi, have you ever encountered literacy training on detecting AI issues during an election?
Yes, I have been working with Dr. Michael Baker from the Commonwealth Club. And that is something that we are exploring together. We want to put on an event. We want to invite Oxford University, University of California, Caltech to this event and really have a panel, especially before the election, so people understand how they might be being manipulated.
Perfect.
So it's
Thank
important
you.
to understand.
Make sure to let us know when that event will be.
Thank you very much. I
Welcome.
appreciate that. We'd love to have at least one of you attend.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. If there are any members of the Zoom audience that has a public comment, please raise your hand now. I see no hands raised.
All right, thank you. We will now go to the city manager's update.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council and those here and virtually. This is an update from various city departments. From the police department, they are continuing to monitor the weather for red flag days and high heat. And if you sign on with the police department's social media platform, they will notify you if there are any alerts. So it's a good thing to do. They're also planning for National Night Out, which will be Tuesday, August the 6th at the Library Amphitheater. And finally, the police department now has an app for parking. It's called Park Smarter, where you can use your phone to pay. You don't have to feed the meter. And you can also use the phone to add time if you're away from the parking space. And all our meters will have a QR code, and the app is available now for use. From Public Works and Engineering, a lot of construction is underway. Our contractor has started work on the raised crosswalks that were recommended as part of the safety improvements near schools, and they should be completed by the end of next week. And just a heads up that the crosswalk on Stanley Boulevard, just east of the Shell station, will require closing the boulevard to through traffic, and drivers will need to take a detour. Surface seal project is well underway, and there's work being done on Pleasant Hill Road between Release Station Road and Olympic Boulevard near the roundabout. The Public Art Committee wanted to remind everyone that Acalanes High School student Emily Bennett's solo exhibition will be inaugurated and at the Town Hall Theater. And she won the 2024 Best in Show Award at the La Marinda Arts Council's 21st Annual High School Visual Arts Competition. And then from Parks, Trails and Recreation, despite work that East Bay Mud is undertaking on St. Mary's Road, the center is open and the community park is open, but staff advises residents and program participants to give sufficient time to come to the classes because there are a lot of backups and delays. And with that, I end my city manager's update.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the public, I should say? Any comments from the public?
There are no comments from people in the audience. If there's anybody on Zoom that wants to comment, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Oh, agenda item 11 is a presentation, Ms. Tracy Robinson.
Okay, thank you. So Emily and Paul, could you come up to the podium so we can see you on Zoom as well as here? So I'm going to introduce our two interns, our two summer interns. First is Emily. Emily's from a Martinez, and she is a sophomore at UC Davis, studying environmental policy analysis and planning. She's working in the planning department this summer, and when she's not studying or working, Emily hikes, swims, and catches up with her friends. She loves exploring cities all over the Bay Area, frequently straying into Berkeley or San Francisco when given the opportunity. And she's going to be taking on a variety of tasks to help planning, including data collection, analysis, and identifying tools to inform decisions on the tree protection ordinance update and the housing element implementation. So welcome, Emily.
Welcome, Emily. That's great projects.
Emily, you want to say something?
Yeah, I very much appreciate the opportunity to be working with the city and especially the planning and building department. And I'm excited to see what the rest of summer holds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Paul Bursey. Paul is a civil engineering student studying at UC Merced in the Central Valley. You may have seen Paul around town investigating the city's storm drain system or completing various other tasks. Over the past couple months, Paul's been given the chance to observe, ask questions, connect with the engineers staff chair with the city of Lafayette, and he's very grateful for that opportunity. He can sometimes be found at the park playing volleyball with the friends, but he usually prefers to stay home, practicing one of his many hobbies or hanging out with his dog. I'm told his dog's name is Lucy. She's a border collie, and she does not like people ringing the doorbell. So welcome, Paul.
Thank you.
Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, similar to Emily, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I've learned something from every single engineer who works here, things that'll last with me for the entire lifetime or my entire career. So going forward, I hope that I can learn more. I hope that I can be a positive impact on the city and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you and welcome. And we're excited to have you on board. You're with an incredible team on our staff. So we're glad for them too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 12 is a consent calendar, and it's a light one. It's just the minutes. Is there anyone that wants to make a change to that? Are there any comments from the public? Okay.
There are comments from Zoom. Please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Great. Can I get a motion?
I move we adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
The consent calendar passes. Old business, Patrick Ollier, our transportation program manager, will present Connecting Lafayette Downtown Pathways and Cool Safety Projects. Thank you, Patrick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm Patrick Gollier, the Transportation Program Manager, and I'm joined here by Matt Luttrop, Engineering Services Manager, as well as Nate Levine, formerly of Sandus Engineering, who has helped to develop all of our concept plans for our Connecting Lafayette project. So as you're aware, tonight we'll be discussing the staff recommended concept designs that have been prepared as part of the Connecting Lafayette project. Tonight's presentation will just provide a quick review of the background of the project, including the public engagement phase that resulted in multiple iterations in the concept designs over the past year or so. And then we'll spend the bulk of the presentation discussing the proposed concept designs for the pathways and sidewalks and take you through the detail and rationale behind staff's recommendation. So first, just again, the quick project overview. This map shows the geographic scope of the project shown by the pink lines. On School Street, we're designing and we'll be constructing a multi-use path for both pedestrians and cyclists that will connect to the La Miranda Trail, connect the La Miranda Trail to the multi-use path on First Street, and then across the frontage of Lafayette Elementary School to Moraga Road. On Topper Lane, we're designing and constructing a pathway between St. Mary's Road and the La Miranda Trail. And on St. Mary's Road, we are designing and constructing a sidewalk between Topper Lane and Birdhaven Court that will provide access for Birdhaven residents to the pathway along Topper Lane. So those components of the project scope shown in with the dark blue callouts are being funded through 2 federal grants that have been obtained by the city for the project. In addition, based on feedback from the community, the city has added as components to the project consideration of improvements to the loading zone for Stanley Middle School along St. Mary's Road, including an extension of the sidewalk along the north side of St. Mary's Road between Acampo Drive and Topper Lane. So federal grants are not funding that portion of the work. Local funds are being used for this design work, and we do not have funding for construction of that portion of the project at this time. So this slide lists the overall goal of the Connecting Lafayette project. Broadly, the intent of the project is to expand the network of safe and comfortable pathways for people to walk and bike on. So similar to the Lamorinda Trail and the existing First Street pathway, the new pathways on School Street and Topper Lane will be designed and built for people of all ages and abilities, including students at the two schools. And the project will result in increased connectivity between those who live in adjacent neighborhoods and Lafayette's downtown through the provision of safe walking and biking connections. In addition, the intent of the St. Mary's drop-off portion of the project is to contribute towards a reduction in school-related congestion via improvements to the loading zone behind Stanley. And this will also contribute towards the safety of people biking and walking throughout the neighborhood. So those goals have been confirmed as priorities through 4 community-initiated studies that have been conducted over the past 10 years to improve safety around Stanley Middle and Lafayette Elementary School. 3 of the 4 studies were completed with direct engagement and input from members of the community, including local residents, parents, the Transcirc Commission, school administrators, and others. The most recent of the 4 studies, which is the Rapid Implementation School Safety Plan for these 2 schools, was prepared with direct input from and involved 2 community walk audits and stakeholder meetings, and was adopted by Transcirc and City Council in 2022. And that study recommended that a shared use pathway be installed along the north side of School Street and a sidewalk to be installed along the east side of Topper Lane, or a shared use pathway if enough right-of-way exists on that street. The 3 other studies were consistent in their recommendations for infrastructure improvements along School Street and Topper Lane, among other streets throughout the neighborhood. And so recognizing that these infrastructure improvements are a high priority for the city, as described in each of the 4 studies, staff was successful in obtaining $3.85 million from 2 federal grants in 2023 for the design and construction of the project before you tonight. And this includes $3.1 million that is being provided through Congressman Mark DeSaulnier as part of the federal earmark program, and an additional $750,000 from the OBAG 3 grant program. Local funds that have been approved for use for this project include $775,000 of the restricted Measure J and LFFA development impact fee funds. So those funding sources can only be used to fund capital project types similar in scope to this project, generally in order to improve the transportation system, including improvements to the pedestrian and bicycle networks. Now moving on to the preliminary engineering work that the team has been engaged in for the past year or so. So these are the primary tasks that have been completed as part of this phase of work. And that includes the completion of a land survey and base maps for each of the streets, a data collection effort, significant public engagement with key stakeholders, and preparation of multiple iterations of the high-level conceptual design plans for the project elements. A land survey was completed about a year ago to create a base map that provides the engineers with a number of key inputs that define each of the streets, and that represents the starting point for design work and cost estimating. So this survey includes the identification of roadway features such as utilities, trees, mailboxes, and the limits of the public right-of-way along the streets. In addition, we conducted a significant data collection effort to inform the team of the existing conditions along each of the streets as they relate to the project. And some of the data that was collected includes speed surveys, traffic counts, video footage, origin destination studies, and peak period turn movement counts. We also conducted a robust public engagement process for the project, and which has included large numbers of meetings involving a wide range of stakeholders. Multiple formats have been used during this process, including open houses, workshops, face-to-face meetings, show and tells, formal surveys, small group and individual homeowner meetings, and numerous phone calls and emails. To date, we've held 19 formal meetings that have involved about 225 stakeholders, and 9 of those meetings were held to specifically discuss the project details along Topper Lane. One of the formats that was used was an online survey, which was launched after the second public open house in May of 2024, and then included a series of multiple choice and open-ended questions. A total of 315 respondents provided input via this survey, and the results, which have been provided as an attachment to the staff report, indicate broad approval and excitement for the project. Finally, staff has also had an open door policy with community members, So in one case, a resident prepared their own concept for the pathway along Topper Lane, shown here on the right. And we spent time in our offices reviewing these plans with a small group of representatives from the community. And elements of the plan have subsequently been included in the design plans that you'll see tonight. One of the results of the engagement process has been the preparation of a large number of design iterations in response to our ongoing conversations with the community. So as an example, these 3 pathway concepts for Topper Lane was discussed and evaluated at an October 2023 Topper Lane open house meeting, and formal feedback provided by open house attendees. Responses and resident input helped to shape subsequent design iterations. So to summarize the public engagement process in terms of some of the higher level comments that we received from stakeholders, what we heard is general agreement that separated pathways are needed for the community, that high quality design is desired, safety is a priority. On School Street, we heard of the importance of on-street parking and school loading activity adjacent to Lafayette Elementary School, that we seek to eliminate impacts to private property, that the proposed pathway on Topper Lane was too wide, and that there was a desire to maintain community character and landscaping. And in terms of a summary of the iterations of our concept designs along School Street, the key thing that we've worked on over the past several months includes an extension of the pathway westward from along School Street from First Street to Moraga Road, and work to preserve the on-street parking and school loading zone that we had heard was important to the school community. For Topper Lane, we reduced the pathway width from 10 feet to 6 feet based on input, and have made adjustments to the pathway alignment to address concerns expressed by residents about the protection of existing landscaping and other priorities. As Nate will describe, the pathway alignment meanders in an attempt to retain some of the signature trees that residents have communicated were a priority to save. We also initiated discussion with the community about future landscaping opportunities that can be planted as part of the project. And finally, along St. Mary's Road, we conducted a huge data collection effort that's provided us with an initial but very extensive understanding of the existing conditions along the street and some initial improvements that may be considered to address the congestion concerns during drop-off and pickup times at the school. And with that, I'm going to hand things over to Nate to take you through the concept designs.
Thanks, Patrick. Again, my name is Nate Levine, a licensed civil engineer, and had previously been leading kind of both the concept development, outreach, and design from the consultant side for this project. Been working with staff for almost a year now on this project. With that said, I will go through some of the detail and the history on the specifics that we've been doing, and I welcome you to raise your hand for questions or interrupt me as you go. I will not take offense. I think there's a lot of detail going on here. I don't want you to lose train of thought or have a question that goes unresolved as we go through this, so feel free. With that. So starting on School Street, just highlighting some of the existing conditions. I'm sure as many of us are familiar, what is out there currently is considered what's called a Class 4 bike facility. This is essentially a wide, usually 8 feet or wider two-way facility that's separated by, as you see here, these delineators. This was what's called a quick build response to the unfortunate fatality that occurred a few years ago out there, and has since removed the parking along a significant portion of School Street, pretty much from the Lamorinda Trail to First Street, running on the north side, going towards the trail all the way to Moraga Road. As we get closer to Moraga Road, we notice that there's some parking that comes back, and that Class 4 actually drops, which is a big part of what this project will improve. But as you can see, I just wanted to highlight, we do have parking on both sides of the street, parallel as well as diagonal. And then right in front of some of our neighbors out here, the theater as well as the elementary school, we have parking for the theater, and we do have what is slightly behind this picture you see to your left, a loading and drop-off area for the elementary school. So with that said, we did engage with the school district as well as the elementary school and their stakeholders to understand kind of what was a priority. Also talking with the theater to understand really how they felt about the parking and any impacts to them. And we're able to come to an agreement with the school district to secure an easement, which allowed us to push a portion of the proposed trail, which you can see in that cross section at the bottom, a little hard to squint at, but approximately 10 feet, 10.5 feet wide, moving from First Street all the way to Moraga Road. And then as we get closer to the intersection, we chicane or meander a little bit onto the school property, which allows us to actually widen the throat of the intersection, which helps with turning movements, as well as maintain the parking for the theater and then maintain the parking for the elementary school, which was really important to the stakeholders out there. As we move our way down from First Street towards the La Marinda Regional Trail, you can see a different cross section. We now have a little bit more space. We don't have as much parking to contend with, especially on the north side. So our cross section changes to be 10 feet wide with a nominally 4-foot wide buffered landscape section that you can see in green. This was important to the residents as well as important to just the project, providing a little bit more separation between the trail or the bike path and the vehicles that are going down First Street, as well as keeping some greenery and some landscaping in the area. One thing we did hear from the residents that was really important is that there is an existing sidewalk that is out along School Street. And we wanted to maintain what's called the back of walk. So essentially where the existing back of walk of that concrete is abuts against what appears to be a residential landscaping or property, but is actually city right away. That line was really important to hold, and we were able to push towards the south away from the residents to maintain that line and provide space for our pathway as well as our landscaping. So what you can see in the gray area, again, a little hard to squint at, but there's a little bit of separation between the gray and the dotted line for right of way. We're just pushing everything into the roadway, pushing that curb line out, maintaining the rest of the project or the property frontage. So the cross section is fairly nominal as you go from First Street all the way down to the regional trail. Here's some expanded views. Again, you can see the difference between the existing and the proposed. I think the illustration to the left is more helpful just with visualizing what it's going to look like from a scale standpoint. There wouldn't necessarily be a fence here, although some residents do have small little decorative fences. But essentially, we have our 10-foot wide pathway and then a low level vegetation as well. This is important because with the number of driveways, if we put too tall of vegetation, we can start screening some of those driveways, making it hard to get in and out of the area, as well as the intersections as we travel down the corridor. But this is a pretty helpful visual representation of what we would be proposing. More just wanted to use this as a familiarization of what the little symbols mean and kind of the specific parameters and highlights that we came up with. Something that was important was maintaining access to mailboxes. So here you can see there's this little cut through about 3 feet wide that would allow a mail truck or a mail person to stop, access the area without having to walk through landscaping, go to the existing mailbox, deliver their mail. Another thing that's often can be a bit of an issue sometimes on these types of projects is where do you put your garbage cans when now you have a driveway that's further away from your property. As part, the driveway cutout here has an expanded approximately 2 to 3 feet expansion on both sides, concrete area where you can store garbage cans for pickup and drop off. So that way they're not interfering with access or the trail or vehicles or anything like that. There's a few other highlights here, but I think those were the big ones. The last part that I do want to mention, unfortunately, we were planning to underground a lot of the PG&E facilities out here on School Street, but the funding, which unfortunately the city has no control over, has disappeared or is no longer available for the undergrounding. So we will be able to relocate the PG&E poles from their existing conditions into the landscaped areas to avoid the pedestrians and bicycles that be using the trail, and also just clean up the area a little bit so you don't have these poles basically straddling this new project. That will be through a relocation effort, which is typically funded all through PG&E at no cost to the local agency or the city in this case. And then kind of where it all goes. Here's a photo simulation using, to the best of our ability, it's a real photo with some scaled images that are applied, showing the 4-foot landscaped area with the lower level vegetation, a 10-foot pathway that would serve both bikes and peds for students in both directions, the relocated PG&E poles and, existing mailboxes, driveway cuts, and trash cans as well. Moving on to the topper portion of the project. Topper, as you can see here, is currently approximately 20 to 24 foot wide roadway, 2 directions of traffic with some speed humps towards the northward section, and then straight section unstriped as we move south towards, sorry, I need to catch up on my slides. As we move south towards St. Mary's, as well as the Stanley drop-off section as well. Here is I'll orient folks kind of with what the different symbols on this page represent before I go into the detail. You can see a mix of green as well as what look like peace signs. Those, the squiggly green lines are the existing trees. The green peace signs would be proposed or new trees. The other colors, the magenta, as well as kind of the orangish color circles, are existing trees that would be removed. Those mix between what are called signature trees or just, we're calling them standard trees. The signature trees are typically 6 inches in diameter or larger. They may represent an oak tree, something that has some value in keeping based on its life cycle and longevity. The other trees might be pine trees that are closer to the end of their life, or they may be smaller diameter trees that are 2 inches, less than 6 inches in diameter, and could be even bushes to some level. As you can, and then with that orientation, I will start towards the north end, talking about the east side of Topper, working down towards the south. We do start with the pathway up against the roadway with a 5-foot landscaped area. That's mainly to maintain some of the larger existing trees in that section. And then as we move south, you can see that we're able to plant some new trees, and then the path essentially meanders so that way it is against the existing fence line, and the landscape section now is against the curb line and the roadway. And that's to allow for new trees to be planted in this area and screen that proposed location for the pathway. And as we continue down, it kind of switches again near what we're calling the heritage oak out there. We want to maintain that. And as a result, we actually chicaned or shift the road away from the tree to give that root mass some more space and some breathing relief, essentially, where the pathway then shifts against the fence line. We don't have any landscaped area up against there, so we can maintain our 20-foot wide travelway for the roadway. And then we continue our landscape section as we get back towards St. Mary's, and then we meander back to the landscape connection. The cross section is fairly standard for the entire length, 20 feet of road, approximately 4 feet in landscape. There are a few areas that are slightly more, 5 feet or 4 1/4. And there's a few areas that are closer to 3 3/4, but for all intents and purposes, it's approximately 4 feet with a 6-foot pathway. Again, more representation. I think this example, again, to the left, tries to paint the picture for scale. We will have the existing fences that are out there being maintained. They're not going to be removed or encroached upon by this project or the pathway. And then as many proposed trees as we can plant in that landscaped area that will be allowed by the landscape architect as well as the arborist. We want to make sure that any trees that we plant actually can survive. So scale and size will be based on community preference as well as what's viable. But the goal would be that they are going to be larger than 6 feet and anywhere from 15 to 30 over their longer life, and depending on how long they're able to mature. So that gives you a sense of scale. We did talk about this a little bit, but I do want to highlight a few of these points. Again, we were taking an idea from one of the residents in the area where previously we were either considering a straight line shot for the entire pathway or what we're calling a chicane, where the road would shift to kind of create this weaving effect. we saw that there is a Miranda option where essentially the pathway could shoot up and down based on where some of the existing trees were, make something a little bit more aesthetically appealing, as well as maintain some of those trees. And we took that concept and shifted it based on locations of driveways, trees, and other input from community, where some folks wanted the pathway against the fence line. Others were more concerned about maintaining trees. And in doing so, we came up with a hybrid option that we're presenting today, which tries to balance the most between the two. So again, these peace symbols are proposed trees. We have approximately 4 feet of planting area, which will allow for some of that lower level vegetation, as well as some larger trees that can establish over the years. And any PG&E pole that is in the area currently that would be within the path would get relocated one way or the other into the landscaped area to avoid the path. And also, ideally, we would try to find ways where we're not planting new trees that would then grow into those PG&E poles and then have to be hacked down by PG&E over the years. We have another photo simulation of what the pathway would look like against the existing roadway. This does show the Miranda where you have your landscaped area, PG&E pole against one driveway, then the pathway switches, and then you can see a little bit of the landscaping. The trees that you see for the most part are all existing trees that would be that would remain, as well as the heritage oak, with some smaller trees that be planted within the new landscaped area. And then last but not least is our St. Mary's work. So St. Mary's Road is currently a fairly high volume roadway leading from a lot of folks out in Burton down to Moraga Road and our Stanley Middle School. Currently, there are no sidewalks running from Topper to the middle school along the north side. There are some crossing areas as we get closer to the intersection, as you can see here. And then we do pick up a sidewalk once we are about halfway onto the school frontage. A few more photos. And then once we're past this existing crosswalk, which does have the benefit of having, I believe, a volunteer crossing guard out there during pickup and drop off, which is very helpful for the students. We do have pickup and drop off areas for parents, as well as the school buses that park further in front of this picture. There's also a County Connection bus line that runs here as well. And we do have parents that park on a campo and drop their students off to cross at the crosswalk. So where are we going with all this? Well, we wanted to kind of understand what was happening out here, because we did know that there was a fair amount of traffic, and what improvements could be made to enhance safety, as well as try to reduce some congestion and help with pickup and drop off. So with that said, we collected a fair amount of data. We did 72-hour weekday counts looking through video, basically looking at turning movements at the intersection, looking at how many cars were coming down this road, how many were making illegal U-turns or turning into driveways, and then how many were coming and making left turns at a compo as well. And we also conducted 2 site observations to kind of reinforce what we're seeing. Are students able to cross in a safe manner? Are vehicles behaving poorly? What exactly is happening? What we found was that for the most part, cars and students were interacting nicely. There is a fair amount of volume, as I mentioned, out there, but people are not making too many illegal U-turns, and that we have a lot of volume coming from one direction. So in the morning, you have a lot of folks coming from Burton, and they're going to do drop off, but they're actually not going back. They're going out towards downtown and probably onto 24 or other locations. We were able to collect what's called streetlight data through CCTA, which provides some insight, using cell phones and so forth on kind of where folks are coming from and where they're going. Using that collected this graphic here, and it reinforced that we don't have these U-turn trips, which is really what our concern was. So is there going to be value in creating an area where folks could pull into and then make a U-turn to go back where they're going, or are they just kind of coming, dropping off, and moving forward? And what we saw was in both the AM and the PM, for the most part, people are coming in and going out, not making those U-turns. And additionally, we found that there wasn't enough volume at the Acampo intersection to warrant a traffic signal. It was a question that was raised, would having a traffic signal here help with pedestrians? Would it help with vehicle movements? Certainly could help with pedestrians, but from a vehicle volume standpoint, it wasn't warranted. We found that, essentially for 10 minutes of the day in the morning and the afternoon, you would have higher volumes, but for the rest of the day, you really wouldn't, and is constructing approximately $500,000 signal to mitigate 20 minutes of traffic, very viable, and finding that it wasn't really warranted from a traffic standpoint as well as a safety standpoint. However, there's still improvements that are being recommended as part of this project. We do have the ability to propose design for sidewalk enhancement and gap closure coming from Topper all the way down to that existing crosswalk. This would also formalize some of the parking area that currently is just a dirt area that's used both in the summer and the winter for sports, gets pretty muddy in the winter, and then is well parked diagonally in the summer for different sports and on the weekends. We would be able to convert that into parallel parking. There is a little table here that shows that the difference between what we're assuming is the existing diagonal parking, about 36 stalls or so, or I should say unofficial stalls. And then the parallel stalls would be approximately 24. So we have a difference of about 10. However, this would be more formalized. It'd be more convenient for folks to pull into and pull out of. You'd have less interruption during these peaks, and ultimately it'd be safer. Additionally, we would complete the sidewalk so folks from Topper and Birdhaven can actually walk all the way down to this crossing. And then we would be, as such, we're repurposing our right-of-way, but not too much. Existing is approximately 12-foot lanes in each direction. We maintain those 12-foot lanes, add an 8-foot section for parking, and then a 6-foot section for the sidewalk, easily fitting within the 64 feet for the right-of-way. And with that, I will hand it back to Patrick with project timeline.
Yep. So just the final slide. So this will show the expected timeline for the project. Apologies, the slide has not been updated since the Transcirc meeting from 3 weeks ago. But after we receive approval from the council for the concept designs, we will move into the detailed design phase where we will work on completing constructible designs, producing more specific cost estimates, as well as gain environmental review approval. During these phases, we will get much more into the technical weeds, but we will continue to engage the community as details are fleshed out and we can talk at a much more higher degree of specificity about the project. And if all goes according to plan, we're looking for a construction timeline of summer 2025 if we're able to put the project out to bid next winter. And of course, separate from all of these public meetings shown here on this timeline map, we're always happy to have additional conversations, receive further input, and answer any questions. So thank you all.
Patrick and Nate, thank you. That's incredible work and a great presentation. I really appreciate that. Are there questions?
Great. Thank you very much. And I know we have comments afterwards, but I want to say this was very much. The maintenance of landscape, talk about you're going to have. I'm just kind of curious, what did he kind of on, kind of what's our responsibility? Is it going to be irrigated? Do we have to deal with that? Can you speak to what you anticipate that being?
I can dive into that if everybody likes. So yes, the city would be responsible for maintaining the landscaping. It will have irrigation. There will be ongoing costs associated with all of that.
And there's nothing in the grant that counts for that. We're just going to take that as part of our ongoing maintenance burden.
That just comes out of our maintenance program.
Okay. And then the timeline's helpful, and I understand we're approving conceptual design. What other you have some steps there, but I'm curious, are there other checkpoints? Are there public checkpoints as far as approving, or once we get the detailed design, are you going to come back before Transcirc or before the city council for a final approval, or what are the other go, no-go steps we have as we move forward?
Matt, you can fill me in if I'm inaccurate, but typically the next step would be a 65% design, at which case that would be an appropriate checkpoint with the public and Transcirc and the council. Then it would go to 90% and then 100%. So those are typically the stages of a design.
Okay.
Yeah, historically, we usually do a public meeting for the 65% plans. We can take it to the city council and transcirc, but after that, we don't go back to the public or city council and transcirc.
Great. Then just a couple of questions on Topper in particular. There was a comment in the staff report about there was a request to perhaps, lower a speed limit or something else. And the comment in the staff report is we couldn't do it because it wasn't part of the, it didn't qualify to have a speed reduction. I was kind of wondering if you can just speak on that a little bit because it is close to a school, but we're seeing because it's not directly adjacent to a school, does it not qualify? I'm just kind of curious on that.
Right. So just generally speaking, we're not able to reduce the prima facie speed limits on our roadways, on residential roadways lower than 25, except under certain conditions. Being near a school is one of them, but it's 500 feet from the entrance to a school. And so that gets us to about Topper Court.
Okay.
So that's where the new speed zone, school speed zone limit will begin at Topper and end.
Right. And the final question I had is there be striping on Topper Lane when it's all said and done? Is there be striped in the middle or is it going to change? I'm just kind of curious how the look of the road's going to.
I can get that one. The residents have asked that we not put a center line stripe on it, but I believe it would be beneficial to everybody to have a fog line on the west side of the street. The east side of the street will have a concrete curb and gutter, so that lets you know where it is. And we need that fog line primarily because of the wiggles that we're putting in the street. For example, at that signature oak tree. So we want people to know, don't just keep going straight. The street moves a little bit.
No, I like that. I just saw some of the conceptual markings had dashed lines, but I'm assuming that's probably just for illustrative purposes only. So great. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
I've got a question about the PG&E power poles. Thank you for mentioning that. First of all, a discussion about whether you could underground them, and the answer was that there was a budget for that, but that's not possible anymore. So you tried that, but it's not available to undergrounding. But the good news you said was that there was still the ability to move the poles, and that would be funded by PG&E, if I understood correctly. Is there any time frame or window where is there any risk of budget loss for that, or is that some standing policy that they had that if we do these measure on School Street, on Topper and St. Mary's, that element at least, is that a policy of PG&E to move them? Because they're definitely obstructions on School Street and then in the contemplated areas on Topper as well.
Yeah, that PG&E, all the utility agencies for that matter, are required to move their utilities out of our way if they conflict with our design for a pathway, storm drain lines, et cetera. Part of why we're anxious to get this project going into design is PG&E does take a while to move their poles out of our way. And they do have certain criteria, like they need all the poles to still be in a straight line. We can't have them zigzag down the road. So that's some coordination that needs to occur as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you also for mentioning the other utilities because they're the telecom and cable. That's also, so those would be other agencies that would be involved in moving their, if they're attached to the same pole, then they have to be involved to move as well.
Correct.
Okay, now one thing I noticed the markings on School Street and Topper for those poles, but I didn't see anything on St. Mary's. Is that because there are no poles on that side of the street and it's not an issue, or is it just something that'll come up in a later stage of design?
The poles are on the other side of the street.
Okay.
St. Mary's.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Andre.
Okay, thank you very much for the report. My questions are all on Topper Lane. The city has a 43-foot wide right-of-way on Topper Lane. Is anything outside the city's right-of-way being changed?
No.
Okay. And when I met with Mr. Colbruno and neighbors last year and was shown around the street, it was shortly after the initial engineering survey had been done. And there was a great deal of concern about how the city right-of-way extended into the front yards of Topper Lane residents, and a great concern about what might be built then in those front yards. I just want to confirm that the current plan calls for nothing to be built beyond the existing western side of the existing pavement. Is that correct?
That is correct. Unless you look at the 3-foot road shift, which is also discussed in the packet. In that case, it would move obviously 3 feet closer to those properties, but that is something that is up to the residents to decide if that's something they want to explore.
Okay, but if that's not explored, then even in some cases, it seems like the roadway is going to not extend as far as it does now. Is that correct?
I think near the signature oak tree, that would be one case where it doesn't quite extend as far as it does now.
Okay. And there was some concern expressed in the comments that we got. And also I listened to the Transportation Circulation Commission meeting and all the comments. There was concern about the vegetation that would be planted. And I just want to confirm that the intent is, if the neighbors want it, both the Birdhaven residents and the Topper Lane residents, that to the extent that it's possible that they will thrive in that location, that the intent is to plant trees as much as we can that will create, I believe I heard, a 30-foot canopy eventually. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. We do want to be sensitive to where the power lines are and how tall these trees get. But yes, we want to plant trees that will get big.
Okay, and again, the city is going to provide all the care and maintenance water for those trees.
Correct.
Okay. Now, it was mentioned that in the staff report that there was a 4-foot wide path that was proposed, and I've seen that. It's an excellent plan. I'm just wondering if we can get some comment on that, both in terms of how you see it working, just specifically a 4-foot plan working here, the general position on 4-foot paths throughout the city, because I know, as at least my understanding is, that if we're putting in paths now, nothing, if we have 6 feet of room, we're going to do a 6-foot path. But if you could explain the reason for that, I'd appreciate it. And then if you could also analyze the impact on the trees of the Mr. Hertel's 4-foot plan compared to what we have now on the 6-foot path. Because my understanding is that your analysis is that there's not much of a difference in terms of impact on signature trees. But
Right.
I'd like to hear that.
Okay, so bunch of questions. So hopefully I'll remember all of them. So with a 4-foot pathway, start with we would need to have 5-foot landings every 200 feet to maintain ADA compliance. For years, when I first started working here 20 some odd years ago, 27 years ago, that's what we built, 4-foot wide pathways. But the feedback we got from the community was those aren't big enough because when people are trying to pass each other, 4 feet is a little tight. So I used to run up Happy Valley and Upper Happy Valley. And if there were other people on that pathway, you'd have to jump out into the road to go around them. So the feedback we got was make them wider. So many years ago, Tony Coe, the previous city engineer, created a policy that we're going to have 5-foot wide pathways because it's a little easier for people to pass. But again, we received feedback from the community that yes, that's better, but it is still very difficult for people to pass each other, especially if you have a little kid on a bike or if you're pushing a stroller, it becomes awkward. So we decided that we should be making 6-foot wide pathways as a minimum. So the pathways that we've recently completed on Pleasant Hill Road, we redid good chunk of Release Valley Road's pathways. Those are all 6 feet wide. Olympic, Glenside, those are 6 feet wide. So that's kind of the rationale behind the 6-foot wide pathway preference. Now I'm drawing a blank as to what the second part of your
impact on the
question was.
trees.
Impact on the
comparing the 4-foot with the bulb outs every 200 feet with
right.
6-foot.
So I'm going on the assumption that with the 4-foot pathway, we can figure out how to fit the 5-foot landings in without hitting any trees, without a whole lot of trouble. So then the question is, with a 6-foot pathway with no shift, so that is our proposed option, it removes 4 more signature trees than the 4-foot pathway, and it removes 6 more non-signature trees than the 4-foot pathway. But if we do a 3-foot shift in select locations, the number of signature trees removed with the 6-foot pathway and a shift is the same as a 4-foot pathway. And it's the 6-foot pathway with a 3-foot shift removes 4 more non-signature trees than the 4-foot pathway. So it is possible to minimize the number of trees being removed if we are willing, if the residents are willing to allow a 3-foot shift in the roadway alignment.
Okay, and my understanding when I asked about that earlier, just want to confirm it, that the 3-foot shift, there was one resident who was willing to do that, but that was the extent of the acceptance of that?
Yeah, it was one resident specifically called me and asked if we could explore it to save 2 trees that are right across from their house. I haven't heard from their adjoining neighbor as to whether or not they support that shift, and I need that adjoining neighbor to support it because I have to transition in and out of it. And then there's one more neighbor mid-block who hasn't let me know whether or not they're willing to see that lane shift or
Okay.
not.
Is it fair to say that that could be worked out if we move forward tonight, that could be worked out as we get to the 65%?
Yes, it would need to be worked out relatively soon because as you start the design process, you need to know what the alignment is before you're doing that. So they would need to let me know very soon.
Okay, and in walking that area, it looked like there was one spot, I couldn't find it here, where there's a significant, what appears to me to be a significant tree in what appears to be the middle of the 10-foot zone. Was any consideration given to 3 feet on one side and 3 feet on the other? Because I know that you've done that at least in one spot on Release Valley Road.
Is that the oak tree that has like
It's an
a
oak tree.
three trunk
No,
thing?
I don't think it's a 3 trunk.
I think it's one of the larger trees on that side of the road. And the problem with that one is you would be very, very close to the root ball on either side of the tree. So generally, when we talk about the removal of trees, we don't want the edge of the pathway to be closer than about 1.5 feet from the tree. Because the concern is if you're 6 inches away from the tree, you're going to be doing just terrible things to the root structure of the tree. So short answer to that question is no, we didn't consider doing 3 on each side going around it.
Okay, and final question. There was a comment that in the materials, I believe at the last meeting, that consideration was not given to a one-way circulation option. And my understanding is that that was raised at the public meetings, but it did not receive support. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. And it did not receive support, so we dropped that from consideration.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you. Member Candell.
Hello, thank you. Great report and excellent delivery for in writing and today. Thank you. So following up on Carl's, is like basically, can we have sections that are narrower, like that go down to the 4 feet away from the 6 feet? Is that allowed, or does the whole thing have to be 6 feet wide, or can there be areas that are only 4 feet wide?
From a purely technical standpoint, yes, you could do that. There is the issue of the scoping changes for the grant, and the more you drift away from 6 feet, the more difficult it's going to be to get the scoping change. And also in looking at the trees, I don't think you're going to save a significant, well, you won't save any signature trees by doing that. And there's only 4 trees, non-signature trees, that you could save by potentially safe by doing that over the 6-foot pathway with a 3-foot shift.
Cool, thank you. Was there any thought about making these paths permeable or semi-permeable to help with the whole root problem?
Yes, and one of the thoughts that we've had is the subgrade of the pathway, especially near trees, we could construct that out of permeable rock. So basically it's an open graded rock. We've done that on Glenside and Olympic when we went past trees. Then the surfacing material of the pathway isn't quite as significant because at least you've provided an area for the water to get underneath the pathway and for air to circulate underneath there, which is what the tree roots really want to see.
Right. Thank you. Wonderful. We did get a pretty detailed letter about some issues with drains and kind of stuff. You have that, right? And you're going to be addressing, because they seemed pretty specific.
I'm not sure I recall. I've seen a lot of letters so
Yeah.
far. But yes, we will be addressing the drainage on the street. There's an existing ditch that will be put into a storm drain pipe. And there are quite a few residential drain lines that come out to that ditch now. And those will be tied into that storm drain system so that we don't back up anybody's drainage. And that is something that we'll want to go over in detail with the residents at the 65% plan level to make sure that we've caught all of those drain lines.
Perfect. Thank you. So the matching $775,000 comes from LFFA and I guess CCTA because it's Measure J, right? Do we already have their approval for those?
Yes, we do.
Oh, great. Okay, because I was in the meeting today and it sounded like most of the money was going to smart signals but it sounds like they've already covered this for us.
Yes.
Fabulous. Okay, thank you. How are we paying for the St. Mary's drop-off design and how much do you think it'll be?
That was in the 23-24 CIP, and that was 200,000 from the general fund.
And we already approved it. It's in the budget.
It has been
Mike-
approved
Mike-
last year, right?
Mike
Mhm.
saying yes. Great, thank you. There was one number that kind of came out was because we didn't do data collection on the actual amount of kids that walked down Topper. But then somebody wrote in that they counted 10. Is that maybe the right swag? I'm just wondering what you think about that number.
I've also collected data on Topper Lane with cameras on either side of the street, and this was a year ago. I can't remember what the numbers were, but it could be true.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
I have one follow-up I meant to ask on the first thing. We do mention it feels like obviously a key milestone that's not reflected here is having to go back to MTC to get approval for a reduced the scope change.
Mhm.
When will that happen and what can you characterize how you feel our chances of success? Have we been telegraphing what we're doing or is this going to be a surprise?
No, it will not be a surprise. I've been communicating with my counterpart at MTC and letting them know what's happening. I don't know. What they want is some indication from council of what the width and alignment would be. And they're aware of some of the changes that have been occurring based on community input. And so just anecdotal, I'm not expecting a tremendous amount of pushback because I have been keeping them informed.
Okay, and they are expecting a 6-foot. That
Yes.
you shared that number with.
Yes.
us.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Carl?
Yeah, one more follow-up question. The way I look at the design now, Topper Lane on the east side, when it's constructed, if it's constructed according to what we have here, the curb will be a straight line basically from almost up to St. Mary's all the way down to the end. It's basically a straight line.
Except where we go around the signature oak
Yes.
tree, it shifts over a bit.
Okay, and is it possible, I mean, if other neighbors, well, I don't want to comment, I'll just ask the question. If other neighbors agree to a shift and it's possible to get a more pleasingly curvy edge to that street, Would that work from an engineering perspective? Is there something about a straight line that we need to?
No, it would actually be great. The more significant wiggles you could put into it, it would serve as a traffic calming measure. We haven't explored that because of the significant pushback we got from the residents about moving the road onto the west side of the street.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you. I thank you, council, for your questions. Mine have been answered, and I confirmed with Patrick earlier. Like School Street, where the trash and mailbox is going to be accommodated. Nothing will change, and it's accommodated now on Topper. So thank you for that. And the other question was both what John asked and Councilmember Kwok about the utilities, because I know from an everyday matter, that's going to matter in terms of the timing of this too and getting it in place, because co-located utilities will be a lot to collaborate and coordinate. So, okay. Thank you. If there are no more questions from council, we can ask for public comment.
Okay, thank you. So, as per our practice, we are going to take first public comment from people in the room. Then we will move to public comment from people on Zoom. I'm going to be bringing people up the order in which I received the speaker slips. So our first speaker is Gary Risky, I almost said that, followed by Michael Kalbrunner.
Council members, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gary Risky. I've lived on Topper Lane for the past decade, and I'm directly impacted by this proposal before you tonight. First, I fully support the School Street pathway. I also support a sidewalk on St. Mary's Road. I think that will be much more utilized once it's put in place. And once it's in place, it obviates the need for a pathway on Topper Lane. There wouldn't be a need because there'd be more traffic and people would be able to go directly down St. Mary's to Stanley School and to Lafayette Elementary School. Second, the city is obviously, as we're all aware, very financially stressed right now. And my concern, I'm a CPA, I don't envy you as individuals responsible as stewards for the city making those decisions. I have some concerns if the 1% sales tax doesn't get approved by the city, because that's a vote that the city is going to take, and we've seen what happens in the past with tax initiatives. I think there'd be a lot better expenditure of that funding that is available if it went toward the St. Mary's Road sidewalk and we left Topper Lane out of the provision process entirely. There's more usage. We've done the data collection. There are approximately 10 students that walk down Topper Lane. There'd be a lot more people that would be able to utilize a sidewalk in St. Mary's Road. And I think given the limited financial resources that we have available, that would be a better use of the funding that you as stewards of the city of Lafayette are making decisions about. So I would encourage you to rethink that process. The heat that we've had this past week, and again today, I think has highlighted the environmental impacts. I know those trees that are there on Topper Lane may not be aesthetically pleasing. PG&E has come in and done, some hair cutting and that type of thing, but they work. They're mature. They provide existing cover. I think you're going to hear some people tonight. There was somebody did a thermometer check on the streets. There was a 50-degree difference between the pavement in the sunny part of the street and the shaded part of the street. So taking 30+ trees out of Topper Lane, which is a lane, not a street, is going to have a significant impact from an environmental standpoint. So again, I would encourage you to think about that process. I know there's a lot of discussion about planting trees or shrubbery, but it's going to take 20, 30 years for those to mature and provide the same kind of environmental coverage that we get right now. And I guess my time is up, so I'll drop with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Colbruno, followed by Johanna Gladio.
Great, thank you. This is Michael Colbruno. I have the unenviable task of trying to speak on behalf of broader Topper Lane group, so I will try to do my best here. First of all, I just want to appreciate and thank both the Transfer Committee and members of the council. Everybody took the time to actually come out and understand the impacts, so you saw them firsthand. And I think everybody understands universally that the 10-foot path was a ridiculous option, and I'm glad that we're talking about a reduced width path, which I believe in the broader sense, recognizing that this is going to move forward and that we don't want to put the grant at risk. I think there's fairly general consensus that I'll call it, after hearing the comments tonight and the questions, a reduced width path. I think some flexibility in there might be good if that's possible from an engineering standpoint. There's also been a lot of discussions about these mitigations. The vegetation I want to raise again. I actually submitted some documents to the Transfer Committee. I believe some of you received it as well, that the European Union did on some studies on the temperature differences of shade and pavement, and it was referenced by Mr. Risky, some of that temperature change. The European Union showed that the average Lafayette temperature during the summer on pavement would be 152 degrees. And so people do, if you're talking about bringing children onto that street and people walk their dogs there, you can certainly see what the potential impacts would be. It would be a very uncomfortable situation. And when I was actually out there with two of the Transfer Committee members, we were standing in the sun and we started to sweat and we moved over to the shade, and it was quite dramatically different. The questions were excellent around some of the mitigations, the drainage, the frontages, the meandering path, the width of that path. I think those are all the right questions to think about tonight as this moves forward. I think the council needs to have very clear direction of what you're doing tonight so that we do understand that the reduced width path option is something that you do want, and that the protection of the vegetation is absolutely critical, because that street with children and with people's pets and with elderly people would be an enormous impact that I think would just be unacceptable to everybody. So thank you for your time.
Mr.
Mr.
Colbruno,
Colbruno, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. What are you saying would be unacceptable?
By not doing the vegetation, I think the recommendation of the Transfer Committee was what you were asking about tonight, was that the largest possible trees be placed in. And what Mr. Risky said too, if you put in 15-gallon pots, it could be 15, 20 years before those trees grow up. So you're going to have a lot of heat that I think is going to be very uncomfortable for children and pets and the elderly.
Okay, and are there other specific things that you, speaking as a consultant for the group, would like to see?
Well, you asked the right questions tonight. Actually, I think the impact to the frontages, the width, the vegetation, the drainage, the speed limits, which I understand may not be able to be addressed, but those were all the right questions. And I think if you can address those issues, and if the path has to be built, I think those are the right mitigations. I would encourage also, you asked the question as well tonight, to make sure that there is follow-up from staff, to make sure that there is input that was promised, that the residents would have the ability to weigh in on what some of that vegetation was moving forward. And I think that's a very important consideration, so that there is input. As you know, that's a lot of people have lived here for decades and generations and raised kids and grandkids here. And it's a very emotional thing. So to make sure that staff does do that tonight, I think that direction from the council would be critical.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more.
One more question.
So would you say that you think the majority of the Topper Lane residents do support the 6-foot path with as much of the mitigations that you are talking?
I would say they would accept it.
It would accept it. Okay.
Recognizing that what's very likely to occur to move this forward and to keep the grant money.
Okay.
I don't think there's, I mean, as you saw the letters today, there's a lot of people who want 0, a lot of people want 4, a lot of people want 5 foot with the landing with a 6-foot option. So there's not overall consensus, but I think if it has to move forward, I think the reduced path width would be acceptable.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Johanna Gladio, followed by Ken Hertel.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to take a different tact here. We would have to accept the 6-foot path. I think the preference is for something much more diminutive, less urban, and more in keeping with Topper Lane. If you read the letter that my husband and I submitted, we firmly believe that this path is not needed in the form that's being presented. I do want to thank everybody for all the time that you've given on this project. But we're only moving particulars around, and they're important particulars within the confines of the OBAG 3 stipulations. We've been told that nothing less than 6 feet will be accepted. And we were put into this grant without our knowledge and without having any hand in crafting it. Our letter detailed to you the myriad reasons we continue to see that the 6-foot path has not been demonstrated to be needed. It's financially costly and extremely detrimental to Topper Lane. In our letter, we have pointed out the many miscommunications, obfuscations, and falsities along the way of this process. The most egregious being the complete lack of transparency as to how we wound up in the grant in the first place. How did it happen? Who did it? We also reiterate our firm position that there are many other ways to create safe access on Topper Lane to the schools and the trail without doing what is currently being proposed. We have submitted at the early part of this process many of our ideas. They were not considered. They were rejected. I think had we been included at the outset of this planning, which started a long time ago, that we would have a more satisfactory outcome now. The 6-foot path, in our opinion, my husband's and mine, is the wrong concept and plan for a lane, a rural lane in the heart of a neighborhood of Lafayette, and it's not needed. One more comment and I'll be done. I'd like to add that this council meeting was scheduled for tonight during a summer break and on the cusp of a major holiday. Fully 40% of our street and our consultant were away and still are away
Thank you.
and cannot fully participate.
Thank you for that comment.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Ken Hertel, followed by Chris Besenmeyer.
Hello, Council. First of all, let me thank you very much for your insightful questions tonight. It shows me that you've studied this and you care about what we care about, which is Topper Lane. I live at 857 Birdhaven Court since 1983, so I have something of a lived experience when it comes to Topper Lane. 10, that's a great number. My pathway that was proposed to be 4 feet, a softscape that would work around trees, can more than accommodate 10 people. And I want to provide a safe pathway for my neighbors. I don't want to impose on Topper Lane residents, but all of these improvements have been slammed up against my back fence. There's nothing but hardscape fence, hardscape path, and then please look at the plans in front of you. There is a 3-foot landscape strip between the roadway and the pathway at my property that expands to a huge 3.75 feet. So that is inadequate. The arborist is going to tell us we can't plant anything but, grasses there. It's useless. And that stretches from the top of St. Mary's and gets worse when you get to my next door neighbor and then his next door neighbor, where there is zero landscape because of the oak tree we're trying to preserve on the other side of the street. And let me just bring up one more thing that curiously, the engineering department has ignored. They're moving or proposing to move the power poles to the property line, my property line. Where's the, oh, it's not? It's in your plans. You've not done that? Where are the power poles going?
That remains to be seen. We have to have a design first before we can.
So let me just explain what happens if they end up on my property line. I get an easement and I get a taking of my property. 5-foot easement, maybe even a 10-foot easement. We won't be able to plant trees there, which the engineer told me flippantly that, well, you don't have any landscape on the street, but you can put trees on your side of the property. Well, I can't. Not if you're going to move power poles there, and not if they're even where they are right now. So that's frustrating to me that we have a lot of gaps in information, and what my Topper Lane fellow residents aren't recognizing is that this design of 6 feet is going to completely obliterate the landscape on our street, period. I don't care whether there's a signature tree left or not. PG&E will come and take them out. So
Thank you
it's
for
gonna
your
be a
comment.
problem.
Next speaker is Chris Fesenmeyer, followed by Joe Lorden.
Thank you very much, Council. You've obviously done your homework and read a lot about this, and I appreciate the time to speak with you here. I do want to address a few of the things that have been mentioned. The number 10 children comes up very often. My 2 children, a 5 and a 3-year-old, are not counted among those. Why? Because it's not safe to walk on Topper. We're talking about a survey of the number of children who walk down a street when the street's not safe. I won't walk down that street with my children because I'm too worried about their safety. I obviously don't want to cut down trees. I don't want to have any impacts on my Topper and Birdhaven neighbors. But I have to be here to advocate for my kids' safety and honestly my own safety. Because I'd like to be able to walk down Topper to go to the trail, to the library, to walk downtown to restaurants. There also been mention of several different alternatives: Hope Street, Avalon, other roads. The staff did their homework as well, and they looked into several different other options. Avalon, yes, that's a place that also doesn't have a sidewalk. It also has no landscape and no free space to put one. And you've got cars, driveways on both sides of the street. Going down to Hope Street in the east direction to get to the trail is a little bit further out of the way. I'd be fine there, but it's currently a ditch that's filled with leaves and branches, and you can't walk on if you have a stroller or if you have limited mobility. And I just want to implore you to take this opportunity. It's not going to come again. My biggest fear is that nothing happens because we pass this up, and then there's obviously opposition, and then there's no money, and now you have 2 hurdles instead of 1. So I would implore you to take a serious look and approve this so that we can have a safer route for the current children on the street as well as future children. Every new house that has been purchased on Birdhaven Court over the last couple of years has included a family with kids, including some new renters that came in just a few months ago with a baby on the way and a 2-year-old. So we're going to keep having more kids. That's the kind of neighborhood Lafayette is, and what people love about Lafayette is the great schools, the safe neighborhoods, and the ability to walk places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Joe Lorden, followed by Patricia Kennedy Risky.
Thank you, Council. My name is Joe Lorden, and I live at 862 Birdhaven. I want to thank you for taking the time to address this very important issue tonight and for your due diligence over the last several weeks and months. The issues surrounding Topper Street and School Street have been well known for a long time. The safety concerns are passed from family to family and neighbor to neighbor over the years. When we moved here 7 years ago, this issue landed in our laps. I have 3 children who are working their way through the LES and Stanley school system, and it will be germane to me for a very long time. Since then, we've witnessed the hazards of the street and the need for a protected pathway. Too many close calls and near misses to ignore. I appreciate the values advanced by all these passionate homeowners, members of the community, and my neighbors. I advocate for the balanced approach that provides the safest pathway with the greatest utility and the least disruption. I support preserving as many trees as possible with the least impact of those whose property abuts Topper Lane. But frankly, I cannot provide any additional insight that the city engineers and project architects haven't already considered. Change is hard, but doing nothing is not acceptable given the safety issues at hand. I squarely believe that as the custodians of this town, it is incumbent upon us to leave it better than we found it. This network of safe pedestrian passageways, particularly those on Topper and School Street, accomplish this goal. I'm in support of moving forward with the proposal. I thank you for your close consideration.
A question for
I have a
you.
quick question for you. So between Birdhaven and Hope, is there a sidewalk on St. Mary's?
No, there is not.
There's not. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Patricia Kennedy Risky, followed by Jen Alskog.
Good evening, Mayor Dawson and members of council. I'm going to throw out what I had actually planned really to speak about tonight, because I just want to address a few things, clarify a few things for you. Yes, the number of children who walk down Topper Lane is less than 10 on a daily basis. I have 2 weeks of data, morning and afternoon, and if you'd like to see it, I will certainly provide it to you. Taking 10 children, and even though Chris said 2 of his children, he drives them to school, that's less than 1% of the kids attending Stanley and Lafayette Elementary School. I also want to address something. Mr. Anduri, you had asked whether the city had looked at a one-way street. The city had looked at a one-way street, but it was with a 10-foot pathway. It was not with a 6-foot pathway. And I do believe that if the city looked at a one-way street with a 6-foot pathway, it could make a difference in the amount of vegetation, trees, etc., that could be saved. I am the neighbor who is willing to have the pathway closer to my fence to shift the road over just to save 2 trees. I'm that adamant that we have to save the trees. We cannot destroy all the trees or 70% of the trees on our street. We have to be careful of the environmental implications. They need to be strongly weighed, and this destruction of approximately 70% of the vegetation on our lane shouldn't happen. Last Tuesday, Topper Lane's pavement was at 152 degrees. That's in the sun, yet only 105 in the shade. On Thursday, the gravel paths in the city's right-of-way on our street registered 160 degrees in full sun, but only 102 under the trees. You know, that's huge differences, and we need to fully understand the repercussions of removing 36 trees from Topper Lane, especially with the escalating heat waves occurring more frequently and for longer periods. The benefits we receive from having mature trees, they'll be gone. The lane will be turned into a hotspot, and it would take 15 to 20 years to recoup this. The landscaping strips of 3.5 feet up to 5 feet are not adequate for trees to be planted with deep roots.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, question for you, Patricia.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Just a couple of follow-up questions. If it were to be considered one way with the 6-foot option, do you think there would be support from Topper Lane homeowners?
I think so if we can save a lot of the trees. And again, it might depend on which way the one-way street goes. I know the 10-foot was very negatively received because it showed all the vegetation going.
Okay, so the reaction to that was not because of the, let's say,
One-way
possible
direction.
inconvenience of a one-way.
No, I think it was because of all the destruction of the vegetation. Yeah, we could have problems getting out in the morning, if it's one way, possibly going up to the top of St. Mary's. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it clearly, but I just want the city to explore all options so that when you make a decision, we make a clear decision, do it right.
Okay, and then final question. In the email that you sent us this morning, you concluded by saying you believe there are several options facing the council. And the second one there was to request staff to return to MTC to rescope the project from 10 feet to 6 feet. In doing so, it asked the city commit to working with Topper Lane residents on seeing how we can maintain as much vegetation as possible, together with agreeing to ensuring adequate vegetation replacement. Are you saying that if we do that, that would be acceptable to you?
Yes, if we can have acceptable vegetation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Jen Alskog, followed by Buckley Hughes.
Hello, my name's Jennifer Alskog. I'm an environmental engineer and then a resident of Topper Lane. I've lived here for about 6 years. To answer Ms. Candel's question about the sidewalk between Birdhaven and Hope, I have a dog. My husband and I walk the dog twice a day, so we know a lot of the nearby streets. There's not a sidewalk, but one seems to be easily could be added. It's wide right there. And my husband's walked that way from Birdhaven. It takes 2.5 extra minutes. So in my mind, you could add a little bit of sidewalk there. You don't have to mess with the utilities, drainage, etc. But with that, I would say, I would encourage you that if we have to have a path on Topper Lane, it's less than 6 feet. I moved here from other states, and I think California does a great job with ADA compliance. But I would say it would be great to have this path right-sized. Again, with the regular dog walking, I would say I come across somebody about once a week. So it's not like you're on a busy street where you're going to be running across people on a regular basis. So those are my main points. So again, if you can consider 6 feet or less, that would be excellent. And I know we've talked about vegetation, but we're also, you know, by removing these trees, we're going to lose a lot of wildlife habitat. So during the spring, you hear a lot of wildlife in the trees, and basically that's going to go away. You know, I walk on First Street regularly. There's really nothing there. There's no nesting birds, but you see those and hear those on Topper Lane, and all that habitat will be taken away. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Buckley Hughes, followed by Mark Brenner.
Hello, council and staff. And I too appreciate all of the time and invested effort you all have put in. Many of you have been to my home and walked the properties around. And just a few comments here. I did send in a letter, but I urge council to give consideration to maybe splitting the distance instead of a 6 foot of a 10-foot path, make it a 5 foot of a 10-foot path. The reason I say that is what's not pointed out in some of the utility drawings and the drawings that are generated to date, and I know it'll be coming, is that the sprinkler lines, the hydrant lines, the fire lines do run in the pathway, and they're not represented on any of your drawings. Some of the telephone poles simply could be avoided by going to a 5 foot pathway. they wouldn't have to be moved. They would be in the landscaping area. I support the meandering pathway up and down Topper Lane because it is a lane. We don't get a lot of foot traffic there, and we certainly don't want a lot of e-bike traffic on the Topper Lane. We have issues with e-bikes, they go too fast. And most of the road warriors, they ride right down the middle of Topper Lane. That's the safest path for them. The other concern that I have is that by not submitting to the MTC for a 6 or 5 foot pathway and only using a 6-foot guidance, it locks you in. Then you might have to go back if there are utility issues. So I urge you to look at 6-5 foot pathway and make it a meandering pathway, because so many of the utilities that are there could be avoided simply by just meandering the pathway as opposed to a straight line. I say keep the hybrid option open for the MTC approval, simply because being in construction 40 years and seeing a lot of civil work in my time up in the millions and millions of dollars, I firmly believe this pathway is going to be over budget. So with that said, having an option with MTC of perhaps a 5-foot pathway and, you know, maybe some options as it relates to a meandering pathway and crushed granite or something in and around the trees might help save the trees, and I think make a rural neighborhood more of a rural neighborhood that we want to maintain. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, Councilmember Clark.
Thank you very much for your comments and for your passion around this project. Can you reiterate your question or concern about the fire hydrants? I guess I didn't quite understand the what we should consider with regard to the fire hydrants.
Well, I'm at 883 Birdhaven Court, so right across the street from me is 839. On the left side of my rear yard, there's a fire hydrant, and it's exactly 5 feet from the street. And from the proposed curb that is there, it will definitely have to be moved if you go to 6 feet.
I see.
There is no landscaping in that area because they've moved it out, put the landscaping at the fence. So if they simply reduce it to 5 feet, I mean, there's quite a few areas, even the corner of Topper Lane and St. Mary's Road, you can get around that oak tree, the redwood tree that's there, and possibly save that one as well.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, Mark Brenner, followed by Susan Callister. So do you have anybody in mind?
How about Birdhaven?
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Actually, you've spoken, so you've had your time, or 3 minutes already. Yeah. It's still, he's come up before. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Susan Callister. And then Bill Bucher after Susan. So if you want to take this gentleman's time.
Hi, my name is Susan Collister. I don't live on Birdhaven or Topper, but I grew up in this community, went away to college, came back 20 years ago. Used to live over at North Thompson and Glen, and then moved back into the house I grew up on about 4 blocks away from Topper Lane. I've learned about this a little bit late. I was sort of stunned when I heard that they wanted to put a walking path down, or trail or sidewalk down Topper Lane, which is probably one of the prettiest streets, lanes in Lafayette. I didn't write a letter, but I listened to some of the people this evening and agreed with most of them, in particular those that live on Topper Lane. My suggestion is put a sidewalk between Topper Lane and Birdhaven. And I've got 3 more things to go with it. You put a sidewalk between Topper Lane and Birdhaven. So Birdhaven people, if they want to walk to Stanley School or Lafayette School, they go on the sidewalk. They probably walk that way now anyway in the dirt, across and go through the Stanley yard. They don't, instead of down Avalon, if they were going to Lafayette School, and cut through and go to Lafayette School. If they want to go on the trail, you have a sidewalk that's between Bird Haven and Hope Lane, go down Hope Lane. Or if they have a couple of Bird Haven neighbors that live at the end of the street, and some of the money that you have for this project, you offer up $10,000 or $15,000 to each neighbor, and they have a 6 or a 10-foot walkway on either side of their property lines going to the trail at the end of Bird Haven, instead of spending millions of dollars on this. Save some of the money that you have for this grant for other things, especially where Stanley School is and where the buses can pull in and it's not a dirt thing, or they're not blocking St. Mary's Road for a half an hour in the morning or a half an hour in the afternoon. Anyway, I hope Topper Lane can stay a lane and not have a bunch of stuff smashed in and trees cut down and sidewalks there and everything else. And, 6 months of construction doesn't make sense. Let's let some of our nice little country type things stay instead of changing all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay, so the last in-person speaker I have is Bill Bucher, and then I will follow that up by a remote speaker, Cheryl.
Hello, my name is Bill Bucher, and I don't live in that particular neighborhood, but I do live downtown. But I represent the Lafayette Homeowners Council. During the past several years, we've been following these activities going on here, and we've had members from our board attend several of the meeting, the public outreach meetings, and we really appreciate actually a lot of the feedback and work that's been done and all the planning, and basically from the neighbors. So our basic look at this was that we broke it into 3 sections, and like I think you have, but the School Street project needs to go forward one way or another. I think that's a great plan. They've done a great job addressing some of the issues there, and having it a multi-use path, which does connect from the trail to the road, is perfect. So hopefully some of the decisions that need to be made don't impact that. The second thing is the study portion, at least, to do along St. Mary's Road is just a given to me. And hopefully in the future, we can find money to fund that. But that's a very logical thing, is to put the sidewalk in and formalize the parking and continue that on, and all the way from, including getting from Topper to Hope Lane. That should be done and go forward. In the matter of School Street, why we were very concerned with the homeowners and the neighbors, we really think that a pathway on a road that does connect and go through ultimately is a good thing for safety. Now, how people have offered dozens of great ideas, whether it's a meandering lane or anything, and we don't profess to know the right answer, but if it can be worked out with the neighbors on both streets, it's not just for their benefit, it is for the community. The other paths we've done on Olympic, Matt mentioned several of them, Release Valley. I used to live in the Happy Valley area, and the need for a 6-foot path does become apparent on a busy street. Topper Lane, unfortunately, is busy at just a small amount of times. Even on Happy Valley, where we didn't have a 6-foot road, yeah, you could look over your shoulders and say, yeah, I can get out of the way of somebody who's coming by for passing. But no, it's more critical on a busier street. Topper Lane is really a lane. But perhaps we can come up with the feedback, the great work they've already done, plus the feedback from neighbors, and come up with a safe path that can be used for pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question to clarify. You mentioned school, but you are referring to Topper Street.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Topper, I'm sorry.
I just want to
Topper, yes,
confirm that.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
No, thank you very much. Thanks,
Okay.
Bill.
Okay, next speaker, this is a remote speaker. I think it's Cheryl. So Cheryl, you can speak now. CHEEYL. You had your hand raised.
Okay, is there any other virtual speakers. We could come back.
Okay, so I will, okay, how do I get, go to Robert Lavoy. So,
Hello,
Hello, Robert.
you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And I know Cheryl's in the waiting. She must have got distracted. Okay. Uh-oh, the feedback. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Um, so I think this Topper Lane idea is a $750,000 road to nowhere. I agree with Gary Risky and Scott Ellis, who's traveling right now and can't speak. Birdhaven, people can use Hope Lane. They can go down St. Mary's and cut through Stanley. They could go to Moraga Road. So there's many different alternate routes to get downtown or to Lafayette Elementary. And if they're just going to Stanley, there's no reason they need to go in the School Street side. They can just go in the back way. There's a 137-foot strip that is gravel covered, but not a sidewalk from Birdhaven to Topper, and then 620 feet from Topper to Acampo. And so if they just pave that, there'll be very few utilities, as noted. There's no power lines in that area. And there wouldn't need to be any city expense for landscaping, which is 1,100 feet on Topper if they do that. So you have zero impact to neighbors, and you get people over to Stanley. Stanley already has about a 10-foot road going forward to Cypress, and I think council did to finish all the way street. Basically, just dirt back there. I've sent pictures. The only issue is on the north side. They have a little junkyard that they just need to put a fence around to let the people through. That would be a nice, safe path. No cars anywhere nearby. And it would be nicely landscaped and quiet behind the trees. You can make it 10 feet easily without disrupting anything. The traffic counts are clearly lacking because there's very few people that come from St. Mary's down Topper, except for the residents of Birdhaven and Topper. And again, it's destroying one of the most beautiful little streets in town. And it's also adding 1,100 feet of maintenance that the city can't afford to be maintaining. You could go down to 4 feet where you've got a pinch point, and then go back up to 6 feet where you don't need to if you really insist on doing it. But I think this whole thing is just a budget boondoggle. If you do the path on the west side of Stanley, it'd be much, much cheaper than 750,000. And they've talked about security worries. You could just put a fence along where the classrooms open up to a little courtyard, a couple of places to keep out people walking through. But it's an open campus anyway, so it's not like it's all locked down all the time anyway. The school should help with the solution. We pay 150,000 for crossing guards as a gift to the schools. So I think they could help with this situation because
Robert, your time's up. Thank you.
Most of the demand is students.
Thank you.
okay. I'm gonna ask Cheryl again. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, Cheryl, you're on. We have an echo, so I don't know if you have.
Let me move. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Shoot, now I can't see. Hang on.
We can hear you.
I have some comments. My first comment is that Topper Lane was never notified about this project, and it was somehow put into a grant. That should never have happened in that order. And I don't know how the city can correct that, if that's the 300 feet rule that they should have gotten that notification. I think that's really critical in transparency, and I can understand why there's a lack of trust. I think it's really upsetting to hear that they're going to be cutting down so many trees on Topper. Everybody that they've talked about the heat and all that, please hear that. if you do put new trees and there happen to be any lights in any of this project, please don't put a light pole next to it. Look at east end of Lafayette and you'll see that the lights are hidden in the trees. I would love to know the cost of the maintenance, the dollar amount that it's going to take to maintain this project. The city has already asked for money from the general fund, so I'd really like to know the cost. And I would agree that a lot of the comments that Rob LaVoy just made, and if you have to put something in, please make this the pathway as small as possible. I don't think it needs to be 6. Please make it less, and please save as many trees as possible. I'd hate to see that much heat and not have a place to hide and get away from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Okay, one last speaker slip from Sue Pegnam.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am a resident of Bird Haven Court.
Sue, could you,
I'm sorry.
thank you.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am a resident of Bird Haven Court. I purchased my property within the last 4 years, and I have 4 kids. The youngest is 32. So, but I do have 3 grandchildren that go to Lafayette Elementary, and one will eventually go. I'm mostly concerned about the fact that we're putting in a 6-foot wide pathway. If we have to have one, I would like 4-foot one. I'm also concerned about the destruction of the vegetation. It directly impacts my property. There's a big tree that's probably going to be removed, and they're definitely on the plan says that a power pole behind my fence will be removed. So I will be left with no green vegetation behind my yard, direct sun west. You know, it's very difficult for me to follow this whole thing because when I moved into my house, there was a dead tree on the same right of way behind my house. And I called the city to have it removed because I thought it would be falling down on the street. And I was told it's my responsibility to have it taken down. So I had to pay to have it taken down. So it's kind of ironic for me now not to have any say about what goes there. But, you know, I had to pay a lot of money to have this big tree taken down because it was a hazard. It was going to maybe take a branch off and fall on the street. So I would hope that maybe the city could, if they have to have a pathway, come up with a more narrow pathway, 4 foot, which wouldn't impact the vegetation. Unfortunately, the path has been turned into meander right next to my fence, which necessitates the removal of this large tree that provides shade for myself and my neighbor. So I'm hoping that some plan could be made that would lessen all the impact on the removal of the vegetation. And I really think that maintaining new trees and stuff like that might be a financial burden for the city down the road. And I'm very concerned about, you know, lack of upkeep. And so I have to say that I'm not in favor of this project as it is right now. And have been to many meetings when people have proposed smaller lanes and different projects, but was voted down. So I would like to see changes made that would make it more amenable to the people who live on Topper and Bird Haven. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is the last speaker slip, and I have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I just want to address a couple of points that came up. Let's see. One of them refers to the type of vegetation. I gather that some comments have been made in terms of the size that would go in. Is that something we consider in terms of larger than a 15-gallon box tree when the time comes in terms of vegetation, you know, what we're looking at for putting in larger trees to start with the lower growth?
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. if I remember correctly from when we did the downtown projects, and speaking with the landscape professionals, they said at some point you have diminishing returns.
Mm.
You get plant bigger and bigger trees. You shock them to such a large extent by replanting a very large tree that if you wait 8 years down the road from that, the larger tree may not be doing as well as a smaller tree would do because it's not as severely shocked. I'm not an arborist or a landscape professional, but that's what I recall. But we certainly can try and plant as large a trees as we can. The other thing that I've talked with multiple residents about is if the pathway is pushed closer to the street, and in some areas that is the intent, then the space behind the pathway is also adjacent to the landscaping of the backyards for bird haven.
Mhm.
So in effect, you're getting a much wider area for those roots to spread out than if you plant the tree between the curb and the pathway where you have a 3 or 4 foot wide landscape strip. Then you're pretty confined. So if you plant it on the backside, you're less confined, and I would think that the trees would do better.
Thanks for that. And I know PG&E does have standards for poles and easements around that, but I also know that is probably something we could work with them as well. If there are trees that are within their maybe selection, they too have ways to be flexible. Just wanted to point that out. Obviously, that would come later in discussion. As far as the fire hydrants that was brought up, is that something that has been taken into account? The 5 feet to a fire hydrant, is that going to impact then that 6 foot width? They'll have to jog around the fire hydrant?
The fire hydrants can be moved.
Okay. And that will be similar to the utilities that we'd work with them
Correct.
to move where that would be appropriate and useful to the fire.
Correct.
The other question that came up was speaking with the school district regarding the west side path on Stanley. Can you provide any information on that? Because I believe that was discussed at one point with the district and their feedback on that.
So you mean going through the
Yeah,
school
I'm sorry, going
property?
through the school.
Yeah, they are not receptive to that at all. They have a lot of security concerns about that and are not willing to consider it.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions or things I might have missed from the public comment follow-up? Yes.
Couple questions for staff. Going back to the presentation by Ms. Risky and the follow-up questions. How practical, and this relates to one-way traffic with a 6-foot path. How practical is it to consider that at this point, based on your prior discussions with the neighborhood and discussion of one-way?
As from a technical standpoint, a one-way street is certainly a feasible thing to do. It provides you with significantly more right-of-way to work with. My concern is that I am not optimistic that in the end, the neighborhood is going to support that either. That's just my concern, is that we've explored a lot of these options and they haven't been supported. Now that we're this late in the process, I'm reluctant to go back to the start and go through it all over again, expecting a completely different response.
Okay, because the response, there was a negative response to a one-way street, no matter how wide the path is? Is that what you're?
That wasn't the way any of the questions were proposed. We had a one-way street. We had a lot of options at the first meeting, and overwhelmingly people didn't like the one-way response. Or the option. They preferred. We were only talking about the 10-foot path at the first meeting, so everything had a 10-foot path. So that the one-way option, not one-way option, shifting the road, the least offensive of all of them was don't shift the road, don't do one way, And the residents rightfully pointed out, hey, we really don't want a 10-foot wide pathway either. Let's go for something smaller. So that's kind of how we ended up where we are, and why I'm not optimistic that going back to the start is likely to achieve a different result.
Okay, and another question. We discussed earlier about maintenance, and then there several, two speakers asked about the cost. Do you have any kind of a rough estimate of what it will cost on an annual basis to maintain the vegetation along Topper?
The person I'm looking at to answer that is Mike, because that's normally his budget, and he says he doesn't know.
I mean, it's another 1,100 feet. We have several thousand feet that we do now. You know, we added First Street. It certainly is an added cost. It's an incremental added cost of landscape maintenance like center medians. Could I just, and I heard grumbling out here to address the one-way or your question. The thing with the one-way option from the get-go, the beauty of a one-way design is it left all the vegetation intact and gave you a 10-foot road with a 10-foot path without taking out any trees from the get-go. I was part of those early ons. The one-way never got any discussion, and it was presented like that. But obviously that provides a loop that anyone who lives on Topper Lane has to abide by going to and from their home. So there's a huge trade-off there. So if you wanted to save every tree that's there now, some of them are not in very good shape, by the way. We could do nothing, but a lot of those are going to go away by themselves over the next decade. You could do a one-way, whether you're talking about 6 or 10, but the one-way through this entire process, and Patrick, maybe you can speak to this, never caught on any traction from the get-go. So I heard it tonight. I've had a phone conversation with you. Yes. So I'm just saying, it's still an option because design-wise, it's easy. It gives us the middle of the roadway to work with. But I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would just say, sorry, you had a public comment. I just want to do a follow-up to that though, because that would, I would imagine, impact the traffic around the school, the congestion around the school more anyway, you know, and that's what we're trying to do is have it safe and minimize that congestion for multimodal people who are walking, biking, or on their bikes. If there are no more follow-up questions, oh, thank you, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we don't, it's public comment section. Legally, we can't open it back up. I know, I get it. It's frustrating, but that's a rule that we have to follow. I'm sorry. Question is, do you think we have a chance to save any of these trees by going wider and then narrower than the 6 feet, even down to 4 feet? Do we have a chance of saving, 10 more trees, 5 more trees?
No.
You really don't think so?
No.
Even with the meandering?
We already talked.
Okay. And so even with the meandering or a split or all those.
When I compared it with, I mean, I already mentioned the comparison between a 4-foot pathway and a 6-foot pathway, 4-foot pathway and a 6-foot pathway with a lane shift. We already know that's not a lot of trees that the difference is. There's always going to be a trade-off. So if you do a 6-foot pathway and a road shift, you're saving 4 trees by going with a 4-foot pathway, and they're not signature trees.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about those PG&E easements. What are the rules around a PG&E pole for planting? Do you know?
PG&E would prefer that we never plant anything underneath power lines, but I don't think they can direct what we plant, although it would behoove us not to plant something that we know is going to grow significantly higher than the power lines, simply because we know it'll get cut in a haphazard manner by PG&E.
And what is the size of the easement?
It's not an easement. They're all located within the public right of way.
Okay, so there is no actual easement.
Not that I'm aware of, no. So we can move those, have PG&E move those poles anywhere within the public right of way. And the goal would be to move those to where the landscaping is. So we'd want to try and meander things a bit to make it so the poles could still line up. And to Ken's point, if you can meander it in an artful way, you may very well be able to save, or not save, but keep the poles more or less where they are now. I think there's one pole where it just has to move, and that's the one that is across from the signature oak tree. There's a power pole in that area, so it would have to move up or down the street.
Okay, so I keep hearing about the shade. I know we have significant trees, our signature trees, and then the other ones. Are any of those other ones that aren't labeled as signature trees providing a significant amount of shade for the path? Okay, so maybe there's a way, maybe the way we've separated the types of trees isn't helping the residents understand, helping them with the shade question. And so maybe can we have a different way of distinguishing which trees and then trying to figure out the path and keeping the ones that keep the most shade, just period, right? As a thought. Is that something we could do?
The issue is still, we know the trees that are going to be impacted.
Mhm.
So whether signature trees obviously are going to be the ones that are producing the most shade because they're the biggest trees. So those are the ones you'd want to save the most. The non-signature trees, most of them are significantly taller than 6 feet. So they do provide a measure of shade, but I'm not sure parsing out the trees, shade, no shade, changes the decisions that need to be made. It's kind of binary. Either you're going to do a 6-foot pathway or you're not, and you got to live with the impacts that this has. I'm not sure if I have a better way of explaining that.
It just seems like there's a more refined approach that we could take to some of these trees and help understand what they're actually doing to impact the shade. And I don't think we've captured that.
It
as
doesn't
well.
change the end result, though.
But it'll be more clarity on exactly what we're doing, right? And the decisions that we're making. And maybe there are options that we can see. The thought. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Perhaps you're all aware of this, but we do have a landscape architect on the team, right? And that person had been engaged to prepare the initial boards for the May open house to present some initial concepts, just scale and size. But that person really needs to understand the alignment and the amount of landscaping space to be able to come back with more concrete plans. So that will happen.
Do you have a follow-up?
A follow-up question on the landscape space, because I've been thinking 4 feet, and Mr. Hertel mentioned that at his property it's 3 feet. Can you give a little more detail? I couldn't, the scale of the drawing, I couldn't.
No problem. It does vary. So to be honest, it does change. So if we start by the trail, so basically the north of the roadway, and work our way down, we have a 5-foot section. And then when we make it past in between the 2 driveways that are on the east side, we're still at 5 feet. When we kind of do our meander, we now are down to 4 3/4. And as that continues, we do drop down to 3 3/4. By the time we get to the heritage tree, where we have no landscaping, on the other side, where Ken was mentioning, we are down to 3 feet. So it starts at 5 and kind of skinnies its way down to 3. So if you were to take an average, it's about 4, but to the point made, there are 3-foot sections and there are sections that are less than 4 feet. and they are continuous, which does have less opportunity for landscaping.
Okay, and what about south of the Heritage Oak?
So south of the Heritage Oak, that entire section, once it's a little bit of a triangle, but once we get back to its full size, it's 3 feet all the way to St. Mary's Road. I think we're talking about 75 feet in total length there.
Okay, where it doesn't get beyond 3 feet.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other follow-up questions? Okay, with that, it is 9:10 and I will call a break before this comes back to council for discussion. We will return at 9:15. Can you take your seats? Thank you. We will reconnect and we are out to bring this back to discussion with Sol. So let's start with if there is any remaining questions after that last session. No? All right. Then the deliberation before us is to approve these pathways. So who would like to start a discussion?
I suggest we start with School Street. We separate them by School Street, Topper, and St. Mary's. So,
Go back to.
and I fully support the School Street concept as proposed.
Yes. Any comments?
I agree. It seems great. I mean, it's wonderful that we've worked with the schools and got the easement on the school property to have a bigger turn signal. I think was a nice innovation. The fact that they brought Town Hall Theater in discussion to talk about their traffic needs was terrific. So I think that's a great project, and it's gonna be a dramatic improvement over what's there now.
Thank you. And actually, first off, I should start with these projects have been in the works for a while, and I very much appreciate all the work of staff and all the engagement of the neighbors, as well as the schools, but particularly the neighbors coming out and working together, the multiple stakeholder meetings. And as we've just heard, there's still some things that we'd like to see worked out, but I just want to express the great appreciation for all of the collaboration that has come and taken place already. So thank you for that. So continuing on with School Street, any comments?
Yeah, I'd like to echo what you said and specifically thank the homeowners along School Street. Because we did have several council meetings where we heard from them, and I just want to say that this design has turned out much better than I thought it was going to turn out. It really is good work. So thank you very much. And it is the result of the homeowners, the school, the staff, everyone coming together. So great work.
Yeah, I concur. I can't add any more to those very observant comments. Thank you.
I am in agreement as well. So with that, I think the School Street design looks good to move forward. And why don't we go, let's see, because I know Topper Lane will be more of a discussion, we'll go to the St. Mary's item.
Actually, I did have a quick follow-up question, just in the staff presentation you guys did, is there a piece of St. Mary's that is part of the grant project? I thought there's a little lip or something that we're doing some sidewalk work, or what actually are we doing there? Unless you can just explain it, I don't want to derail the conversation too much. I just was confirming that we are getting some improvements on St. Mary's.
Yes, there's a very short section between Topper and Birdhaven.
Okay, that's getting a sidewalk. What is that?
Yeah, I believe it's a 5 or 6 foot wide sidewalk that fits within the right of way. 6 feet. Thank you.
Okay.
So this in particular is the north side of St. Mary's Road between Topper Lane and Campo Drive that we're talking about. The design of that, as stated before, there is no money for construction, but the design would be important. So we could have that ready should we procure any grant monies in the future.
I'd like to start this discussion. I think it's great to have shovel-ready projects like this. I think these are, we all know these grants come up sometimes quickly. I know that's a concern, I think, from the Topper Lane residents we're hearing, but sometimes, money comes available. Us having a well-defined plan ready to go that is, I think, terrific. We probably should have a few of these, more of these in our back pocket ready to do. And I think it seems universal, especially that notion of the changing the diagonal parking to the straight parking to make it easier for we back out. It seems like it's gonna be win-win all the way around. So I definitely am in favor of this. I wish we could do it sooner.
Councilor Rendry?
Oh, I support the staff recommendation number 2.
As do I, for St. Mary's.
I'm also pleased to see what's the progress on St. Mary's Road. I would just call out that number one, the research or the study that was done on traffic movement to conclude that maybe people were not doing U-turns there and a traffic signal was not going to be a good use of funds. And just I think that whole analysis was very helpful. The realigned parking, I think it's a quick win that has been proposed here. So I'm glad it's ended up this way. I think when this conversation started a couple of years back, I was hopeful that the school would, Stanley Middle School would allow an entrance on the backside. And I think one of the speakers mentioned, could we open up the fence and just have people come down that way instead of Topper? And that is something that that the city and the schools have explored and, closed off as an opportunity, right? So that's something that we have learned in the last couple of years. So I think what's before us in terms of what's on the plan for St. Mary's Road is a good solution, and that we have as a community explored this thoroughly and come out with good solutions. So just to provide a little more context on, I think, why I'm supportive of this item.
And I am as well for those reasons, as well as definitely having shovel-ready projects is always a plus for us, and especially when it's on the school safety side, which has been our long priority. So
I have one more question.
yes,
Before we
please.
move on to the next one. So are we exploring getting Stanley Middle School to open the fence up on that east side? Because right now there's not, it's kind of an informal, gap. Would that be part of this project?
If it's on their school, if it's on their property, then no, it's not part of this project. However, they they've collaborated very well with us. And so I can go back to them and let them know that we've got this approved through you.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, it looks like that can also go forward. Thank you. All right, next up is Topper Lane. So, would anyone like to start with the comments deliberation? Yes, please.
So, first off, I would like to say it's been, I think, interacting with the neighbors I'm sure I could probably speak with all of us, but you may have your own comments, Birdhaven and Topper in particular. It's been terrific. I think it's a great neighborhood. The passion you guys have in your neighborhood is terrific. And I would have absolutely no hesitation moving there or recommending somebody move there. It seems like a really special place. So, and I know you're trying to keep it that way. So I just want to know, I hear you and acknowledge that. That being said, there were several comments, that really resonated with me. I think, the safety of the walkers is important, and the comments we got from some of the parents from I think from Joe and Chris in particular, there perhaps that there's less traffic than we would otherwise be there because there's safety concerns on the street, I think is notable. And that kind of spoke to me, that, we would probably have more activity if there was a safer route. I also, I think the drainage part, just speaking for myself, we had the city did our street and redid the paving and the drainage, and it was an amazing result. And I think that's kind of being it's clearly not the priority, but I think it'll be a nice benefit if this project goes forward as planned, because I think the drainage changes, you can see with the ditch and everything, it would be significantly improved. So, and I do appreciate the changes, and I know it's been a little torturous, that what the city has done with listening to the members of the public and kind of coming together to having a plan that is at least acceptable, is heartening. And I think just having the grant money, the way with the funding is coming together is really quite nice, not really hitting the general fund. I know there's some concerns about, what we're going to be talking next about general fund concerns. The fact that this is being funded primarily with items not from the general fund, either from grants or from earmarked buckets, I think it's a good opportunity, and it'd be hard to turn that one down. So I just want to start with that I appreciate the passion about this, though, and they love their street and they love Lafayette and they want to keep it that way, and I really respect that.
Thank you for that. Would someone like to continue on with those thoughts?
Sure. So I'm still very mixed on this one. I have to admit, I'm very, I love the safe paths. I agree that probably a 4-foot pathway would be sufficient. And I know that that puts our funding at risk, just because of the number of kids, you know, so the one on Spring Hill is 4 feet wide and we have 250 homes and it serves the entire community more than sufficiently, right? And so I understand the want to get the 6 foot. It's like, is that a want or is that a need? And it on this particular street with a number of people, I think it's more of a want than a need. And so I still think that we should try to go to MTC if we can and give us some flexibility to, you know, reduce the cost by avoiding things that we don't have to move if we can go narrower in certain parts and not. And, you know, and tell them, hey, we're doing this because of shade, you know, which is urban heat domes, you know, all this stuff, right? That we're experiencing, and just try to justify it on that. And the fact that this is a very rural type of road to begin with. You know, we're really making a dramatic change to not a very busy street that is a very more rural road rather than an urban road, and do our best to give ourselves as much flexibility as we can with the size of that pathway. And hopefully that'll help us in a lot of ways. It'll hopefully help us reduce the number of trees we're going to take down. It'll hopefully let us plant bigger trees when we want to actually plant them again. And just try to get some flexibility in with MTC, and don't fix us at the 6 feet, which might limit us. That would be the direction that I would take.
Let me follow up on that. How feasible is that? Taking that approach?
Well, I'll defer to Patrick on this one. He's had a lot more.
We talking technically or politically?
Politically with MTC.
Politically, I can't say. I don't know. We have to meet ADA, right? And 4 feet would not meet ADA, so we would need
Wait,
to widen.
4 feet would not?
No, we would need to widen it every.
Oh, yeah, understood. Yeah.
To 5 feet. So at a minimum, we have to meet ADA, but I don't know. I can't say what MTC's response will be.
Okay, then on the technical side, our earlier discussion, my understanding was that in terms of removal of existing trees, make sure I'm understanding this correctly, that there really, is it correct that there is no difference between a 6-foot pathway and the 4-foot pathway with the 5 feet every 200 feet in terms of the need to remove existing trees, significant trees?
No, that's not quite true. So a 6-foot pathway with a 3-foot shift in alignment in certain areas, then that statement is closer to true. We are going to have the same number of significant trees removed. 4 more not of lesser significant trees would be removed with the 6-foot pathway. But that lane shift is really critical to keeping the tree removals comparable. Once you don't do the lane shift, then the tree removals go up.
Okay, so if you don't do the 3-foot shift to the west in some places, then a 6-foot path is comparable to, the 4-foot path.
No, you need to do the shift for it to be comparable. If you don't do the lane shift, then you have more trees removed, significant and not significant, with the 6-foot pathway than the 4-foot pathway.
Okay.
You're buying trees with that road shift.
Yeah, okay. And then in addition, if you have a 4-foot path, you've got more room to plant, not necessarily larger trees to start with, but trees that can grow larger.
You have more space for the trees to grow in.
Okay. Let's see. And the other feasibility question, I'm going to come back to the one-way street and just get your opinion as to whether it's useful, it would be useful or not based on what the conversations you've had to date, to go back and explore one way. And both in terms of, I'll refer to it as politically, but also in terms of technically. If we do that technically, what does that do in terms of delaying coming up with a design? Because I assume that if we did that, that's going to have an effect on Campo, it's going to have an effect on School Street. You know, there's a knock-on effect that I assume we'd have to look at. And
Yeah,
it
so
is,
I would assume if you wanted to do a reanalysis of or a revisit of the one-way street, you would need, I'm guessing at least a month to get some analysis of how that'll impact traffic, and perhaps some new sketches. Nate, you might be able to help me with that a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that would have to happen. So there would be a more robust traffic analysis that we need to look at that, looking at the volumes, looking at kind of, you know, to your questions, how would that impact delay, queuing, and circulation, as well as emergency access and so forth. I think what Matt's saying, like, you know, that can get done in a couple of weeks to a month. Also, you know, once you get a picture of that, understanding the feasibility, then you need to put together the new concept drawings. You know, assuming we had direction on the pathway, that would depend on how that comes together. That might take a couple of weeks, 3 weeks or 4 weeks as well. But then the one thing that, you know, I'll be honest here is there would probably need to be some form of further community engagement, because before there was more of this focus at a stakeholder meeting asking the question to the local residents, but we didn't necessarily ask the question to the broader community because we didn't receive any traction on the local level. So to go back, taking local broader, you probably need to revisit that.
because what I was trying, part of what I was trying to get at, and you've answered it, is even if the Topper Lane residents came in with a signed petition from everybody on Topper Lane, that's not the end of it, as you've just said. There's a
Correct.
broader community need that needs to be looked at.
So all told, running it through the whole process again, I'm guessing it would take 3 to 4 months. So that would mean everything associated with this, going to MTC, starting the final design, all that delays 3 to 4 months, which would definitely push you into construction in 2026.
Just as a follow, does that jeopardize the grant itself in terms of any deadlines, in terms of, you know, using it at a certain time? Okay, no, just the schedule itself. Okay.
And one more follow-up, emergency vehicle access, because I know we looked at this on Spring Hill and on Martino, and they said they needed 20 feet, or they request 20 feet of access.
I would need to go back to the fire department and find out what they would want
Okay.
for a one-way street in that area. We just did that
Well,
for Boyer, and wasn't it 18 for one-way?
No, 20, but Boyer's two-way. So, Boyer's a
Didn't
two-way
they tell us what it was for one-way? I want to say it was less than 20 feet, but we
Okay.
can go find out.
Okay.
I mean, I could just comment on the one way. I mean, that it just doesn't do something. I think Mayor Dawson mentioned this briefly. I mean, you're starting to generate a lot of additional vehicle miles through that. You know, just having to circle either around the school, or, you know, you have to potentially get stuck in school traffic when you just wanted to go downtown, depending on which way it went. So that feels like, and then I think if you go back to what's the purpose of going one way, right? Because the purpose of going one way would have been to, well, perhaps not take out any trees, because you'd have plenty of room then for a 6-foot path and, you know, plenty of room to go do the landscaping. But it's like, if you add up all those extra vehicle miles and inconvenience and time over the years and decades, that's a fairly big change also.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, would be
Okay,
my thought.
so to my comments then. One of the things that struck me about the Transportation and Circulation Commission meeting was that there appeared to be unanimity among Birdhaven and Topper Lane residents that 4 feet would be an acceptable pathway. And at least my listening to the 2 hours of discussion, and it seems to me that, I know our preference is for 6 feet, but similar to Councilmember Kendall, on Release Valley Road, we used to have 4 feet. And I have to say, it was widened to 6 feet, and that's great. It really, but it's a little different situation on Release Valley Road, because we've got people going by, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. We have people zipping by, so you really appreciate that 6 feet. But in this case, I don't see why, if we were starting over and we were just planning and we're spending the city's own money and doing this, I think we would do a 4-foot path. Because that would provide safety. I mean, I think our main concern, we do want to have safe routes to school. I see the number of students as a significant number walking along there that we want to provide safety for, and I think there would be more if it were safer. So if we could go to MTC and say we would prefer to have a narrower path because that solves our, our heat dome question, which I think is becoming more significant, and certainly the last couple of weeks have shown how significant it is. But that we would, if we can't get that, then 6 feet would be the fallback, and I would support that. But no matter what it is, I would want us to commit as a council to trying to save as many significant trees and shade trees as possible. And just really look at what we can do to save as many trees as possible. And also, I would want us to commit to planting as many trees as possible that will grow to provide a canopy. That's subject to the residents wanting to do that. I assume they would, but there was another requirement here that the residents be able to weigh in on the vegetation. And so if the residents say, yes, we want the priority to be trees that are going to create a canopy, then we really need to go out of our way to accommodate that. And then the other thing I'd like to put in there is try to develop some curvature, meandering, not just to the path, but to the curb on the east side. I think that would go a long way towards creating the look and feel that we want. I mean, I have to say that the straight curb on the east side, it does a lot to take away from the idea of a lane or a semi-rural feeling. So if any way we can, whether it's neighbors saying, yes, you can shift on my property, try to get some sort of more interesting lane, I think we should go out of our way to try to accommodate that. And with those assumptions, I would favor going forward.
Those all seem reasonable, I guess, but you're saying, but you would approve the conceptual design subject to, or just with just kind of general direction to staff to make it happen? Like, for example, if we have to take it sounds like, we're ready to take a conceptual design, which they've written up, which is 6 feet wide, to MTC. Are we saying we need a 4-foot one to take to MTC? We're just going to ask them a 4-foot one. I mean, I think we did. I mean, there've been several comments about we need to be very specific about our direction. So I'm just kind of curious what we're really asking for here.
If you think there's possible, what I would like you to do is go to MTC and say, the preference would be a 4-foot pathway. That's what we would really like to see. But if that's not possible, then we'll do the 6 foot.
So we're really saying if we can maintain the grant, we want 4 feet. But if we can't get the grant, we want 6. I mean, I'm just
in areas where it will save trees.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's not
In the areas that make sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see. Yeah, because
that
we
makes
say
sense.
4 feet, it's like, well, no, the whole path can't be 4 feet. I think we need to be ADA compliant.
Right,
Most.
exactly.
We can't set a new precedent there, obviously. So we already see where the path goes down to, a narrow place. And I've seen the work where on Glenside is a good example where staff has been very careful to do what they can to preserve the trees as they can for the health of the tree, not only obviously the safety of that path. And so, my obviously I appreciate trees and the arguments for the shade and keeping as many trees as possible. But the purpose of this is definitely trying to work it out with neighbors, in which we've gone a long way. So if we can accommodate some, if there's a little bit more trees to save, just with the ask, I can see doing that. But um, I would say you'd have to also talk to PG&E too, because it's a tandem question of where they can put the poles, and that will matter too. And also what trees well, basically how they can work with tree plantings in general. Because that's a big part of this, the co-location and working with the utility partners, how that'll work in terms of if you're jogging this side or that side and where the poles can logically go. That's going to be a big thing. So, do you have some comments?
Sure. I think this is complicated. We have a lot of different views from the public, even after extensive outreach. And so I think it just reflects how, the challenge that we have here. And staff has put a lot of time and effort into this. Is very clear. So, you know, thank you. Thank everybody for just sticking with it. It's difficult. But I look at this project as key to our city's infrastructure on a 50-year time frame, right? So if there's some trees that would need to be replaced with new trees that over 20, 40, 50 years, I would look back on this project and see mature trees. I would say that that's fine. I'm fine to take especially some of the trees that are really not that strong or not that good, healthy trees, and to replace them with more thoughtfully planted trees. That absolutely makes sense. But of course, there are going to be some of these important trees that, if possible, save, that would be good. I would, Councilmember Candel's suggestion to go forth with a 4-foot back to MTC and see if they would accept a 4-foot. And I think Councilmember Nduri also was in support of that. I would be in support of a 4-foot pathway, the entire length, with the exception of ADA compliant areas in order to bulb out, and try to see if we could go with that. That would give us the most amount of flexibility. And if they approve that, then that would be great. I think that would be functional for our needs in that case. If they would not accept the 4-foot, then rather than going to the 6-foot, I would go to 5 feet and see whether they would take a 5-foot the whole way. And then if they didn't accept that, then I think we'd be back to the 6-foot. And then I would have said, we've exhausted our opportunities, and I'm still in support of a pathway on that street. And I would still support the staff recommendation, but I would like to give it every effort to try to see if we could do a 4-foot or 5, or then in the last case, the 6-foot.
Just as a follow-up on that, I would say, I appreciate that. You look at the, 20, 30, 40 view, your view actually, realistically, we'd love to see St. Mary's at some point, be improved. And that being the case, this is all part of the connected pathways. We would have more people using St. Mary's and going through Topper. So I don't want to, also at the same time then minimize this opportunity to really put in the path where more people would be using it at a later date, because it is safer and wider and accessible to people going both ways on that path. So, just keeping that in mind. So I appreciate what you said about putting out there at least where we can go with the 4 feet, where it makes sense. Not makes sense, but it necessarily could save some of the environmental assets that the neighborhood is looking to do. But I think I would have gone with exactly as this is planned now. But I agree that there's some set rationality to trying to ask about the 4-foot and then the 5-foot and the 6, in all fairness, so that we can just put that forward and get the yes or no on that.
I concur. I'm actually I think completely aligned with you. I think the 6-foot one is acceptable to me, but if we can get 4 or 5, let's do that. Let's try. But if they push back and say it's only 6 foot, then the design looks good to me.
Yes, and as you mentioned, there will be obviously more meeting opportunities that you will have at terms of 65% design point as well, that you'll be getting feedback and more from the landscape architect as we go forward with that. So are we agreed that is the case? Do you have that understanding, Okay. All right.
About how long would it take to figure that out? And any idea?
I don't know.
I don't know, right? Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that.
Yes. Okay. So with that, I think we have covered the three different design projects. And again, I want to thank you. It's been a path, literally a journey on this path, and I am very appreciative of staff's patient work and outreach, and for the neighbors out there sticking with us and hanging with us and through those discussions and your ideas. So, thank you very much.
I have a question. Do we need a resolution here or do we, no, we just take direction and then follow up in a future meeting?
Patrick, what does MTC need from us? What does MTC need from us for going with the scope change?
Well, now I have to go back and
Do they need a
know
res-
we have direction from council and get.
But do
advice
they
from-
need a resolution from
Oh.
council?
Oh.
Oh,
No.
okay.
It's our understanding that it had to be a resolution to MTC supported 100% by council.
Yeah, so Patrick, why don't we talk to MTC and bring that back to city council if it needs to be a resolution or if MTC is okay with just minutes?
Or do we just take a vote? Why don't we just take a vote and then hedge our bets? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I think if we do a motion and then if Patrick determines a resolution is required, that can come back maybe on consent.
Okay.
Okay.
So make a motion to, we give direction that Patrick will go back to MTC and try to see if we can retain our grant funding with a 4-foot path, absolutely maximizing the number of trees and the less amount of utilities work, the full cost of the project. And if that isn't sufficient, then I would let it be variable 4 and then to 5, but even that could be 5 to 6 or whatever, and then end up at 6 as a final.
To be clear, 4 foot does not meet ADA.
Obviously ADA, 4-foot wide ADA where it needs to be ADA, right? You have to have bulb outs every whatever. Yes, for sure. It has to be ADA. So 4 foot with ADA. And if that doesn't work, then 5 foot with ADA. Hopefully all these options can be a little bit of a hybrid so you can have a little wiggle room around it, but ending up with the least favorable one of just a solid 6-footer.
Yes, and I just want to confirm, understood about the ADA, and that'll be important because we are conscious of that, and we are conscious of the standards that through the years staff has come up with the 4-foot and the 5-foot and the 6-foot, and we are deviating from that standard in terms of what has actually come from the community input too. So just want to acknowledge that we are doing that, and this isn't a precedent, but we're just looking at this for this particular project. So, okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
I am an aye. So wonderful work. Thank you again. And we'll look forward to the outcome of what you hear from MTC.
Yep. But just in terms of the timeline, because we were also asked to authorize staff to initiate the environmental clearance and detailed design, but we can't do that until we hear from MTC, right? So you'll come back to us and we'll give that authorization at a future meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And at some point, I really would like the council to give approve specific direction to staff with respect to committing to saving as many significant trees and shade trees as possible, planting as many trees that provide a canopy as possible, and getting as much input from residents as possible, and providing.
Would you want to do that right now?
I would love to, but
We can.
Okay.
Or could you just take a separate vote on that one? Or just a separate vote, right? Go ahead, make the motion.
yeah, okay. So I move that we give specific direction to staff to make an effort to save as many significant trees as shade trees as possible. Second, to plant as many trees as possible that will grow to provide a canopy. 3, to maximize residents' ability to provide comments on the type of vegetation. And 4th, to develop some sort of curvature to the curb on the east side.
I second.
I just throw in there, we just need to make sure that that is in tandem with PG&E because they will have standards that we don't quite know at this point. That could impact what we're trying to
Yeah.
do with saving the trees. Okay.
Definitely.
All right. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am an aye. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yes, thank you for being here, for your time and engagement. Staff, you guys are, yeah. All right. Okay, we will move on to a very even more entertaining topic. Staff reports, the results of the tracking poll.
Can we keep the noise down, please?
Yes,
We're trying to continue our meeting.
Can you please move? We have business to continue. Yes. Hey, I get to do that.
I know, go.
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, Tracy, thank you. We're looking forward to the tracking poll results for a potential sales tax measure.
Okay, thank you, Council. We are going to present the results of the tracking poll that we just did several weeks ago. I have with us, actually on screen, Dr. Gary Manros of SRI, who's the company we've been working with to do our poll. So in the interest of time, I think we're just going to dive right in. And Dr. Manros, are you able to share your screen, and then you can take it away?
And thank you, Dr. Manros. This is probably later than you anticipated. So
You know what? I used to be a newspaper reporter, and I've spent lots of 10 o'clock to midnights in city council meetings. And so I'm real comfortable with that. Okay. But thank you for, bear with me a moment. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so we'll jump right in. First, I should mention the context. So, because this is a tracking poll, it's not a benchmark. And the context to this particular study is that we did the benchmark back in January. And at that point, we were looking to test, of course, we're talking about voters, Lafayette voters. And we wanted to test awareness, for example, a big issue, how aware is the local electorate of the fiscal challenges that are about to face the city. Not only that, how you got there, it didn't just happen, so how you got there, looking at alternatives for resolving or addressing the issue, and there's only a couple. And then if it were put on a ballot at that particular point in time, what would the outcome be? So what we'll be looking at here is the tracking poll. Then there was a period of several months where the city made a concerted effort, as you all know, through Vista and through social media and through press releases, a concerted effort to inform your local electorate, your voters, and the community at large of the situation, the challenges. The question is, there was a couple of questions. The big one was, did awareness of this what it was based, and did awareness go up? Did the rationale that was being tested, did it shift? We're really talking about shift in awareness and voter support. So that's the context. In terms of the tracking poll itself, the research design was an N of 200, meaning 200 completed surveys. There's there's 2 points I'll mention about our institute that is truly unique. You will not find in any other research or polling firm. And one of them is I spent many years with world-class scholars working out a algorithm and a model to where we could identify opinion leaders. And why do you want to do that? Opinion leaders and influentials are not the same. In fact, I keep talking about this. I need to write that paper. I haven't written it. But influential is a good example. You as mayor and as city council, you know you're an influential. Influentials know they're influentials. But opinion leaders may or may not know they're opinion leaders. And what happens in reality in terms of accurately predicting outcomes, whether an initiative will pass or not pass, has to do with the mainstream voter. And if she or he feels definite either way, I'm definitely supporting this, or I'm definitely not supporting this, that vote is not going to change at the end of the day. But it's that middle ground where a person, what drives that initial sense of whether I'll support or not is our core values, the collective core values of your local electorate in this case. And then my first initial response is, I'm really not anxious to increase taxes, but this is important. I'm going to check with a friend. And that's who these opinion leaders are. So we're looking at that 16% of opinion leaders that people will turn to. And then we look out to see what side of each question and each issue that we're testing the opinion leaders are on. So you can see here the sample is plus or minus statistical errors, it's plus or minus 5.5 to 7, which gets us to the second difference about our institute. And that is we have about, 25 years ago, I created a model which we call the SRI Go No Go model. And I'll explain that in a moment when we flip over to a slide. The data were collected from June 24th through June 26th. In all honesty, we typically take a week, but due to legal deadlines that you have to meet to get something on the ballot, should you choose to put something on the ballot, we just pushed through until we got it. So it was June 24th through June 26th. It turns out that's not going to impact the statistical margin of error, and I'll show you why in a few moments. So the first finding here is, and this will come as no surprise, you have happy campers. People are very satisfied with their quality of life in Lafayette, and opinion leaders in this case, it was 100%. Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to go ahead. And the benchmark, it was like 93. So 96% for the mainstream voter. Look at this, almost no dissatisfied. People know, most of your residents have aggressively chosen to live there and they like it. Now that's really important to remember because some of these findings are going to be impacted by the fact that they're happy campers. You look at the level of awareness. When we started out, the awareness was 74% were not aware that the city is facing fiscal challenges. And that's just unacceptable. So it was very clear the first thing that had to happen was make your constituents aware. In that process, we were also trying to create dialogue between the community and the city so that people could, as they learned about this $2 million deficit, they had questions, they had concern. And one thing about, Lafayette, and again, this is no surprise to you, Lafayette is truly unique, as is Orinda, Moraga, even compared to Walnut Creek, by the way, certainly Concord and Martinez and what have you, San Pablo. But they're unique because you have a very sophisticated, and I'm not blowing smoke up your skirt, you have a very sophisticated audience. And if you didn't believe that before we started this public outreach, we sure learned it because you have people that literally do a line item and go in and come back and say, well, look, why is the city spending money this way or that way for a grant, for example? They don't understand it's a grant. And they say, why don't you take that grant money and put it somewhere else and then resolve that $2 million deficit, but you can't do it legally. So you have a very sophisticated electorate who are happy campers, and they're definitely going to pay attention. There's only two ways of resolving the problem. And so we tested it. And before we tested that, we said, well, look, if you learn from somebody you trust, and there's that opinion leadership coming in, if you learn from somebody you trust, or even the city, that for those people that hold the city in high regard, and in your case, they do. And so would this make you concerned that, wow, that $2 million deficit is going to impact the quality of life for myself and my family? And you can see here, 94% of opinion leaders said, yeah, it's going to make me concerned. 84% of your mainstream voter says it's going to be concerned. And this is really important. The benchmark back in January was 83%, and it's 84% now, which gets me to the last point that I have to make real clear. In order for something to be statistically significant difference, it has to be 3 points. So if something is 1 or 2 points difference, in this case is 1, there's no difference, even though that's 83 and this is 84, there's no difference. So it becomes different at 3%. Therefore, what kind of support do we have? The first, again, this is the 2 alternatives for resolving or addressing this kind of a problem. You can either go out and get new revenues, and there's various ways of doing that. And one way is to ask for your electorate to increase your sales tax, for example. Another way is to ask to increase property taxes. Or you're going to have to cut back services. There's really only 2 choices. The city you will not have a choice. So you either get more money or you cut back services. And you can see here, your electorate does not want to cut back services. They want to find new revenues. That said, because it's Lafayette, they also want you to justify it. They're not just going to take your word for it in this general sense, we need it to improve services for the city. And you'll see empirically how that works out. And opinion leaders, 59% feel that way. No difference from the benchmark survey. So this is robust. They definitely are, and we tested 2 alternatives, being a sales tax and a property tax. Those are the 2 alternatives we tested. So the front end question was, the benchmark question is, would you support a 1% increase in the sales tax? Now, the money is going to be put into the general fund, and that means it's a general tax, and that means you need simple majority support. The minute you dedicate that money to anything, and it's particularly problematic with a sales tax, but you dedicate that money, it becomes a special tax. It requires 2/3 voter support. But with a sales tax, it's even more difficult, because typically, if you put the money into the general fund, you wouldn't dedicate it because your need is not on one thing. Your need is many things. And so you're going to disperse that. So you have to show, I'm not trying to play attorney, but you have to show that that money will be used to benefit the community in multiple ways. So what you have here is 48%. You need 50, you need simple majority. So that's close, that's pretty exciting, with 39% definite, and potential is 57, which gets me to the go, no go model. What we, I'm kind of proud of this actually. When we generated that model over 2 decades ago, I was kind of bummed, because I knew since it was going into the public domain, we couldn't keep it proprietary. So I knew all of the other research firms were going to embrace it, and they did. And I went, there goes that advantage. Turns out not so. Why? Because, and I know you've worked with other research firms, go back and look at that research, you'll see they asked the question. The question is, would you be likely to vote yes or no? And is that a definite yes or a probable yes? Is that a definite no or a probable no? And what our go, no go model, you can see here, is we take 100% of the definites, half of the probables, and forget statistical margin of error. This historically for almost 3 decades has got us within either right on or within 1 to 2% of reality. So this 48% says, wow, you can make it, but wow. And the good news is, and so if it was anybody but SRI talking to you, what they'd be saying to you is, oh, you have 57% support. Well, do you believe that you're going to get 100% of the probables? You'll get 100% of the definites, but are you going to get 100% of the probables? I don't think so. And you got the benchmark, likely yes, 36. We went all the way up to 48. That's huge. What that says, you can be very proud of your staff. It says that they did a great job on getting that information out there. And the awareness, again, went way up. So the 2 dimensions we care the most about, it's very encouraging, especially when you look at opinion leaders. 48.5, there is no statistical difference. And so that, again, that's robust. So then the question was, well, not everybody agrees. We wanted to test threshold of willingness to pay for what? For whatever your electorate thinks, wants. The whole point of government, especially local government, is to provide services for its constituents that they want and perceived need, and perceived reality is real. So the people who said, no, I won't support 1% tax, well, would you support a 3/4 cent tax increase? And now you're over threshold. That's 50.5 with 56% potential, 53% with opinion leaders, and that's right on the cusp of significance. So that's really important. And likely deaths went from 41, and that's a huge jump to 50.5. Again, the outreach effort, and I have to tell you, we created a feedback loop where your constituents could actually ask staff questions, and we got very pointed questions. Not everybody embraces this. Obviously, you have a likely yes of 50.5. So we had both support and non-support, and we were able to get back to these folks with an answer to their question. One of the real problems with a tax is misinformation. And a good example of misinformation is if, look, somebody's paying $10,000 tax a year, a property tax. What they don't know is that only $600 of that goes to the city. What they're thinking is, boy, the city is rolling in money. I'm paying my 10, everybody here is paying their 10 or more. And you got nothing but money. Why are you asking me for more money? Well, those misunderstandings and misinformation has to be corrected, which we will be doing. Well, if you're not going to support a 3/4 cent, would you support a 1/2%? Look at that. Now it goes up to 55.5, potential 61, but look at that. Opinion leaders 63. It went from 47 to 55.5, 46 to 55.5. So there's no secret now. At the end of the day, we're going to recommend a go. The question is going to be, do you want a 1%, 3/4%, or a 1/2%? But we will be recommending a go. So what you've already seen is your constituents do not want to cut services. That said, they have different values. Some people want one thing, other people want others. And so what we wanted to do is test to see what they do not want you to cut. And the very first thing they don't want cut is anything that risks wildfires in neighborhoods and any of your local neighborhoods. And guess what? Your budget today does not put money in to minimize or reduce risk of wildfires in neighborhoods. And yet what we have is 88% of your opinion leaders going, that's going to make me concerned. 87, no difference. 87%, and look at 61% extremely concerned. This is huge. What I'm about to start talking about is message strategy, meaning, how you talk about something, and this is one of the big ones, how you talk about it is all important. If you talk about it one way, they go, I don't particularly care. But if you talk about risks to my wildfires to my neighborhood, that's a big deal. And I'll bet that's true of each of you sitting here today. The concern over the need for maintaining public streets, and not only that, and by the way, the magic word is repairing potholes and storm drains. And in your community, storm drains, and I saw it tonight, I was monitoring, I hope it's okay, I was monitoring your prior topic, and it was very, very interesting to me. And one thing I picked up on that was your electorate understands about storm drains, and they understand the implication of those storm drains to their property. So you can see here, they get it. 97% said, that's going to make me concerned. You got to maintain our public streets and get those potholes repaired and those storm drains fixed. 78, but look at the difference. Almost 10-point difference in the mainstream voter, and over half extremely concerned. So again, whatever outreach you do, you need to be talking to your constituents about what the city plans on doing with this money, assuming that initiative passes. What are you going to be doing to maintain public streets? Reducing, and this is one later on you're going to find out, it's curious. I don't have an answer yet, but I'll get one. But concern over reducing the number of police officers in Lafayette. This is a major concern. 82% of the mainstream, 81% of the opinion leaders, That said, you're going to find later on when we discuss this in a different way, it's not going to be important, not particularly important. And why? It's because you have happy campers. People in Lafayette are safe. They know they're safe. You have a great police department. They believe it. They like to see police officers out on the street. They know they're there, and they don't want that cut back because that has to do with safety. But they're not concerned about safety. They feel safe. They're satisfied. They feel confident. The city's taking good care of them. So that's one you'll see in a few moments. That gets to be curious. Concern over traffic safety and circulation. Well, here 77 is a big number, but fact is 91% opinion leaders. Here's one where there's a huge difference, and so you can't leave this out of the discussion. While we're talking about it, the discussion, you have to be very careful when you're talking to your electorate. Because if you say, 100 things, or we're going to talk about the top 10, they get enough already. I heard it, and it becomes counterproductive. And so what you want to do is identify the top 3 or no more than 4 issues that they truly care about. Oh, by the way, it's something else that we do that other firms don't do. And that is we identify the collective core value of the target population, in this case, your voters. And then we correspond that to behavior, to concern and behavior and how they'll likely vote. So a concern over maintaining recreation services for youth and seniors. Again, more concern with among your opinion leaders, but that's still a big number, but it's not a driver. Maintaining a vibrant downtown. Well, you have a vibrant downtown. So concern over it if something were to happen, but here's what your voters do. They say, tell me what, tell me how. They want specifics. So maintaining a vibrant downtown, you have a vibrant downtown. I raised my daughter in East Bay, and I've worked for literally every city and the counties, with the exception of San Francisco, and I never will work for them. So I know your community pretty well, and I certainly know the East Bay well. I was 30 years with the East Bay Regional Park District, raised over $1 billion for them. We never lost an initiative. So I know you have a vibrant downtown. The other thing I know about your downtown, which is going to come up in a moment, is that it's a destination. People come there to dine and shop, and that turns out to be a critical issue. But in terms of just talking about maintaining a vibrant downtown, you have a very sophisticated electorate. So your opinion leaders, and all these opinion leaders are going to be highly educated, highly sophisticated. So that works. That language works with them, not so much with your electorate at large. So the concern over repairs to community center. Sorry, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you have leaky roofs and leaky roof and other challenges that have to be addressed at the community center, but it's not a driver. If you come and say, we're going to spend money to do this, we may do that, but it won't be a driver. It won't be the front end of the communication process. And investing in affordable housing, of course not. You wouldn't expect it to be. This is Lafayette, for crying out loud. If you were in a community with a high ratio of low income and low SES, believe me, this would be huge. It's a huge in many communities around the East Bay, by the way, but not so much in Lafayette, frankly, or Render or Murat. I guarantee it's just not going to be a hot button. In fact, this gets into the drawbridge theory, not in my backyard. We don't have a lot of more room for affordable housing. And if we did, we wouldn't want to put it up anyway, but we don't have it. But that also gets us to another problem, which you'll see in a few moments. And that's that your state mandates, and boy, nobody knows this better than you, mandates the cities to do things, but it doesn't provide funding. And so you have to do this by law, but you got to find your own money. And where does that money come? It could come from a grant, but it comes out of your general fund. So the impact of arguments, and that's, we were just looking, would this make you more or less concerned? Now we're asking, if you heard it from somebody you trust, would it make you more inclined to support or more inclined to oppose a funding measure if city council places one on the November ballot? These are rank ordered as the concerns were. And the number one, and here it is, 100% of the revenues will remain in the city. The state cannot take our money. Look at that, 75% of your opinion leaders, hey, You know, I'm paying property tax, I'm paying sales tax, enough is enough. You've mandated enough that we have to do without funding it. And now, no. And that's one thing nice about a sales tax. The money stays in the community to benefit Lafayette residents. That's a push. People outside the city, and this is again how you talk about it, people outside the city pay sales tax. You can't talk about it that way. And if you want, I'll show you later why we know this. But what you really need to say is, look, people dine and shop in Lafayette, and they pay a sales tax just like we do. And that money stays in the city, which the state can't take. It stays in the city to benefit local residents. That's a hot button. Citizen oversight, nothing personal, but they definitely want citizen oversight, and that's particularly opinion leaders. One thing about opinion leaders, by the way, the profile, which is proprietary, that one I can keep proprietary. But the point is, they are information seekers. And as information seekers, on most cases, there's one exception in your case, but in most cases, they're going to be more aware of what benefits the city provides and what it doesn't provide. They're going to be more aware of, are we safe or are we not safe? Do we have park and recs, and am I happy or not about it? And so they want and boy, we found this out in phase one. We're calling phase one and phase two. Phase one is up through the tracking pole, and this ends it. And now we're going to go into phase two from here to November, assuming city council puts something on the ballot. So that's why we got incredible feedback from your community, and it was really wonderful. Not all of it was positive, not all of it was supportive, but we were certainly appreciated having that feedback, and we will continue to appreciate having that feedback. You have a wonderful staff, and they handle that very well. Also, we were able, I should say, the city was able to clarify many misunderstandings, misinformation. And a good example of that is, hey, you spend $10,000 or more a year in property tax, you think we're rolling in dough? Hey, with the 10 grand, we get $600. Well, you say that, wow. Now, that's one of those messages, by the way, that you don't promote. You don't put that out there. But when people say to you, and they will, come on, you're rolling in dough, I'm paying too much property tax to begin with. Yeah, but are you aware that, you know, if you're paying 10 or more thousand, we get $600? What? It's a huge impact. So, but how you use it is critical. And look at this, public safety services will be reduced. You don't want to talk about that. Your voters say, how? Well, many communities, in fact, most communities, you say public safety services will be reduced. They go, whoa, that's a push. But not in your community. The answer comes back, well, how? And so if you're going to say it, and we will, but we need to talk about specifics, what the benefits are, what the threats are if this doesn't pass. So the sales tax is not charged on most groceries and prescription drugs. You wouldn't expect it to have a huge, 62 and 65 is not huge. You wouldn't expect it to have a huge impact in Lafayette. Of course, they're all going to, they're going to buy their groceries and they're going to buy their drugs. And but if you're homeless or lower SES, whoa, that matters. But in your case, it doesn't matter. Doesn't mean we don't talk about it, but we don't highlight it, we don't push it. Without these funds, will reduce city services. There it is in general. You can say that. We even went so far as to say, including public safety, road maintenance, and wildfire preparedness. Fact of the matter is to go, yeah. What they heard was reduce city services, and the answer is what? So it doesn't matter. We're not saying we don't talk about it. We absolutely talk about it, but we talk about it specifically. What is what's in jeopardy, and what are the benefits? But more importantly, what's in jeopardy? So increased sales tax rate would match Moraga and Arinda's. You know what? We don't even have to use that. It isn't that your voters don't love the folks in Orinda and Moraga. They do. It's your SES is very similar. Your composition of the electorate is similar. But what they care about in Lafayette is they care about Lafayette. And so, okay, it's great that it'll match Moraga and Orinda, but I don't care. What's it going to do for me? How much are you going to increase it? And what are you going to do with that money? There's your message. And here it is, wildlife preparedness. If you talk about, and without these funds, the city won't be able to invest in disaster wildfire preparedness, huh? only 60% of you mainstream, slightly over a third, much more likely to support. Yes, it's more a greater impact on your opinion leaders. Why? Because they understand what that means. So what we have to say is the city today doesn't have in its budget any money to minimize risk to wildfire to your neighborhood. But we need to do that, but we can't do it because we don't have any money. So please support the initiative. If you support it, we'll be able to put some money over there. And I think Rinda, I believe it is doing some very specific and wonderful things on wildfire preparedness. But the value of this slide is it's how you talk about it. It's not what you talk about. And then without street repairs, again, same thing. The road maintenance deferred. Future street repairs will be significantly and more expensive. No kidding. And it really doesn't have any meaningful impact. But if you talk about your and whether you have them or not, if you talk about potholes and you talk about, now I care. So how you talk about something is critical. It's going to help property values. It doesn't play. It's not that they don't care about helping property values, but your property is going to go up no matter what, just through time and inflation. This is not an issue. It's not a core value that your electorate and the property owners and Lafayette are concerned about that's on their mind. They're not thinking about it, they're not going to. Those visiting the city will pay their fair share. You don't talk about their fair share. You talk about visitors dine and shop and they pay sales tax and that money comes to benefit Lafayette voters. But you don't say fair share. That's like, huh? No. Without these funds, the number of police officers will be reduced. I mentioned that earlier, if you recall. I said, boy, this is curious. This is specific and it should have a greater effect, and it doesn't. So I will work through with this. We'll come up with, because it's serious, they care about it. They've shown you that. It's a question of how do we talk about it to demonstrate that this is real and that you don't want it to happen, or you do. But fact is, if we can't afford funding, one of the cuts is going to be police officers off the street, and they don't want that. So without these funds, no improvements to enhance safety. Again, we said motorists, pedestrians, bicycles. It's not that they don't care about this. It's that isn't what pushes. It does somewhat with your opinion leaders, not so much with your mainstream. So we will be talking about improvements to enhance your safety for motorists and pedestrians and bicycles, but how we do that is going to be absolutely critical. Without these funds, there could be no investments in parks, trails, open space, and recreation programs. Now, this might be a mystery to you, but it's not a mystery to me. I said here, I go, duh, no kidding. Why? Because, and you saw it in your earlier presentation this evening, you have happy campers. They like your trails and your parks and recreation programs. You're being punished for doing a great job. Well, not really being punished, because the bottom line is your electorate is happy. They congratulate you. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. And so you just can't talk about it this way. We may or may not talk about it. We probably will, but it won't be one of those first 3 or 4 push topics. And then, and we already mentioned this one, the city receives minimal input from property taxes. That doesn't really play. But when you say when somebody, and we heard this a lot in the feedback in phase 1, hey, we're paying a ton of property taxes. Just take that money and address your deficit. Yeah, but are you aware that I'm paying $10,000 or more a year in property tax, and only $600 goes back to the city? Huh? How you talk about this is critical, and it is one of your top push, but only in defense, not in aggression. Without these funds, the city streets will deteriorate. Duh, no kidding. This doesn't play. But talking about streets and potholes, whether they exist or not, let me tell you, residents do not want potholes when they pull out of their driveway or when they go downtown. And even the threat of it, even the thought of it, concerns them, and it becomes very annoying. We've already talked about downtown vibrancy will suffer. It's how you talk about that. And it just, you get, in fact, 9% over here. And this is important. say it's not believable, or 8%, I'm sorry, said it's not believable. And we didn't ask them, we didn't give them that as an alternative. We said, would it make you more likely to support or more likely to oppose? And they have to say no effect. We don't ask if it's no effect, and we don't ask if it's not believable. So so a lot of these people that it's gonna, this has no impact, they're sitting right here. They're all telling us it's not believable. They're just going, downtown vibrancy will suffer. My city isn't going to let that happen. It's not going to happen. So it's just plain not believable. So we don't talk about it this way. We may find another way that works, but it isn't this one. So the support after arguments then. Okay. Now remember, our awareness went way up. It went from like 74% to what, 56, if I recall. So 74% not aware to 56% not aware. That effort, that outreach, public outreach in phase one hit the target. So the question is, okay, the way now this brought some heartburn with your staff, and I'm glad it did. And it brought some heartburn with some of your constituents. So I'm going to show you a chart in a moment that even staff hasn't seen. We went back to the numbers today, and I'm going to explain this. Now, the reason this gets curious is support for up to 1%, not definitively 1%, because remember, a lot of those people said 1% yes, but it wasn't enough. It didn't cross threshold of a simple majority. But 0.75% did. 0.5% absolutely does. And so when I did the original calculations, this gets a little bit outside of science. It comes into experience, being in the game 30 years, that 52% is likely. And the reason I know that, several reasons, but one is potential to 63. We went from 41.5 after arguments on the benchmark to 52. That's huge. Opinion leaders are at 55. So that's robust, and it's on the correct side, even though it's barely significant, but it is significant. You got 41% definite yes. And if you go back, you look at the charts, I know you have them, you'll see that grew. And so when you're sitting here looking at this, I'm saying, 52 is real. That said, it's up to 1%. And so the next obvious question that shame on me, I didn't answer it on the first draft, but I have today, is right here. Now that's the previous 52% likely yes. Well, if you look at 1% and our likely yes is 42 and our potential is 50, at first blush, you're going to say, and this is one reason I didn't put this out earlier, because this is hard to interpret. You're going to look at that and you go, whoa, we don't want to go there. So we're going to go down to 3/4, which gets us 55% likely, 61% potential. And if you go down to 1/2, then you have 57% likely and 63% potential. So the 3/4 and the 1/2 are very real. And so I'm the first, and I said this, even though I didn't show this chart before, I did say this in our first top end results, the 52%. I didn't say why, but I'm now explained why. It's a risk. Yes. If you choose, you need to debate this. We're not going to make a recommendation. You need to debate it and do your own soul searching and what would make sense to you. 1% is risky. You could lose. That's true. You probably won't lose. You definitely won't lose at 0.5% or 0.5%, and at 3/4%. But something odd about 3/4%. And again, this is anecdotal. My experience through the years is 3/4% doesn't ring the bell for some reason. Most voters go, well, yeah, 1%, that's a penny, penny for every dollar. I got that. Oh, 0.5 penny. Oh, okay. But the minute you say 3/4 of a penny, huh? And it confuses the issue, and it costs you vote. So my professional judgment is still, you're at 52 likely, and you're going to somewhere get in there, because some of these probables are going to go over to definite because it's a yes or no at the polls. Some of your unsurers are going to come in there. And when you have that potential 63, that's huge. But again, that's That's your call. Now, there's another factor before I go to the next table that is really, really critical here. And I'm not giving you news that you don't know. The problem is if you go 0.5%, it is, it keeps you where you're at. And it doesn't, all it means is you're not going to have to cut. The good news is you won't have to cut back on services that are presently being provided to, to your community. But it's not going to get you more services. And for example, wildfire protection, if you take step in a neighborhood, doesn't buy you that. And it's not in your current budget. It doesn't get anything on these other dimensions that your electorate cares about. It is status quo, like it or not. So if you're going to address these other issues, then you're going to need at least the 3/4. And frankly, at 1%, a penny for every dollar, you got a sophisticated electorate. It's not about money. And it isn't even about threshold. It's about how you're going to spend that money. And are you going to spend it the way I want it spent? If you do that, 1% is there. But that said, it doesn't take away the risk. There is a risk that it could fail if you go put it on for 1%. Do you need a sunset clause? Yeah. 66% of your electorate says we want it to sunset. Now I can tell you why. We've done a lot of work through the years on this particular dimension. Here's the bottom line. Most voters, if they see a need, nobody believes there's a free lunch. So it's not a question of free lunch. It's a question of if what you're going to do with the money is ROI, return on investment. If what you're going to do with the money squares with what I think, how I think it should be spent, and that's important to me, then I'm going to vote yes. But you know what? I'll make that decision for myself and my children, but I'm not going to make it for my grandchildren because you know what? Time is going to go by, things change, they can make their own decision. So it isn't that they don't support it, it's just to say not permanent, they want it brought back. So what about 15 years? 45% says no. 40% says yeah, okay. 22% of the opinion leaders say, yeah, but 15, no, that just isn't going to fly. 10-year, still not going to fly. A third, 32%, basically a third, says no. And the benchmark, 38 said no. So, okay, that softened up, but a third is a third, and that's the third no. So you've got the 54%, but you only have 41% of your opinion leaders. These are your really sophisticated, highly aware of what's going on, folks, and they're going, no, don't want 10 years. Now, I will tell you something funny before I show you the next slide. When I got in this game, the very first time I got in it, there was actually 30 years sunset, but then it went to 20 years and stayed for a long time. And then it went from 20 years down to 15. Then it went all the way down to 10. Now it's going back. And I'm seeing it 10 and 20 years, I'm seeing being acceptable. But in your case, not correct. 7 years is, look at that, 73% say, yeah, 7 year. 63% of your opinion leaders on the downside, but 63% say, yeah. And we didn't test that in the benchmark, so I can't say what a 7 year, based on the findings in the benchmark, your city manager directed us to, let's test 7 years. And yeah, it's a good idea. Well, it paid off. You can see right here, wow. So our conclusions and recommendations, the first conclusion is that local voters have the quality of life that they enjoy as a resident of Lafayette. As such, they do not want services provided through the city to be cut back. They're happy campers. And again, that gets us back to that trails and parks and what have you. You're doing a beautiful job. And, that just is not a push. The level of awareness among Lafayette voters regarding the fact that the city will soon be facing an annual deficit of more than $2 million increased from 26 to 44%. That was that public outreach and the feedback from the community that resulted in that. And you know what? But it's not good enough. When you look, remember on that one chart, your opinion leader is way too high on level of awareness. So we have to get to them to make them aware of the need, and then they can make a decision whether they want to support this or not. The level of voter support among Lafayette voters significantly increased among all categories tested. The most important one, in my professional opinion, is one like likely voter support for a 1% increase. It grew from 41.5 in January to 52% today. And yes, when you look at that isolated by itself, it's a risk. There's no guarantee. Thus, nonetheless, that my prediction is exceeds the threshold I'm willing to pay. I mean, needed for passage, and your potential support is 61%. So that's certainly worth considering. Whether it's worth doing or not, you'll be the best judge. Conclusion 3 above confirms the finding that benchmark voter survey that most Lafayette voters become highly concerned. It's 83% when they learn from somebody they trust that the city is facing an annual deficit in excess of $2 million. That's just sort of unacceptable to your constituents. They're going, and particularly with your history, you've had a history of managing your budget, meeting your needs. Everything's great. So what does that say? That says we need to explain, or you need to explain to your constituents how we got here. You can't just say, well, we now have this deficit and it's horrible and it's going to cause us to cut back on services. The first question is, well, how'd you get here? And there's a good answer to that. And the answer partly, of course, is inflation. Everything's going up. The cost of everything's going up, but your income's not. You've got the state coming in and demanding, making mandates, but not giving you money to put them out. That's got to come out of you, out of your hide. And that's crazy. So you have to, that means they are concerted. There's a concerted effort. I apologize. There has to be a concerted effort, regardless of what you choose to do, to put forth the dire circumstances that are being faced. And the conclusion is that our outreach from phase 1 has been highly effective. That said, we're still only a 52% best case. And well, not best case, you could go down to 0.5% and go way above. But the bottom line is we have to, we're not there yet. The opinion leaders need to be talked to effectively. And then what we have to do, there has to be a sunset. There's no question about it. Our recommendation is 7 years. You might want 10, but we recommend 7. The top 3 concerns among Lafayette voters in terms of not wanting cutbacks to be specific services to presently being provided through the city are here. Anything that will increase the risk of wildfires in my neighborhood. That is huge. It must be made clear that you don't have money in your existing budget to do that. And if you get a 0.5% increase, all you have is status quo. That's not going to be addressed. Making it impossible to continue to properly maintain streets, and that's repairing potholes and the storm drains. And I saw tonight from my own ears and eyes, I saw that your community gets it. So this now makes even more sense than it did when I wrote it. Having to reduce the number of sworn police officers presently protecting the city. They don't want that to happen. We just have to figure out how to talk about it so that it makes sense and it's not believable. And why? The problem here is your constituents feel safe. You know what? They are safe. And so saying, hey, no reduce safety, public safety. No, I don't think the city would let that happen. There are additional concerns that are identified and rank ordered in the findings that from the tracking poll that need to be promoted. Okay, they need to be informed that 100% of the revenues will remain in the city and not seized by the state. They need to be made very aware of the fact that visitors to the city who come to dine and shop, they pay sales tax, and that money goes back to the city to benefit your residents. The city will create a citizen oversight committee to monitor the funds, how the funds are spent, and produce an annual report that will be made available to the community at large. In other words, they want accountability, and they want to have a say in accountability. So the composition of that oversight committee is not a joke. It's serious. You need to have, you need people who are influentials on that committee because they have to be trusted. So our recommendation, it's a go. We're asking the voters to authorize increase in the sales tax. The question is 0.5%, 1%. When I wrote this, the 3/4 wasn't in there. I'll probably revise this before I submit it to your city manager. and make it official, go public domain. Because 2/3 is an option. You have to debate. Well, look, it's clear. A 1 cent increase, support is between 48 and 52%, likely yes, but potential is between 57 and 63. It provides funds to protect neighborhoods from wildfires, plus provides other services desired by Lafayette voters, residents, and huge, it controls for inflation. If you don't get at least a 2/3, but preferably 1, guess what? You're going to be coming back to the electorate in 2 to 5 years saying, we need more. Obviously, inflation isn't going anywhere except up. So you really, so your 0.5% just doesn't cut it. So 3/4, well, I already said it's something funny. Oh, it's going to cost a penny per dollar. Okay, going to cost 3/4 of a penny for a dollar. That historically just hasn't bode well. On the other hand, it's just going to make the outreach effort a lot more difficult. But that's okay. It can be done. And if that's your choice, you know what? That's what the city will do, obviously. We recommend you incorporate a 7-year sunset in the funding measure. And the critical thing, and I put a disclaimer out here to push this, continue to make a concerted effort to inform constituents of the need and what caused this need. You have a sophisticated voter. He and she want to know, how did we get here? It doesn't make sense. All these years we've been able to balance a budget and now we have a $2 million deficit facing us. No. But when you explain, I mean, their inflation went up too, let me tell you. And then the consequences of not addressing these needs and the benefits, which, of maintaining a balanced budget, but without advocating for a yes vote. Nothing I've said today crosses that line. I'm not an attorney. Your attorney will make that judgment, but I've been doing this a lot of years. We do not cross the line to advocating. It is illegal. You cannot advocate. You as an individual council member can advocate, but you can't as a representative of the city. Your staff can, again, as an individual, they can, but they can't advocate on behalf of the city. We did not, we will not. That said, here is my final interpretation, and I hope you hear this. What is the definition of advocating? Attorneys do not agree. Conservative attorneys say anything you say that shows benefit advocates, and other attorneys go, well, of course not. Here's what I believe to be true and what our counsel is. You have a moral, not illegal, but you have a moral obligation to tell your voters what you want to do, why you want to do it, what it's going to cost, how we got here, why we need this, and then the consequences, meaning the benefits of voting yes and the consequences of voting no. And what we now have learned with Lafayette is you can't just say, well, because we're going to cut services, city's going to have to be forced to cut services, which is going to impact your quality of life. No, which services? And a good example, we're not going to be able to do anything about enhancing wildfire protection in your neighborhood. So my disclaimer is that our prediction, or the prediction that led SRI to go recommendation, assumes that Lafayette voters are indeed informed regarding, one, the challenges facing the city, how these amenities came to be, how these circumstances came to be, and the consequences of a yes and a no vote, of either addressing it or not. So I'll happily address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. G. That was very thorough and very summarily presented.
Thank you.
I just want to say, in the interest of time, I think what I'd like to do is see if people who are here with us at this late time to make public comments, if we can entertain that first before we go to questions.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'll look for public comments on this.
So I do have a public comment about this particular item from Duncan Siebert. Do you want the names from everybody who wants to comment on the tax item?
I think so, because it's just going to get later. I think we'd like to, so any comments on the presentation here and also can I do that?
We haven't.
No, okay.
Two separate items and
It's a different item.
we haven't done a staff report. I think it would be We haven't done the staff report.
Right,
on the
okay.
second item.
So hang in there. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, it should, yeah.
Oh, and then have the full discussion. Okay.
And I think our staff report is short.
Okay.
So-
So then Duncan, you have a comment on Dr. G's
Pretty short.
presentation now?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Reservoirs have some philosophy and so very focused on wildfire. The wildfire component, I think, is one of the strongest things that we need to push. I'm advocating for a 1% because the wildfire preparedness is very high, or wildfire awareness is very high right now. Insurance being dropped is on everybody's mind, and if you can get fire insurance, it's very expensive. We're getting an increase in the number of Firewise communities very rapidly because people are so aware of the wildfire issue. So that I believe to be probably the strongest argument for the tax increase. Also, who decides where to make a retail purchase based on the sales tax rate?
Nobody.
Nobody. I mean, you go to a store, you go to a restaurant, you don't check the sales tax rate of that city before you go to the city to buy it. You go because the restaurant is good or whatever. So I don't think that it's a factor for anybody coming in. Also, we should stress that the Citizen Oversight Committee, like all our committees in Lafayette, is all volunteer. So none of the money that is raised by the tax rate increase would go for the sales tax oversight committee. It's all volunteer. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being present and staying to make that comment. Are there any other comments on this item?
So we have comments on the item 14B.
Okay.
So probably Naroop's presentation.
Okay.
Want to do that then, and we can just take it all? Oh, it's specifically on
The presentation.
the
that
presentation.
Dr. G did, the survey.
Because we have a lot of comments on the tax itself, so.
Okay.
I think it would be fair to maybe do the presentation.
Yes, let's do that. So we will open that agenda item and have the staff do that report.
So I'm gonna, Dr. Manross is gonna stay as a panelist. I'm just gonna turn
Thank
turn
you.
him off for a second, but he's
Okay.
there and will be available for questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we have the November recess, the city's significant financial challenge resulting in an annual structural deficit exceeding $2 million or equivalent to 10% of our general fund budget. As you can, I'm going to have some visuals as well. This deficit is primarily driven by inflation, increased insurance costs, infrastructure maintenance needs, and additional state mandates imposing financial burdens on local governments. Recognizing the urgency of achieving fiscal sustainability, the Council formed a fiscal sustainability subcommittee in 2022. Their task was to explore options for addressing our ongoing deficit, and last October, the subcommittee presented their findings, highlighting the following critical points. As Dr. G just mentioned, our current budget projections show a persistent 10% deficit. This projection does not account for new and necessary projects like wildfire mitigation, traffic management, maintenance for any new parks, or any future planning necessary to accommodate growth. The budget does not include sufficient contributions to our sinking funds needed to repair and upgrade the facilities that we own, including our aging community center. At that point, the subcommittee identified a local sales tax as the most viable option to increase revenue. On the expenditure side, city staff conducted a comprehensive budget review earlier this year and identified several service and personnel cuts amounting to a 10% reduction in expenditures. The City Council in June postponed acting on these specific cuts pending a decision on the sales tax measure, although the council did freeze the hiring of 4 positions. I want to take a moment to talk about the outreach that Dr. G had mentioned. Since January, City has taken several initiatives to inform the public and to gauge satisfaction with current services. They include distribution of the vistas to all residents in January, perspectives on a place. Another issue was behind the budget deficit. An open letter from me, the city manager, was sent out in June, and this email explained the deficit and the consideration of a sales tax measure. And the recipients included chairs of community organizations, homeowners associations, school administrators, faith leaders, community commissions and committee members, and active community members. So more than 100 emails were sent out, and we did get some responses from those emails. In June, another tracking poll was conducted, and the results were just presented to you by Dr. G. In addition to all of these, we have been sending regular email notifications to those who have signed up for the City Council meetings, and we've included notice of the meetings in our weekly roundup, which is sent to 10,000 subscribers. Tonight, you've seen the results indicating a 55.5% likely support for a half-cent sales tax measure. And this is a local sales tax measure where the funds stay within the community, and 52% likely for a 1% sales tax. Our consultant, sales tax consultant, estimates that a 0.5% increase would generate approximately $2.4 million annually, while a 1.1% increase would yield $4.7 million. I want to take a moment before we get there to highlight again what Dr. G said. These are the basic community concerns that were identified in from the tracking poll. A half-cent would maintain basic services, but limit funding for additional programs that were discussed by our consultant and by the speaker. Those additional programs include wildfire preparedness, repairing aging facilities, maintaining new parks, maintaining new facilities. Conversely, a 1% tax would provide resources to address inflation, economic downturns, and would fund some of these programs identified here. However, it carries more risk with only a 52% likely support. Just want to take another moment to inform you about what our neighboring cities' sales tax rates are. And Moraga, Orinda, Walnut Creek, and Pleasant Hill, cities that are adjacent to Lafayette, have higher sales tax rates. also wanted to take a moment to add their rates and also their sunset periods. Based on extensive analysis and review, staff met with and armed with the data that Dr. G provided, staff met with the subcommittee, and we recommend placing a measure on the ballot, asking Lafayette voters to approve a 1% tax for 7 years with the appointment of an oversight committee. This approach offers the best opportunity to address our immediate budget deficit, invest in wildfire prevention, and tackle overdue infrastructure maintenance. We recommend that you direct staff to work with the council subcommittee to prepare a resolution for your consideration at the next meeting. The resolution will contain the ballot language. And with that, Tracy and I are available to answer questions.
Thank you very much for that succinct summary of so much work. At this point, before we go to questions, I would like to open this up to public comment.
Do we
Okay.
need to extend the meeting at this point?
Oh, it is 11 o'clock. Yes.
Okay, I move we extend the meeting till midnight.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're just going till midnight. Hopefully with public comment, you could move along sooner than that.
As is our practice, I am going to take public comment from people in the present in person. First, I had Mike Hayes, but I do not see him. So I'm going to move on to Janet Thomas, followed by Ellen Poling.
Good evening, Mayor Dawson, council members, staff. I'll make this really short. I had a little speech, but I'm going to just say off the record, this month is our 40th year we've lived in Lafayette, and I care deeply about the city. It's a wonderful place to live. You know, my husband Ramsey and I have often thought it is such a wonderful place to live, but given the affluence of the community, the services really within the city are laudably basic. I mean, they're wonderful, but they're improving. And we have felt this over the last 40 years. We've seen changes. And always with the sense that the city is very fiscally responsible. I've never had any inkling that that's not the case. So it's understandable given as we've heard all this tonight, given inflation, given the state mandates, that there is this budget shortfall because there have been a lot of costs in the last couple of years, really, that were not expected. I seriously would hope that you would consider a 1% sales tax increase. It just makes sense to me, given the fact that it will not only maintain the services, which when I say basic, I don't mean they're bad. I mean the services in our community, but will also allow us to enhance those services. And when I hear about cuts to our staff, and I have many years felt that, in fact, our staff is we're understaffed and overworked and deserve every cent that they make. It really bothers me to hear that there's any inclination towards cutting the staff. We want to make sure that we can maintain the most wonderful staff that we can. We have a great staff now, but cutting salaries just makes no sense to me. I was going to bring up the fact that wildfire prevention programs, you know, there's a lot of talk about them, but they're going to require money. So I'm thinking long term. I have 2 children now and 4 grandchildren who live in Lafayette. They're going to be here long after I am. And, you know, I just think we really need to look at the reality of where we are, the fact that this is a wonderful city. I'd like it to continue on the road it's going to really being, you know, just a fantastic place to live. And so I highly encourage you to consider a 1% tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Ellen Poling, followed by Allison Hill.
Good evening, Mayor Dawson and council members. I echo everything Janet said, and I'm just here to offer my support as well for the 1% tax and the staff recommendation. I've been here 27 years. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband and myself. I'd like to offer just a brief perspective from my 16 years on the Lafayette Circulation Commission, which ended a while ago, and a career as a transportation consultant working with cities throughout the Bay Area. In my experience, city staffs and decision makers as yourself work really hard to efficiently allocate the funds that they operate with to all the important tasks that cities must execute. These range from infrastructure maintenance and improvement, planning for housing and commercial growth, and compliance with state and good governance requirements like housing those that currently live here and will need to live here in the coming years, minimizing wildfire risk, and public safety, among others. In my experience, I've been really impressed over the years with the rigor and integrity that our city staff, commissions, and council bring to this work. And I don't believe there's any fat to be trimmed in our budget, or not much. And I do support the tax. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for staying this late to make that comment.
So Allison Hill, followed David Clark. And so if those in the virtual audience can start raising their hands, I'll get to them after David Clark speaks.
Good evening, Mayor Dawson and City Council. I am here both as an individual and as somebody who's on the board of Inclusive Lafayette, and I guess as a senior citizen since I've lived here more than 50 years. So some of the things I'm saying are an answer to comments I've already heard against the sales tax. And one is comments about looking at staffing and cutting staffing. And in my observation of all my years in Lafayette, we have an excellent, hardworking staff who are doing more and more. And it's just not possible to ask that. And I think many people don't realize that our city council and all our commissioners volunteers. There's talk about getting more people to volunteer, and I think that is just not reasonable. We do as much as we do because of all our volunteers. They talked about unnecessary expenditures, and one of those are the lawsuits that keep coming at the city, and took part of your time this evening. And a lot of those, that seems to me like money down the drain, but nothing that we have control of. If a lawsuit comes, the city must deal with it. I'm concerned about any cuts to senior services, senior transportation. Lafayette does what it can for seniors, but it certainly doesn't need to be cut at all. And being on the Parks, Trails, and Rec Commission, we are under the amount of parkland we should have, and we need to be able to maintain, if not improve upon that. And with an increasing population, there's an even greater need. Lafayette has been a leader in providing childcare services. I think Jonathan was a leader in the county in services provided during COVID. And so all of the care that's provided is essential for working families, which is the current situation. And then again, as before mentioned, we're committed to the state mandates for housing, and that has put a lot of stress and strain on staff. No way can we do that with fewer staff. And I might even wonder if some of the turnover among our planners is caused by the workload and the pressure. Very able people, but people have to have some balance in their lives. So to support our city and our city staff and bring ourselves up to parity with our neighbors, I really think we need that 1%. We need to be able to move forward, not just hang in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
David Clark. If there's anybody also in the virtual audience, please raise your hands.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I'm in favor of the 1% tax, and I have a couple of comments. I made one, I think, the last city council meeting. This is a general tax, and the only place I see the word general, and all the presentation was presented orally tonight, but the only place I see it is in the recommendation, which is fine. But I think we need to be really careful about the specificity of the items that we're suggesting that we can use the second tranche of $2 million to pay for, so that this doesn't become a special tax. Because what this says right now is that if the 1% tax would allow us an additional I think we've done a great job educating folks about the $2 million deficit. But at 1%, we're asking for 4 million. 4 million is a bigger number than 2. So we need to justify the additional 2. And I think it's justified in here. And the top 3 things that came through the presentation were wildfire mitigation, the streets, and the police. I think those are great. I think we should hammer on those, but I don't think we should make them look like that's exactly what the money is going to be spent on, because you don't want to trigger a challenge that's going to require a 60% vote instead of 50+1. So I think we need to be careful about how those are framed or phrased. It's not in the recommendation, I see that, but it is in the published material. Having said that, I think that wildfire mitigation, that's a great argument. It's a great argument for the 1% tax, because it adds something that we don't currently have. I walked, I guess, in the 4th of July parade in Orinda, and there was a big fire presence, fire prevention. Lots of people there were talking about both the demonstrations, and Moraga and Orinda there's a different fire district than we have. And it's very progressive, and they've got, but I spent some time talking to folks. They pay for it. I mean, it was a bond measure, so it's being paid for. But they have things like if you cut tree branches down and put them by they'll come pick them up and chip them. Okay, it's a nice service, and I think that's probably the kind of thing that we're sort of thinking about. But the previous speaker said that costs money, but that's included. Potentially, that's included or includable here, and I think that. It's come through many times tonight already that I think that's a real selling point for that additional 2 million tranche, if you will. Was it but I'm in favor of the 1% tax. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay, I have Robert Lavoie.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, I hate to have to disagree with my friend David, but I think that if we're going to have any increase in the sales tax, it should be split between actual cuts from the city budget and maybe a 0.5% tax increase. People say there's no fat, but I've never seen an organization that doesn't have something that can be cut. And I think the real important thing is to set priorities and make sure that we're not doing things that are non-essential and focus on the things that are really critical. I did want to ask a question you guys can answer when you get a minute. I know the city has about 49 employees, FTEs. I seem to recall the police having about 25, and I haven't heard about the fire department, the equivalent number of FTEs. I know they're on a contract with the county, but we could hire them independently, or we could hire them on a contract basis. So I'd like to know the total of equivalent FTEs. And on the budget pie chart that Narut just showed, it showed police at 35, PTR at 6, admin 22, planning at 9, whatever the engineering at 27, and I didn't see anything about fire. So where is that in that pie? So that I think the city, we went through the exercise of 10% cuts. And I think obviously we probably don't want to cut all that 10%, but I think there's 5% in there that's viable. And so I think that should be looked at seriously and make those cuts. There's different ways you can do it. You can freeze salaries for a couple of years. You can freeze open positions and keep the raises. And let the city staff go through that and make the proper cuts. Just as a quick comparison, the President of the United States makes $400,000 a year. The Governor of California makes $225,000 a year. The San Francisco mayor, which is a joke, makes $350,000, and they're completely broke. But anyway, just for perspective, talking about wildfire, I think you need to be very specific about what the city can do, because most of the wildfire thing is cutting down the trees and the branches and making a fire-free space around their houses. And that's not something the city's going to do. So if the city's going to offer some kind of fire prevention, then they need to really break that down and show what the budget is. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
I do not see any additional raised hands.
Okay, well, once again, thank you for the commenters for staying late. It's later in the evening. So we'll come back with questions for both to council for, oh, okay. Oh, great. Okay, we'll take that.
Okay. Grace Dixon.
Grace, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll be brief because it's late. I do agree with Janet, David, and Allison. I am in support of the 1%. I think our city definitely needs to protect our path and our destination aspect in the local community in large. My experience just this year, I've interfaced with at least 6,000 individuals, and to a person, just in my, parks and nonprofit outreach in the booths that I have, of course. And to a person, of course, one of my first questions is, so you from around here? And well over half say, no, I'm from Moraga, Orinda, Walnut Creek, Pleasant Hill. And in order for Lafayette to continue to be the destination and to have the roads and the safety and the wildfire preparedness and the parks, we really need to not only protect our present, but look at the future. And so I am in support of the 1%. I do not agree with the statement that our citizens are happy campers about parks, but that's okay. That's not part of this discussion. I do want to make a strong statement that I do believe we need to do a better job of communicating to our community. I just don't see the full package there. It needs some work. And I'm saying this with all respect, because I do want it to work. I was on the campaign last time and it did not work. And I definitely want it to work this time. So I'm in support of the 1%. And I agree with the previous speakers that we're in support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Any more hands out there?
I see no hands.
Okay. All right, thank you. And now we will bring it back to council for questions for Dr. G and staff on the tracking results as well as a staff report. Are there questions?
Do a question for Dr. G.
Okay, with a question for Dr. G.
Dr. G. Oh, sorry. Great. So thank you very much for that excellent survey and explaining it to us. And I thought the documentation that was in the staff packet was great, but your context was invaluable. I would like, can we see that new table that you provided? I
Sure.
think that it's too bad that wasn't in the staff report, because that I think is like the most important table that there is. And we really need to drill into it, because the numbers in that table don't seem to me to foot to some of the recommendations at the end. And I really would like to understand how it all comes together. I don't want to get, I understand the big, anyway, is it possible to see that?
Sure.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So two things. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
No worries. So I just want to clarify this. I'm looking at this potential number, I guess on the far right. We can look at any of the numbers, at 63 for a half and 61 for a 3/4, and then 50 for a 1%. And that number gives me pause. That's the
It doesn't match what's on the pie chart above it.
Well, because because the pie chart is up to 1%. I think that's the confusion. I think, is that I'm understanding the pie chart kind of rolled everything together.
That's correct.
Right.
And remember,
So that's why I think
I
this
was very
table is so
candid about-
important.
I was very candid about the fact that, because you're right, when you look at that 1% and 50% potential and 52.5 likely support, it gives you pause. Gave me pause.
Yeah.
And which is why I presented initially the way I did, because we've seen that before. And the question is, how do you interpret it? And so how you interpret it is this 22% probably yes. I mean, we're going to get at least half of that. And then you will get, in all honesty, you're going to get some of the onsures, because they're unsure now, but they're going to put this, it's not a big number. But what I really look at is over here, the definitely no, and you've got 22% definitely no, and that is, that's a small number in relative terms. Over here, you got 63% potential yes, and so what I said was that this is not empirically supported. That's why it's up to. It's not empirically supported, and therefore it's easily to criticize. But the minute you put this up, people go, whoa, then we're probably going to lose. But my experience is based on, and it's anecdotal. So this isn't empirically supported. It's anecdotal based on what I've been looking at for a lot of years. And what does it mean? How do you interpret it? And so when I roll it all together and it came out 52, that it exceeded the minimum, right? The threshold of simple majority. So I can't argue that would not give you a pause. Of course it would. It's the reason I didn't put it up there before, because I don't want to cause anxiety. What I do want to do, and I did this, I was very clear that there is a risk to the 1%. I'm not saying definitive. I'm not even making a recommendation. If you ask me as a scientist, then I'm with you. As I pull this up and go, wow, you guys are in trouble. As a professional in this field for a whole lot of decades, this has been our experience. And why? It comes back to that go, no go. Because if you were talking to anybody else, then what you'd be looking at is you'd add these two together, right? Probably yes, and definitely yes. And you would get back to the 50. That's your potential, and you're going to get these other numbers. You just are, assuming, again, that's why I put the disclaimer there, assuming you have an effective outreach. Now, do I have reason to believe you're going to have effective outreach? Yeah. What's that based on? It's based on what happened in phase 1, and it's based on feedback from look, anybody who's going to because we sent out, not only did you have Vista in a letter, but we sent out a lot of social media on the various social media platforms. We got some coverage in some newspapers. But what happens is when people ask the kind of questions that they were asking, And they were hard questions. They were doing a line item on your budget and going, why can't you, just get rid of that? And that's going to take care of the $2 million. Yeah, except the monies they were talking about are not flexible. They're earmarked. So if you have a grant that's earmarked for X, you can't spend it on Y. So the reality is what I was concerned about, I shouldn't be this candid probably, but what I was concerned about is that we'd peak too soon. But I'm not worried about that peaking too soon because we still have approximately half of your electorate, which is not aware of the problem. So, what these tracking polls do and what the benchmark does is it makes them aware, and they're focused, and they're on a phone. They're focused. It's not visual. They're not getting distracted. And you know what we've found through the years, that when you talk about, and I'm surprised I didn't get this question. I probably will. Look, there's going to be a lot on the federal ballot, the state ballot, the county ballot. There's going to be all kinds of agencies asking for money and blah, blah, blah. What's going to happen? What's the impact of if the city council chooses to go to ballot? What's going to be the impact of those other ask, if you will? They're all an ask. And the answer is, and particularly in Lafayette, the voter says, look, I can't do much about the federal, even the state, a little bit about the county, but local, that's my dollars. That's my taxes, my dollars, my quality of life. And so you're going to get that attention. So those are the people, and the people, by the way, who are asking these questions based on our outreach, they are high propensity voters. So part of the question is, when they ask this question and Tracy and Rope and Susan answer it, and they have every single time, does that have the impact that you would hope it would have in terms of do they understand that they weren't wrong? It's just they didn't know the subtleties. And when you get to know the subtleties, what's been happening is people go, and that tax, I'm paying 10,000 in property tax and the city gets 600. That's a great example. It's like, whoa, I didn't know that. That's amazing. Now, if there was, I probably shouldn't say what I'm about to say.
Dr.
Can we-
G? Yeah.
Pardon?
I think there are other questions that the council wants to ask.
Right. So I'm sorry. Thank you very much. That was helpful. Just one follow-up and then I can leave.
Go ahead,
for
go
other
ahead.
ones. I just want to clarify because because I think what I'm interpreting this is like, we're definitely the potential yes for any sort of sales tax measure is good, right? So I think that is like that's one question. Should we have a sales tax? Second is what's the level? And so the bottom table is what's the level? But
Right.
you are definitely counseling against the 0.75% number because that seems to be like the little sweet spot just looking at the numbers. So I know you said it. I just want to clarify that's just not a winner in your opinion, right? It really should be half or a full.
It's not just opinion, it's my experience that, and it gets down to one silly basic, keep it simple and straightforward, right? Well, in terms of simplicity, a penny on the dollar, I get. Half a penny on a dollar, I get. 3/4 of a penny, I don't. And I've seen that where in the past, you look at this and you go, wow, there's you said the sweet spot, you're right. And, wow, that should be the sweet spot. My experience is that it's not. And so what do? I'm torn at that point. Do I listen to the empiricism, stay scientist and stay out of the consulting and experience and then recommend it? Or do I rely on, look, I've got 3 decades in this business and I've seen everything you could see out there. And I got to admit, Lafayette's unique. So I fall back on my professional opinion. So that is an opinion there, but it's not just an opinion. It's based on experience.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So can I have a follow up on this? Okay, so I'm looking at your charts in your presentation, like the one on the one, for me, it's on page 9, but I don't even know if the page numbers match up. This is before arguments.
Okay, let me go back there. We'll pull it up.
Because it doesn't jibe with the table you're just showing us. And I just want to understand. Okay, so go back to
You want one right here.
1%. The likely yes there is 48%. But what you just presented on that slide that we were just talking about with John, it was only what, 42%. And so it went down after arguments. And so
That's fair.
this table is so important that I think we need to go back and have you create these tables and verify that what you are showing us is real, because I'm seeing some deviations from here to, you know, the before and the after arguments, and the numbers actually have gone down for the 1%.
Now,
after
that
the
is a
arguments.
fair observation, and it wasn't unnoticed. The answer has to do with probably. Funny things happen because sometimes this probably goes way up, and when you're not expecting it to. But it's the probably going back and forth where probably at the end of the day, it has to go to yes or no.
Okay.
Right. And so what we do, so I'll be honest with you, I'm going to tell you exactly what I will do. I'm not going to get in a defensive posture and say, I'm going to have to prove every number. I'm just not going to do that.
Sure.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to rely on the go, no go model that says 100% of your definites, half of your probables. And then you look around, and in fact, I told Narup and Tracy this, I normally don't tell clients this, but I look at that on Sure. And I go, you know what, there's my insurance. I know I'm going to get half of that. So that's just insurance. So when I get that 48, I'm going to get a little bit of this, right? Well, there I'm over. I'm
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. All right, so I want to go back, and you're saying the 3/4 one you can't justify, but we have such a clear case here,
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
right? We've got to maintain and do nothing new and barely hold water at a half.
Yes.
At 3/4, we're getting some extra, and at 1%, we're getting a lot extra. And we're going to provide great things with these extras, but our chances with that last table of going from the 3/4 to the 1, I mean, it's a big difference.
You just identified the debate, which is why I wouldn't make a recommendation in that sense, because of what I expected, and that's why I worded it up to 1%. There is risk in the 1%, absolutely.
Right.
There is, empirically speaking, there is little risk to the 3/4.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to understand, and that's all I need to know. Thank you.
That's true.
Okay, other questions for Dr. G?
I have a question. This is Wei Tai Walk. And then first of all, we've been talking about the tracking survey. And so that just as a reminder to everybody, that was conducted in June of 2024. That's what you
Right.
started with. And you also referred to the benchmark survey that was conducted in late January. And so there's about a 5-month difference in time from the first time we surveyed, and then we went out a second time. And I think one of the key findings that you've had here is that in that 5-month period, as awareness of the city's fiscal challenges increased, as awareness increased, support for new revenue also increased. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the highest amount of increase was at the 1% level. All levels increased, 0.5%, 3/4, and 1%, but the highest level increase as more people became aware was at the 1% level. Is that correct?
That is.
No, that's not what his numbers are showing.
No, not necessarily. I'd have to go back and look at that. But first, let's stay here. The awareness was unaware was 74%, not aware. It went to 56, which means a whole lot of people became aware. And why did they become aware? Well, as Narup explained, the city sent out Vista and letters, and we did social media. We did a lot of things. The reason I'm a little concerned about this is this number right here, that opinion leaders are still 72% of your opinion leaders are not aware. And that's scary. What that means is we got a lot of work to do. Now let's go to the, back to the, this is the table that's going to cause heartburn. Okay, where it is. Oh, so when I lay this down, you know, your first blush is you'd be nuts to go for 1%. I get that. Empirically speaking, that's a fact. And that's when I said up to 1%. So I controlled for that, but I knew this was going to cause heartburn. And, but I'm still going to stick with the go, no go model. Even though numbers get a little funny, particularly those probabilities, that's where you have to go back and, you know, are you going to hire somebody who's a cub, just got into the field, or are you going to hire a seasoned professional? And fortunately, my staff is seasoned and I'm seasoned. In fact, I'm old. So and I'm going to say something that isn't relative to, well, sort of isn't directly, but I've been in this game many years. East Bay Regional Park District, we never lost. San Pablo, Pittsburgh, literally, we never lost in the East Bay or the South Bay. Why? And a lot of that has to do with, in fact, we had Mayor Reed in San Jose. They said he couldn't become mayor. Oh, we made him mayor. It was this interpretation of the findings and numbers when you rely on empiricism. That's why I'm an applied scientist. This is why I didn't make a career I taught at UCLA and USC and in the Cal State system, but I didn't want to make that my career. I'm an applied scientist. I want to go out, do the research, identify the message strategy, and make accurate predictions, which is what got us to this go, no go model. And I just trust in it. It's a combination of art and science. It's driven by science, but if you don't have the proper interpretation, then you're going to miss. And the big deal here is any other research firm would be sitting here telling you had 63% support. Well, you don't. You telling me we're going to get 100% of the probables? Of course not. So I agree with you. I understand here's where the heartburn is. This is why I was hesitant to bring it up. And I said, but, you know, and you got to credit your staff. You know, they pushed me. They knew the city council this was going to bother them. And we had some feedback from the field, from Lafayette voters that told us, yep, these are sophisticated folks, they're going to get it. So, and I don't ever like to go put myself in a trust me position. And that's what I've done here. I put myself in a trust me position and I almost never do that. But it is the art of interpreting new data.
Okay, I think we got that. Let me go back to on the PDF, that's slide 9 of 53, because when I made my statement just now, I heard Councilmember Candell said that was not a number that was correct. And I do want to make sure that we get this out and make sure we have a clear understanding of this. When I said that between the January and June benchmark and tracking poll, that awareness increased and that support for revenue raise also increased, and that it increased at the 1% level. This chart shows me that the potential yeses was 57% on the 1% increase. And in the benchmark survey, that number was 47%. So it went up 10 points. As awareness went up, the potential yes support for 1% increased by 10.
Overall, that's correct.
Right. So are we, Councilmember Candell, do you agree?
No, because he's got on the 1%, the 42.5% probable one, which is the
That's
100%.
after arguments. That's after arguments. Do you want me to go back to that?
No, I'm not looking after arguments. I'm looking at
before arguments.
Before arguments, page 9, and comparing that apples to apples to before arguments in the benchmark.
And that's right here. That's likely it was 36, went up to 48.
And then the final one after arguments was 42.5. I'm sorry, that's what he's showing us there.
You know,
It went down.
Well, I would opine because that's, you know, when we were going through the languages and it's how you say it and how you ask it.
But it went down.
And,
I mean, and these
it
are
went
both below
down after
50%.
kind of all those
and
questions.
here's the reason. And you hit the nail on the head. It had to do with language. And in this one, we said, would you support a 1% increase? Yes or no? And is that definite yes or probably yes, definite no, probable no? Then when we did the, when I did the post arguments, I said, assuming the threshold of willingness to pay it does not exceed your threshold of willingness to pay. And then that's where these numbers start to shift in strange ways. Which is why I went ahead and I created that chart for you to see, but that's where it's weird, and where it's weird is in the probability, the probable yes. And I'm not sure where it is, but I know you're right. I know it went down at one point, and that's why. But it did go down at one point, and it had to do with people really did say, oh, look, I'm willing to do 0.5%. And you guys do 1%, and I'm going to vote no. And you heard it tonight with, I think David, was that his name? But one of the people tonight said, yeah, I'm for it, but I'm for 0.5%. And in effect, he said, if you go one, I'll vote no. That's true.
That's right. I think that's the key. I think that's the key thing, actually. After the arguments, we got less support for 1% and greater support for 3/4 or half.
For everything else, that's correct.
And so I guess I'm going back to the recommendation. I know we're not in the conversation phase yet, but in the question phase, but that is an incredible finding. Actually,
Yes,
that we have
it
to get
is.
better support overall, no doubt.
Yeah.
But people aren't quite like after all that, because I think
Sure.
the impact of the arguments aren't like,
Well, I think
that's the problem. They're happy. So it's hard to.
yeah, but the arguments, the longer you go, it can get confusing because there were many, many, many things in there, right? So
That's true.
your
That's
microphone.
absolutely true. That is
They're all
why I try
positive
to
arguments,
avoid
and
it.
even any negative arguments against this thing, right? Which is also a little scary because that also could have brought things down, right? These are all, all these questions are all additives, right? We didn't introduce any negatives like,
Right.
oh, city council can't be trusted, whatever you might say, right? Which
Which is what we lost last time.
Yeah.
Right. So I everything that you've shown me here, I'm going 3/4.
All right. Well, okay. Well,
Feel
before
safe.
we,
Yeah, let's
feel safe. Sorry. Let me, sorry, I was not successful in asking my question correctly because I was basically trying to go to the point that in 5 months, we've managed to do an amazing job of increasing awareness by a certain percentage, but we still haven't gotten to everybody, and there's still 4 months left to an election. And assuming that the city continues to inform the electorate of the situation as we have been doing, I wanted to ask where can we expect this to trend to? And you had said something about peaking too early. That was an interesting concept,
Yes.
but we're not going to stop our communication effort today, right? We're going to continue to
let me
communicate. So how will these numbers that we see in front of us change?
Let me explain the 80-20 rule. Phase 1, by design, except we went a little further, but typically we do 20% about the tax initiative and 80% about warm and fuzzies. Now, if you've been watching social media and what have you, you know that we sent a ton of stories out there about wonderful things the city's doing and your successes, and then 20% about the need and et cetera, except it ended up more than that. That's why I got a little concerned about peaking too soon. Now, as Tracy says, and she's right, the right term is sweet spot. That sweet spot is September and October. And if you push too hard, too long, it has a boomerang effect, and a yes vote becomes a no vote. So what we want to do is between now and August, continue to do warm and fuzzies, good press. And you heard somebody else tonight say, gee, we need to do more communication with the community. Yeah, that's true. And that's what we're going to do. But then we will do all the preparation for the and the debate hasn't been taking place yet. Do we do it through vistas, or do we do it through a brochure dedicated to this? That's where frankly, I'm inclined to go that direction for a lot of reasons. But what'll happen is if we just now stay cool and then hit that beginning of September, because what we have to pay attention to is the vote by mail. And I'm betting a load of people in Lafayette vote by mail. In fact, I know they do. So it's all about timing. So we've got to time it so that the whole story is there in its proper form, boom, in September, reinforced by social media, and then those numbers. And if we remember, we got to go back to that a huge number of opinion leaders who aren't really aware about it. They might have heard about it, but they aren't aware that there's this, $2 million deficit pending. So if we penetrate that, and we've only gotten about halfway there, so we have to get the other half. Now, we won't get all the way, but and there will be organized opposition along the way, I'm sure. That would be stunning if there wasn't. But the fact is, there'll be some opposition, and we already know the impact of that. I just chose not to report it. And so the numbers will definitely go up, and all we need is simple majority. Now, what I know David said this, he was talking about the threat of it becoming a special tax, and where you control for that. And I did write proposed ballot language, and I'm not playing attorney here, but I do a lot of ballot language. We've done 10 of them so far this season. And that's where you have to make sure it measures up to the letter of the law. You can't, and so you have to say, we're going to spend it X, Y, Z, and maybe 2 or 3 more things, and other services for the city. That language is very critical so that you pass, so you don't get sued. And I've never been sued, and I don't think I'm ever going to be sued, nor have any of my clients been sued. So, yeah, your question was, where are those numbers going to end up? Well, according to this, it would end up at 52%, somewhere between 52 and 63, and I'd be happy with that. I've never had anybody get upset with me that we got more support than we predicted.
All right, so you're again, in summary, as awareness goes up, the number could land somewhere between 52 and 63.
That's
it's
correct.
not likely to decline to 47 or 42.
That is what I'm constantly, yes.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean, I still think you need a healthy discussion about 2/3 versus 1, because that one brings a risk.
You mean 3/4, not 2/3, right?
I apologize.
Yeah. So also on that table that we keep looking at, to me, the most striking number is actually that definite yes, way down. So go down to the final table. Yeah, that one. So look at the definite yes.
35.
It goes from 35%
Yep.
all the way up to 49%.
Yep.
I mean, that's like, okay. I mean, to me, it's like
Well, it goes up to
screaming at us.
50. Well, I'm not arguing that. That's why.
So my question is, I know, I understand what you're saying. You still want to go for the one, but personally, honestly, guys, this is too risky to miss. If we
couldn't
miss
agree more.
this,
Couldn't
we
agree
are,
more.
we are not happy, right?
Well, yeah.
And so I'm really concerned that if we go for the bigger bite and we have these kind of numbers staring at us, that's all on us,
Well,
right?
I just want to go back to, when you're at the polling booth, you're not asked arguments. You're just presented with the initial question, yes or no, will you support this for this, blah, blah, blah. We'd hit on the values. So this is after arguments of which we're trying to figure out what are the core values and what are this and that. So it's not necessarily saying, to me, when I look at this, it's not saying, oh, are you going to still support? It's more like, wow, we're feeling out for the language to put on here because
Oh, I don't think that's going to overcome that gap. That's my problem. That's my core problem with this. That is a huge gap. And I don't think we're going to overcome it with any arguments. And like I said, we have a very educated electorate, and we are going to have a very motivated opposition. You know it, right? And they're going to be at it, just like they were last time. I don't think that that's going to be any different. I hope it can be different this time, but I still think that we face a lot of the same issues that we had last time. We're working on it, and it's a different council, and that's great. And we're going to try, but I don't want to miss this. I think that this gap is too big for me to risk.
I do agree there. Well, I think I'm going to echo your thing. The risk of failure is unimaginable. And so we can't take that risk, right? We have to succeed smaller versus, even if it's a, 20% chance of failing, it's like, what does that mean for us next year if we fail?
Are there questions for Dr. G? Any more right now? Or Narup or Tracy? Okay, so we'll continue
Let
on.
me
the
try to
camera.
ask the question. It's probably the same way, and I probably missed a lot of this, but let me try again. Just looking at the tracking poll numbers pre-argument. I look at this and I see the yes has gone up significantly from the one on the 1%, from likely 36% to 48%. The original poll.
Other way around. This is the after argument.
No, I'm
talking
ignoring
about-
that.
yeah.
I'm talking about the initial question. We went from 36% to 48,
Mhm.
right? We've got 48%.
On page 9.
Page
Right.
9.
Correct. Likely yes is
Yeah,
48%
this
on
is
the
when we
before,
first-
on the
when we
pre.
First asked people.
That's right.
Okay, and then when you go to 3/4%, the likely yes goes up a little bit, and it just barely goes past 50%. But when you ask for 0.5%, it goes up 10%, goes up to 55%. So I agree with what John just said and what Councilmember Candell said. We can't afford to lose this, because I disagree vigorously with anyone who says that there is substantial fat in the budget. I disagree vigorously with anyone who takes the approach that we need to cut staff salaries. We are in a very competitive market for employees, and that's just not a way that we can afford to go. So it's just critical we do. I look at these numbers, I'd like somebody to make the argument why we wouldn't be much better off going for the sure 0.5%,
Mm.
which is the argument that then we would make, because we've told people we've got the 5-year projection that basically shows if we get a 0.5%, we can continue to provide the services that people are getting now. And I think that's a very strong argument to make. I think it muddies the waters, but I'd be interested in what Dr. G says about this. When you start, you say, well, in addition to keeping what we have now, then we can do these other things. Because then you get people who are saying, well, I like that one, but I don't like that one, so I'm not going to go all the way to 1%. And then you get also the people who are saying, well, the council is just asking for a blank check.
That's right.
I mean, we don't know what the council is going to spend that remaining half on. And I think that is a powerful negative argument.
Which is the argument that happened last time. And I think we have the further thing, just to reinforce your point. I think staff has done an excellent job with the education part, right? I mean, I think we see it, right? We see it in the quality of the output and what happened on the awareness. However, it's all been in support of the 0.5%. It's all been about the deficit and what it takes to do the deficit. We haven't done any education on the stuff we would do in addition, right? We haven't said, well, yes, we agree the wildfire preparation, preparation is important, but what would we do and how much would it cost and how would we get there? We haven't done any education on that. So that should be it would be a big lift over the next 4 months to kind of make that case also.
Yeah, and while I could say generally, yes, I could see we could use that 0.5% for good purposes. I think it may be better governance to go out now and say, we need this 0.5% to continue to give you the services you're getting now. We're going out to the whole community. You tell us. If you tell us you don't want to have the services you're getting now, we'll cut, and we'll cut right away. And if the 0.5%'s approved, then over the next 2 years, we could go out and say, okay, now let's have this community conversation. We've stabilized, we've hit fiscal sustainability for the next couple of years, 7 years, but there's nothing in here for things that make Lafayette a better place to live, whether it's increased spending on wildfire mitigation, whether it's additional parks, whether, well, okay, what really scares me is the maintenance costs, which aren't covered in the 0.5%.
Yeah, it's,
And we need them. But I think we make that argument over the next 2 years to see if people want to go the other. I'm worried if we reach too far, we'll have a disaster, which I see a defeat of this tax would really be a disaster, because we will make cuts and people will not get services they're getting now.
well, you know, what we're considering is then the 0.5% where we still may need to make cuts based on the fact that there are things that, you know, we have some structural issues that are going to be ongoing from year to year to year in terms of the cost and increasing costs. So, you know, as good governance, then I would say that I would opt to lean towards the 0.75% because at least the empirical data is there, that it is supported. And we've seen those programs, which is wildfire, one of the core values. We're not going to be able to do anything with that if we don't have money. And one of the things we were looking at too is Orinda passed their general sales tax for a cent. They housed it as emergency preparedness, but it was general services, including wildfire preparation. And they had programs, which we would hope to do too. Like, is there subsidies for firewise communities and things that we could actually do to speak to this, you know, big concern. So that's the kind of thing, without making it specific, but that we need to, as good governance, look to forwarding what those basic services in terms of safety and the number one part, you know, top priorities, I should say, of wildfire, the potholes and the storm drains will still need to be addressed and won't necessarily be addressed with that 0.5%. It's treading water. It's the barest minimum just to keep us going and not really well, limping along. And I don't think that's the way to go.
Mayor Dawson, can you extend the meeting, please?
Yes. Can I have a motion for the meeting to be extended?
Till 1 o'clock, so moved.
Okay. Okay.
I reluctantly second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I am an aye. Okay, hopefully won't go that far, but yes. So, you know, I would want us to really consider that as Dr. Z said, there was risk at 1%, but, you know, we've seen both before and after arguments. It's not really ideal in terms of that 0.75%, but it's more than the 0.5%.
I agree. Do you think though, I agree everything you're saying, but can we build, I feel like we're starting from scratch to build the case on what we would do with the extra 0.25%. I mean, if we could turn back time, I think we could, maybe we'd have a Vistas thing on wildfire. I mean, I don't know, but we don't even have specifics on that. I mean, I just worry it's complete, you're completely correct, but it's vague right now. You know, I don't know when Orinda went out, if they actually had the whole plan, maybe they did or whatever, but I just don't know if we've done the spade work like we've done on the budget. And you could see the results. It's dramatic.
Tracy, could you put up that slide of what are the things that we still wouldn't be able to do, we wouldn't still be able to fund? I mean, these are the top core things that we've seen. Well, at least the top, not that these are in any priority, but there's the wildfire preparedness, well, these are basic services, you know, these aren't extras. I think that word should not be used. These are just basic services that are part of our infrastructure, part of our assets that need to be maintained. You know, so they don't cost us even more money down the line. So I agree getting that message out. I don't think it'll be difficult because as we've considered and as evidenced, we do have sophisticated constituents. So, you know, simply saying, I guess, our basic services going forward, as opposed, you know, look at it this way. with the caveat also having a 7-year and reassess after the 7 years and having citizen oversight committee, I think the 0.75% is viable, is very viable. And making sure the message is tight, the language on the measure that we would want to be put forward, the resolution language would be very important. And that's, what we can, start hammering out.
I have a question. How, like, one of the ideas is go to the 0.5 now, and then maybe in, 2 to 4 years, we go again. How realistic is that?
It's been done in other communities. The risk I think that you run is that if you go out to them in 2 years, they're going to say, we just gave you money. What did you do with it all? Even though we're very clear about what the money was for, it's an entirely new education push, because you have to say, you have to educate them, okay, that was for this and this is for something else. So in some ways it's easier. You're out there, you're doing this push. I will say that this takes a lot of staff time. I mean, we are small and this has taken up quite a bit of time. So if you're going to do it, you're going to be doing it over the next, even though Dr. G says you don't, do it over and over. It's a sustained effort. So that's a risk that you run. People are going to be like, we just gave you money. You must be, what did you do with it? On the other hand, anecdotally, communities have done it. Like El Cerrito did exactly that thing. Apparently, Suzanne knows more about it. It wasn't their strategy to begin with, but they were able to do it. So I'm just telling you what the risk may be.
Thank you. That's the slide right there. Those are the concerns. And those are the things that, we at 0.5%, we fill the gap. Other than that, we don't have anything for these basic community concerns and really part of what I would consider basic services.
Can I be heard?
I disagree with that because with the 0.5%, we will be able to maintain public streets and storm drains. We will be able to, we won't be reducing the number of police officers. I'm not sure traffic.
Yeah, the other ones didn't track well, but the wildfire, the number one, in a way, the wildfire, there's nothing that we would be able to do without it.
Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. The problem you've had in the past has to do with the fact that you went to ballot, I think twice. You went to ballot, you said you had the need, and then it failed, and you didn't cut back. So, and you have a pretty sophisticated electorate, so they go, wait a minute, they're kidding us. They're not going to cut back because they don't want to cut back. And if you go for whatever you go for, but especially if you go for a half, and if it fails, you need to cut, and you need to cut now. Now, I heard one of the counselors say that, but that's really urgent. That's one point. The other point I'd like to make is that one thing that SRI does that other firms don't do is that we identify core values, because those 75 words are the most important words you're going to be dealing with. They have to not only pass legal muster, but they also have to be consistent with the collective wishes of your constituents. So what we've done, we found a way to identify core values and to link empirically the core values with behavior. In this case, a yes versus a no vote. So you can have some confidence in that rank ordering. And remember, I said you want to really emphasize 3 or 4 points, but you don't want to have this long laundry list. At the same time, you have to have a long enough laundry list to keep it as a general tax. So it's an interesting balance. And yes, there are other cities. Tracy just mentioned one, I'll mention another. San Pablo, which has nothing in common with Lafayette, obviously. But they've done, they're been my client over 10 years. We've done that. We've gone out to knowing darn well we were going to go on the second one, knowing, well, we can get this one now. But here's the key, and you've said it without realizing it. If you go out now and let's say you get the 0.5% and it passes. If you wait 2 to 5 years to go for another one and nothing happens between T1 and T2, meaning time 1 and time 2, then you know what? You're right. You're back at the beginning. It's about communication. It's about, have you ever seen these signs on a highway that says your dollar's at work? Props such and such, your dollars at work for highway maintenance, whatever. I mean, you have to, the minute this passes at whatever level, you have to stay with your outreach effort and let your constituents know, and let's take the wildfire thing. Look what we're doing on wildfire. Look what we're doing on road maintenance. Look what we're doing in, if you have enough money to address the maintenance for your city, for your community center. Everything you do needs to be promoted, and it isn't education, it's information. So you do, because your electorate's already educated. Everybody sitting at this dais is educated. The issue is, you may be aware, you may not be aware, and what we now know is your influentials aren't aware. We've got to make them aware. But once that happens, you don't just sit back in your laurels and wait for 2 weeks and bring out another one. The reason those other ones work is the whole time between T1 and T2, we've been doing outreach. And that's been for Hercules and for Pittsburgh and for San Pablo, for East Regional Park District. We're all the time promoting, this is how we're spending your money. Promises made, promises kept. In fact, that's the most common brochure that we do, is promises made, promises kept, and we keep going.
Dr. G, just on that note, like if we do the 0.5%, it's not really an opportunity to say this is your dollars at work, because this is what the dollars are supposed to be doing anyway. I would think
fair,
that
but it is their dollar, but that's not quite true. If you would have lost a service because it failed and you had to cut, then the fact that it passed and you said you're going to keep your services going, this will help you, this will make it possible, then guess what? You need to say we've done it. We wouldn't have been able to, but thanks to you putting that 0.5%, we've been able to sustain, and I didn't say improve, we've been able to sustain our maintenance or whatever. You heard in your earlier meeting tonight, you were talking about it's going to cost you maintenance money to do all that transportation or the park and rec, the trails. Well, that's true. So the other threat that you're facing is, and this is a real threat, is if you get 1%, and so you get 4-point-something million versus 2 million, then now you're open to the criticism of greed. They're just looking for money, and that's a real threat. That's what your opponent's gonna use, that and a couple other arguments. Yeah. I'm not prepared to say what they are right now, but some of the arguments that you thought would shift against you actually boomerang and support you for one simple reason: they're not believable. I'll give you an example. One of them is that you want to write a blank check. I mean, come on. Nobody believes that. You have too good of a reputation among your voters.
I have to disagree. So just based on our track record. Anyways, I think the decision's between the 0.5 and the 3/4. Right?
Yeah.
And so maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right about that at this point, unfortunately. Because that slide would kind of, not having been exposed to that one before, it's like, okay, that kind of changes the way we look at things, of course. Some of the things that I just want to say that, just today we talked about, yes, there'll be maintenance cost for these projects, and that's not in the budget right now, going forward. The library, the community center, these things will libraries, what, how many years old now? 15, but they're just gonna have infrastructure, maintenance costs that we're deferring. That is not in the budget. The community center, obviously, that's not in the budget. We had to say no to these things that were there. The crossing guard, subject, that's probably gonna have its own inflationary cost. We've already seen they're asking us for money. It was a split vote because we're trying to be, fiscally responsible. So the 0.5%, I think that's, sure, it's like, looks like more of a sure thing, but it's not necessarily, I think, the responsible way, because I think we go for the 0.75% because we can easily, I think, back up, well, it's just part of a budget that we don't have that we need. And yes, it's true. We're gonna have to really work on how we position that because we hadn't done that before. But we were more worried about not even making, our reserve deficit. So now we're here, and it's like, okay, if it looks good empirically, it makes sense. Maybe as Dr. G points out, it's a little bit harder to sell. It's 0.75%. What does that mean? But maybe we make it real in different ways, what that actually, so to speak, pays for.
Right. 'Cause I think the attractiveness of the half, I mean, everything you're saying is correct. The attractiveness of the half is a very easy message. Very simple. It's almost unassailable. If you like Lafayette,
Yeah.
it is, this is what you get. You don't have to promise anything else. There's it's just like, and I just feel like I am worried that our track record on this, where I think we're all still shell shocked by what happened with Measure C, and my worry is, well, even we do the 3/4 or the full, either one, we're getting into Measure C territory where it's basically a trust us kind of thing. And I just, so I don't know. I just worry. I think we can do it. I actually think we can do it, but it's just gonna be, it's a more complicated conversation. It's just like half of this, it's half of the percent is to maintain and the 1/4 is to do some stuff that we're not doing. So we have to be prepared for that, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. We, Fiscal Sustainability Group, looked at the measure that Urban put up. And it's definitely for, they say maintain and enhance essential city services, including wildfire risk reduction, preparation for emergencies and disasters, repair of public storm drains, continued public street maintenance, and other city services. So it's the basics. And that was a 1% over 20 years. That's $40 million. $40 million. And, again, we are, guiding a sophisticated constituency to make good choices to support the community that they love. We heard it. We are going to have some opposition, but we have sound argument for why we need the money. I believe that, so if we're looking at 0.75%, it's about an extra $1 million. We can easily with the cost, let alone, and the community center is an asset. The library is an asset. It's not extra. We just have to provide for maintenance of that going forward, and we have it. And this is part of that. I think that's a basic responsibility of ours. It's going to cost more money down the line.
Yeah, let me just chime in. I think Mayor Dawson and myself are on the Fiscal Sustainability Subcommittee, and this exact topic came up, and we ended up spending, we're spending hours here. We actually did spend hours on it, on the topic you mentioned, which is that our messaging to date has been about a $2 million deficit gap, right? And we've used that sort of, that's been what we've been talking about, right? But in fact, that's really just a basic gap that we have. It's not like for other anticipated expenses of city infrastructure. So we actually have something bigger than that. It's just we've put that number out there for so long that's why you said, like, it's sort of a slam dunk at 0.5% to finish off the 2 million. But when we study this in more detail, I think Mayor Dawson is saying, like, there are actually other infrastructure expenditures that are just right in front of us, not that we didn't even budget for. We all know that as we've looked at budgets, there were plenty of things that didn't make it on the list that we absolutely cannot do, but that are important for our city, but that, we can't do. So even with today's basic budget, that's the number we've been talking about is the 2. And I think that we probably just, given the initial benchmark survey, there was only, it was not indicative that 3/4 or 1% would be successful. So we just hadn't really looked at that. And it wasn't really just until right now, as we're sitting here and looking at the latest numbers. And I think Dr. G mentioned the electorate is a savvy group, and when they studied the issue, the numbers moved in greater support. And that's why I'm interested to know, we still have 4 months to go, and how are we going to be trending? But we have sort of boxed ourselves in with a number, right? And so I think we literally spent an hour on this. The subcommittee ended up endorsing the 1% for 7 years with the Citizens Oversight Committee, with the understanding that Dr. Manros was also felt this is a number that could win statistically. And also because it's only 7 years. We're asking the citizens to do 1% for 7 years. It's not a 20-year or a perpetuity or even 10 years. And so it was a discrete amount of time that we would just use to really catch ourselves up here. So that's at least where we stood last Tuesday when we looked at why the staff report talks about 1% for 7 years, and why Mayor Dawson and I also concurred that seemed to be the right combination of duration and percentage, and that would sock away enough to do what we needed to do. This is a message to having the conversation. And that is, a practical matter. It is about, we have to message correctly.
So again, I'll just say my concern is I'm looking at the the numbers of the tracking poll for 0.75%. And this is before positive arguments. It's also before negative arguments. And it's 50.5%. And there's a sampling error of 5.5 to 7%. And so that to me is just too big a risk to take. That we wouldn't get to 50%.
Yeah, I mean, I am so concerned with that. Like Carl, I get that. And it does seem like a slam dunk. I know it doesn't leave us in a good position. It doesn't leave us in a great position at all. And all these things, I mean, trust me, I would love to do the 1%. I just think it's just way too risky. I mean, because I would love to be able to provide all this stuff and do more and everything. I just don't think it's going to pass. And so I'm just toying between the 1/2 and the 3/4. And I don't know if we're going to get over the hump for the 3/4. His numbers show that it might after education, but it's a heavy lift. I mean, it's still a complicated message. And I can go with either one of those, and I would be, the 1/2 is going to be easier.
Yep. Well, let me ask Dr. G, council members, what I'm hearing is that if we go with a 1/2, we've got to start now with a message, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but we need to start now with a message that says we're facing a deficit. We're facing a deficit, and that's going to result in our general fund reserve getting below the 61%. So we're facing a deficit, a 0.5% tax increase. So all we're asking for you now is a 0.5% increase so we can cover that deficit, so we can maintain our reserve. But what we intend to do, because all that 1/2 is going to do is going to mean we're going to provide the same services we're providing now.
Steady the ship.
Yeah.
Right.
If it doesn't pass, you're not going to get the same services because we have to cut.
That's
Right.
It's,
We,
it's,
assuming we want to maintain the reserve, which I think that is the only
right.
response.
And as he said, if you say you're going to cut, you got to cut.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Right.
Okay, if it passes, we're gonna immediately start in a discussion of what you want to do, what the community wants to do. Actually, it's the same discussion. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but we'd be doing it differently than in 2016. We'd be going out and say, okay, we've stabilized the situation. Are there things that that the community wants to do or needs to do in order to make Lafayette an even better place to live? What do you want to do? And have that discussion, not prejudging that we're going to have any tax increase, but we're asking the community what they want to do. Do you want another 0.5%? So we're still behind Moraga and Orinda in terms of the tax. We're behind Martinez.
We're tied with Walnut Creek.
But remember, that doesn't matter to the voters, in terms of the comparison to their tax rate.
As long as the business community supports it, I agree. I think that as long as we get that.
Yeah.
And I agree. And I actually think if you look at the survey and you look at unfortunately, you look at the impact, the order of impact, the impact of the different arguments, unfortunately, ability to do wildfire preparedness is way down on the list, right? The most impactful arguments are we're going to reduce basic city services. We're going to reduce police officers. Those are very compelling. If we end up having to do a 3/4 or the full, of course, we're dipping into these kind of the arguments that don't seem to get much traction for whatever reason. I just don't know if I think you're right. Maybe it's a couple of years of just kind of beating the drum about the deferred maintenance and wildfire preparedness and letting that. I mean, it's scary, but
it is scary. Yeah.
I agree. It's like the cost of failure is so high.
No, granted, but we're basically delaying that pain till later. That's all, and it's a shame because, it's going to be more expensive later on top of it. And we'll still be looking at cuts, potentially. So, I understand and appreciate and respect what you guys are saying. It's just, I guess, it is disappointing to look at it that way. Cause as guides, literally all of us for fiscal sustainability, it's just such a conservative approach. And which is fine, but it doesn't really help matters more than just fill the hole. So it does sound like that, and wait, I'd like you to weigh in, but I hear from Councilmember McCormick, Kendall, and Adori that they're leaning towards that half cent increase. What is your?
Yeah, I'm hearing that at least from Councilmember Anduri. I thought from Councilmember Kendall, it was between 1/2 and 3/4. And then for McCormick, it was.
I'm just thinking of the campaign ahead in the half. I feel comfortable. Comfortable. It's easier path on that with a half. So I guess I mean,
all the numbers will point to that, right? I guess one other thing that we should talk about duration, 7 years, because and I wanted to ask Dr. G, because in the report, or let me just ask it this way. If you did 0.5% for 15 years versus 0.5% for 7 years, what if we're going down the path of 1/2, we still have to decide whether it's 7, 10, or 15 years. If it's really very popular for 7 and very likely to pass at 10 or 15, can you give us any guidance on what the data is showing in terms of duration for the 1/2?
Okay, can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, that's a very astute, actually a profound observation. The answer is the core value is we want it to sunset. Then the question is how long? I strongly suggest you don't go beyond 10 years. And I think when I presented, I said that 7 is a laydown. Now the advantage to 7 years is if you go and here's a good example. If you go the 0.5% for 7 years, that's not very long. And that gives you a reasonable argument to say, look, we've been treading water for 7 years. And they will know because you will have had to with inflation, here's the part I'm not hearing. With inflation at 0.5%, you're going to be in the hole. You're not going to break even. You're going to be in the hole. So you will be cutting services whether you like it or not because you won't have any money. So now in 7 years, you don't want to wait 10 years for that. In 7 years, look, we've done our best to stay afloat, but inflation got us. We have to increase. So you're in a better position with 7 than you are with 10, but don't go beyond 10. If it goes beyond 10, saw the data. Your electric just.
Okay, thank you for clarifying on that.
Can I do a quick follow-up? I'm just thinking how things work. Isn't sales tax somewhat inflationary proof? Because doesn't it go up if inflation goes up? If things are more expensive, our sales tax.
The yield goes up, but not the rate. So the yield goes up because the price goes up, right?
So that doesn't that give us some upside protection, inflation? I'm sorry. Yes.
I think I might have an answer because I have talked to the sales tax consultant. Our 5-year model actually has sales tax revenues increasing at less than the rate of inflation, which seems somewhat counterintuitive. However, he explained it in this way. We're in pretty high inflationary times. People are spending their money that they have, their income on rent, on, let's say rent and food and things like that. They have less disposable income, which may normally go towards those things that are taxable.
That makes sense.
So you can't count on if you're high inflation, you actually might be getting less in sales.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Thank you. I'm sorry. That was.
Teresa, I have a question for you too. In June, when we passed the 2024-25 budget, we said we froze 4 full-time positions and no new projects. With the 0.5% and this passes, will we unfreeze those? Does that include the budget will include those positions being filled?
Yes.
Okay.
But it
That's
doesn't
important to
include
confirm.
new projects. A big
Doesn't
one you
include
talked
new
about
projects, it's
tonight,
just-
for example.
Because those were budgeted. And so we could unfreeze that and actually fill that, which is important because I want to point out there's so many projects that are for our housing element that if we don't accomplish those, we lose local control, which is key to many of those who would oppose this. So I think that's just important to make sure people know. But again, no new projects or tasks, which could mean there's going to be some balancing with some maintenance. And we even talked about that at the end of the meeting, that mid-June meeting, that maybe we'll see there's already other projects that we're trying to figure out if we can fit in. But for sure, just nothing more for wildfire. And that needs to be very clear too. So anyway, if I had my druthers, I would stand by what the Fiscal Sustainability Committee, was thinking, because we're thinking of the fiscal sustainability long-term. I'd at least opt for the 3/4 because empirically with Dr. G's tracking poll results and all that, it is supported. And the real challenge is just, okay, can we create that language? Can we create that campaign that talks to, we just don't want to tread water. We want to thrive. And I know we could bring you guys along with that, but it sounds like we're not confident in that. That's what I'm concerned about. Although we've been such a great job of communicating and we've seen successively as we communicate, people, like, yeah, that makes sense. We had people stay late and we've had plenty of responses. I think that actually outweighed, the at least public comments that were saying no, saying, yeah, 1%, 2% even. So are we selling our constituents short by being so conservative? I'm just putting it out there.
I think the numbers don't lie. I think the numbers that were in that table, but they could show the 3/4, and that's why the only reason why I'm still sitting here, And not going straight for the half. But the one is, there's just no way. The 3/4, if we thought we could create this great argument, and that is, I'm questioning, whether this is going to be enough, right? Is this the right thing? Because if we miss, we're screwed. So I'm just so afraid of that, I guess. I'm just so gun shy. And I hate to be like that. But that's my concerns.
Yeah, could I ask Dr. G, I want to follow up on that discussion about the sunset period. Is there a material difference between 7 and 10 years?
Can you define material? I know what the word means, but what do you, I want to be able to answer your question.
It went from 54 to 73.
Right.
It went from, 54%
Oh,
support for 10 years, but
Huge, right.
73% at 7. That is a huge
is.
difference.
right, but how does that impact?
Oh, the overall,
Yeah, I mean, so they prefer that, but if we were just going, I mean, because when they answered that question, it could have been a 1%. I mean,
Actually,
I'm
I can
asking
answer
for a
that.
more nuanced response, I guess. If we're going for 0.5%, given this data, I mean, what do you think the difference between 7 and 10 would be?
I can answer that actually. The reason that happened, and this is interpretation, but the reason that happened was it was sort of like, give our our electeds an opportunity to prove it. So, and in 7 years, that's not a lot of time. So, okay, we'll give them 7 years. And boy, did you see the huge support? I mean, man, I've never seen anything like that ever. Shift. And so they're going, you know what, for 7 years, you bet. Give them a chance and we'll find out whether they're, just blowing smoke or whether this is real, this is serious, which is what it supports what I keep saying. When this thing passes, you really need to demonstrate to your electorate, to your constituents, what you've done with that money and show that you've done good things with it. Yes, I understand it's maintenance, but all of these services are fundamental. And you talk about, once it's passed, talk about youth, talk about seniors, show that, talk about that your community center, and if it's still in trouble, explain that the impact on youth and seniors of that, that need of that roof leaking. You just have to stay with it. If you stay with it, then at the end of 7 years, you'll get another 10 to 20 because you've proven yourself. Because there is some suspect out there. There is.
But I guess what I'm thinking about is not waiting for 7 years, but to the message I see, and I would just say that the exact language when we formed the sustainability committee was short-term and long-term financial stability. So I think that fits with what we're doing here. 0.5% is short-term financial stability, sustainability. And then if it passes, we tell people this is what we're going to do in the short run because we have to do it.
We have to.
So we're going for what we hope is a sure thing. We need to people are happy with the services they're getting now. The survey shows people are willing to pay 0.5% to keep those. If we don't get it, we're not going to be able to keep them, but we'll go for that 0.5%. And then immediately we're going to start a discussion that'll look at long-term fiscal sustainability, but also what additional things people want to do. And it could be that it's nothing. It could be that it's more parks, it's more support for seniors, it's protected bike lanes from the neighborhoods, it's more wildfire mitigation, but we'll have that discussion. But we would start that immediately over the
That's correct. That is correct. You couldn't be more right.
Right. So I guess if you said, I mean, so it seems to me, because we're being so conservative on the 0.5 cent, we probably could, I have no idea. I'm just saying like 10 years doesn't feel quite so bad because we're actually not really proving much, right? We're just keeping things.
Proving anything.
You know,
uh,
we
yeah.
I think we can have the citizens accountability of the group also, but it's really just going to be confirming what we see in the budget all the time anyway. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
we're keeping things afloat.
Right.
So you're thinking, are you thinking you'd rather do a 10-year instead of 7 just because we can just kind of put this short-term piece to bed for a while we work on we're not stuck kind of doing some at the same time or something like that?
Well,
Or whatever, I'm
I
not sure
think we
what
would go forward on, do you want the additional 0.5%? But we're not in a constant state of tax elections. If we will be on the ballot for this one, and then if we look to 2026, we get another 0.5%. If we have a 7-year tax, 4 more years, we're going to be coming back to renew the original tax. It's just that the elections are going to be too close together. At least if we stretch it out to 10 years, it's more of a breathing period.
But what if we are hitting that place before that where we're back into this facing the deficit? You never know with inflationary costs and things costing more. And before that 10-year passes, we're now in a hole, and it's like, great, this won't sunset for
another one.
No, that's
just on top of it.
Or a bond. There's other. Then you look at all the other kind of
Yeah.
mechanisms that you looked at.
I guess I'd be comfortable with a 0.5% for 10 years. I could do that.
With the citizens committee, and those are the 3 pieces, right? The citizens committee would mostly just confirm that they're not going to be auditing anything new that we're promising or saying we're going to do. They're just going to be making sure the money that we raise is continuing to be spent in a responsible way.
Yeah.
Right.
I would like to ask staff, because I know staff recommendation was also 1%, 7 years citizen oversight. What are your thoughts on our deliberations here?
Tracy and I looking at each other. I will say we came in with the 1% for 7 years, but that chart which we just saw gave us pause.
Okay.
To go down to 50%, that's cutting it close.
Right. Yeah, that was
So
surprising.
we support don't support. We appreciate the direction you're heading.
Okay, then let's then do this, because we have deadlines no matter what. Go, no go. Let's just say this right now. We want to put a measure on the ballot this year. Shall I vote? All in favor of that? Okay, yes. We want to do this. So the deliberation has been good about, 0.5% and the 0.75%. It looks like, just from hearing what you guys are saying, why don't I just say we'll go across what and Councilman McCormick, you're always first on. What your thoughts on the 0.5% to 0.75%?
I think we can't lose. I'm just too scared. I want a solid single right now, not a home run. I want to shore up our thing. So but with the slight squeeze of the 10-year renewal, so we have a little bit breathing room to get the long-term house in order.
Okay, so you're leaning towards the 0.5% for 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Nduri. Okay, Councilmember Kendall. Vice Mayor Kwok.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
I am too, because I think it's very important. We are unanimous in supporting this. So I think what we're looking at going forward with is the 0.5%, a 10-year sunset with the Citizens Oversight Committee. Okay. So, can I have a motion, I guess, if that we're going to look for that? Oh, yes, please direct me here.
We're recommending that you direct staff to work with the council subcommittee to draft that resolution, and we'll bring that back to you on the ballot language that we'll bring back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I would recommend, or would you like to make a recommendation on the
Sure. All right. Then I'll move that we direct staff to work with a subcommittee of the council to prepare a resolution establishing November 5th, 2024 as the election date for the voters to consider adopting a general purpose half-cent transaction and use tax for a period of 10 years with an advisory citizens oversight committee.
And then before we vote, could I just ask, could we consult with Dr. G to
Yes,
make sure
please.
see if he has any reservations about what we're doing?
Thank you for that. Yes, Dr. G, did you hear that? We would love to hear from you about any reservations you may have about what
Yes,
we,
I did. I only have one reservation, and that is the 10 years. I think you should go for 7, and the reason I think that is you saw the shift. It was incredible. And why I think what that means is your electorate is saying, you know what? Let's give the city an opportunity to show us. And 7 years is a very short period of time. So, you know, that giving that up, that difference is huge. But if you want to go 10, as I said earlier, it's a good shot, especially if you're going for half a cent.
But Dr. G, what would we show? This is where I guess I feel like we're playing defense now, not offense. And so I'm not sure what we would show after 7 years that'd be different than what we'd show after 10 years.
Well, you wouldn't, and that's my point. What you would show is you would show that you didn't, that you were responsible. See, part of the thing here is you've been accused of, you know, people out there going, oh, they want a blank check. They're greedy. They're, you know, no, you've only asked for what you need. So you're not open to the criticism of, you know, they admitted they needed $2 million and now they're going to get 4. Well, that's a compelling argument. Then and look, they went for they're asking for maintenance, status quo. Because remember, one thing that and I don't think you're weighing this heavily enough, your constituents aren't unhappy. The services you are providing them, with the exception of you know, of wildfire, and that's wildfire in the neighborhood, by the way, they're pleased with it. So you're doing a good job. You know, you have the base services we need. You haven't asked for anything for a lot more money. You've said, hey, status quo, get us out of this $2 million deficit. That's a huge risk. They get it. And so give them a chance to demonstrate that 7 years from now, we're still going to be even with life. And I like what was suggested a few minutes ago. The minute you're done, the minute this passes, then you start talking about, you know, not only the good things that you're doing to maintaining, if you will, status quo, but the things that they want that you can't give them. And so you keep reinforcing that message. We wish we could. We agree. We'll do it when we can. But to give up, so that 7 years, I think actually has a benefit to you because it's a shorter duration than 10. 10, you've just taken the problem. Because the other thing is, you can't tell me in 7 years that inflation isn't going to hurt you.
yeah. You know, I appreciate that comment, because the other thing about 7 years, if this passes, the tax wouldn't go into effect till mid 25, or when would it go into effect?
So it starts in January. We wouldn't actually start collecting any money. We wouldn't see any money until June of 2025.
Okay, that's what it is.
So just in time for the next fiscal year.
Okay, well, that is good. The other thing is, if it was 7 years, it would line up with like the second presidential election after this one, which is, we know that's when we get more voters. If you do the 10-year, you're in a, you know, one of those periods where, you know, it's
No,
left.
8 years would line up. 7 was not. 7, we're going to be on some sort. 7, we're on like an off-year election.
We'd have to pass it at 6.
Well,
Oh, pass at 6.
We'd have to pass.
oh, pass it at 6
That's
to continue it.
So that's off.
Oh, it is off.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the 8.
It would be
Wait, does that-
2030, we'd do it again, right? 2030
2030.
would, it'd be up.
There we do it. We do. Yeah, we'd either
Non-personal.
either re-up the half or do a 3/4 at that point or something like that. Right.
The argument I do like, though I do agree with, because in 7 years, it's closer than 10, and we're talking short term. 10 years isn't necessarily short term, you know, that's a decade out. So just, and the data came back at 7 years is like, yeah, that's the highest number of acceptance. So, you know, I could go either way. I just like the idea of having the ability to sooner than later, you know, address if we need to you know, because we're campaigning as soon as this passes, hopefully, on, you know, why it would be great to at least continue this, if not increase it. So it seems to me I would want that to be sooner than later in terms of long-term fiscal sustainability.
Right, but again, the discussion would, if it passes, would immediately be, okay, we're able to afford what we've been doing. Is there more you want to do?
Right. And I think we can accomplish that and get feedback on that in 7 years.
Oh, but I'm looking at doing that over the next 2 years. And if the community doesn't want to do anything, then we don't go back out. If it does, then in 2026, we're back on the ballot.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 2028. Yep.
Either way. So, but, okay, right. Where I'm back to that place where I'm looking at it successfully when it successively when it not necessarily that doesn't have to happen. It could be stacked, so to speak. I'm starting to, it's getting later and later.
Well, if the approach is going to be that we just want to make sure we get this done, then we go with 7.
Yeah.
So would you be open to amending your motion?
Is that the consensus of the group to amend to 7?
Well, you asked the question, Dr. G answered on his experience. So I would opt for 7.
All right, so let me amend my motion to direct staff to work with the subcommittee of the council to prepare a resolution establishing November 5th, 2024 as the election date for the voters to consider adopting a general purpose half-cent transaction and use tax for a period of 7 years with an advisory citizens oversight committee.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Will you let us know who that subcommittee is?
Oh,
We need to get to work tomorrow.
Fiscal study.
yeah. Okay. If you want to make a recommendation,
I think you guys can do it, right?
yeah, I would be glad to. Yes.
Okay.
Fiscal sustainability?
I just want to be clear, it's not that committee. It's a committee just to write the ballot measure.
Right.
And it looks like you're interested in having the mayor and the vice mayor be on that ad hoc committee.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Took the words right out of our mouth.
Is that a motion and a second from anyone?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for that. Okay. And then staff will work with the rest of that. Okay. Okay. The Citizens Oversight Committee and putting that together. Okay. All right. There are no public hearings, no items removed from consent. So we move to, I thank you all for that discussion deliberation. Dr.
Thank
G,
Dr. G,
thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Dr. G,
Yes, for all that work and for
thank you
your
for staying up late with us.
information.
My pleasure.
Yes, we'll look forward to working with you.
Thank
Yeah, further. Yes, very shortly.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. And now we will look at item number 17, council and commission reports. Are there any? No? Okay, I have one, which is we had spoken about it being a good idea to bring the topic of a council liaison for East Bay Parks, considering that. And since then, there was something that came out with the water district. Is that, oh, Central Sand. We do we not have a liaison? We do have a liaison for Central Sand. Well, we used to. What, were we, don't we? Okay, well, so if we don't, we need to consider that. And I think all the utilities, so PG&E, what, because it just makes sense, particularly because they're a quarter infrastructure, these groups. East Bay Parks in terms of fire and support on that. And obviously the parks weave through the city. PG&E because of the same thing, fire, but also just the basic utility, energy powers. So we need to, be good to have liaison for that. So basically, I'd like to bring this back to council so we could look at that and deliberate that further. That's all I have. Okay. Vice Mayor Kwok?
I have an announcement. This is an election year, and my term on the city council ends this year in November. And I've had to make the difficult decision that I'm not going to seek re-election to the city council. It was a very difficult decision to make. I've enjoyed working with everyone on the staff and on the city council here and with the public. However, my day job, my work has increased dramatically, and my travel schedule has increased a lot too, which was normal for me before the pandemic. But during the pandemic, I was at home a lot, so it was wonderful to be able to serve the city. But I'm back to traveling again, and that's really challenging. And then also, my parents are aging; they're 98 years old and 90 years old, and in the years ahead, they live in Virginia, and I'm finding myself traveling more to Virginia also. So it's really hard to juggle that much travel with wanting to be here locally to attend to all the matters in the city. So I regret that I'm not going to be running for re-election, but I'm going to work hard in the months ahead to do all the things that we have ahead of us, and really relish and cherish the months that I have ahead on council. And I will have more comments later, but given the late hour, I wanted to notify the public of my decision, which I posted on my my campaign website last Monday. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Wei Tai.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's appreciate your rationale, but so. That being said, if there's no other announcements, we will adjourn the meeting, and I'd like to adjourn.
Mayor, sorry,
Oh.
before, is there any public comment on that?
Thank you. Is there public comment? Even David Clark left.
We have some people left. Anybody who wants to make a public comment, please raise their hand. No, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. In that case, Beatrice, thank you. I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Ashley Diaz, who he came up in the some of the comments today, and obviously a loss to the community, and also a spur on to our safety around schools, and a lot of the work that's been done, and will be continued.